Oh, okay. Is that better? Testing. Can you all hear? Oh, I can hear myself. Wait. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello? This is the first time I've streamed with a new computer. So my old work computer just started blue screening really bad in October. So I've been in the process of switching everything over. It's so awesome to be here. It's been a long time since I've done a stream on this channel. I've been meaning to do more, but no excuses. I don't know. I have a weird thing about being perceived. Does anybody else not like to be perceived? That's a strange thing, I know, but there's something about the internet that turns you into a sort of commodity and a sort of an appearance. Hello, I'm on your screen right now. I'm here on your screen, but actually I'm here in person. I'm existing. I am being. I am a being, and I am on this end of it here as a full human being. How's everybody's New Year's been? Or not New Year's, but how has everyone's 2023 been so far? How would you rate this year compared to your other years? I don't think anyone wants to be perceived. I know, right? But isn't it the only thing that we do? It's very, very strange, huh? Good. How about you? I'm so glad to hear that, Queen Cindy Bun. I have to say this has probably been the best year of my life. I meant to do a Christmas stream. I had some tech issues, so I didn't want to break the TVL Christmas stream tradition, but I did break it this year, which is why we're going to have a lovely New Year stream now. But I think this was the best year of my life. I am in love. I found love for the first time basically ever. I feel like I've healed a lot of internal traumas that I've been carrying around with me since like childhood. I feel like I've made more progress on my work and my teaching. I feel like I'm helping people more impactfully than ever before. I feel like I have a better perspective on my own understanding of the world. My own sort of epistemic grounding has really become much more enriched. I read more this year. I also became sober. I have been smoking cannabis since I was like 19, and I had been doing that regularly my whole life, but this year I decided to go sober, and I'm sober. So I'm here right now sober, and I have to say sobriety is an incredibly amazing thing that I am so grateful for. So, and then, my connection with my family continues to get deeper, and I feel more spiritually connected to the world at large, myself, and it's been interesting because I also feel like this is the year that I've spent the least amount of time posting on the internet. Not necessarily content. I feel like I got a lot of content out this year, like musically and on TransVoiceLessons channel, but just like I didn't sit around and talk on the internet as much to people, and I sort of I've just been reading a lot, so that's been really exciting, looking over the different spiritual traditions and mystical traditions across the world, getting really deep into all sorts of different branches. I've started studying mathematics a lot more, while at the same time, I've really deeply dove into phenomenology. I read all of Husserl's works, and Merleau-Ponty, and lately I've been reading a lot and getting up to date on the research in embodied cognition, and really just it's not about things though, it's about just the process of being and unfolding. And I've been trying to learn I've been trying to learn programming, or getting started to do that. So a bunch of other stuff. I'm trying to learn everything because my fundamental I've developed my entire metaphysics system. I've been working on a metaphysics essay or paper, or I don't know what you'll call it necessarily, a large body of work, because I've been doing music theory my whole life, and then I got into voice theory, right? Like when I originally made this channel, I wasn't intending to be like helpful. I was, right? But like that wasn't like my goal. Was to talk about things that I thought was exciting, things that I was interested in, things that I really loved. And obviously I saw that people were really seeking help and really needed guidance. So I kind of reprioritized the way I was thinking and approaching things to try to be more helpful and constructive for people. But I came from music creation, and then music theory, and then voice theory, and then voice teaching. And it's been a really interesting process because so much of it has gone full circle. And in that process of trying to, express my music theory and music philosophy and voice theory and voice philosophy, both of those things just felt like I would start to make progress, and then I would discover a turtle deeper, one level of meta even deeper. And so I've been in this bit of a circle, a positive spiral, where things continue to expand and unfold, and that makes them somewhat uncapturable. And so I realized I had to get to the bottom of it, and I spent the last couple months grounding myself, developing my own metaphysical frame and metaphysical perspective, starting from zero with principles and moving upwards. And I feel really, really good about all of that. And so it's giving me a common language and a sort of unified understanding of everything. My whole life I've been fascinated with everything because it feels like everything's kind of the same. You go and learn this skill, you go and learn this field, you go and do this thing, you go and do that thing. And sure, the content of those things are different, but the overall sort of essence and the interaction with it always felt the same. And, that's been really great because I feel like it kind of all is the same and it's all kind of one thing. And then developing a way to talk about that in a consistent way, in a grounded way that includes all the irreducible perspectives that are valuable and relevant to me has been very that's what I've been doing the last couple of months, so that's kind of how my new year's been going, or my last year, the old year, not the new year, the old year. So let's see here. Let me get into some comments. Today we'll be doing all kinds of stuff. I'm down to answer any questions about voice. I'm down to get into the most nitty gritty. If there's anything, right, I'm down to get into that. I'm down to play some music. I've got my piano here in front of me. So I'll play some music for us. That'll be fun. And yeah, we'll see where it goes. Maybe react to some stuff. Hi, Noise Mother. Oh, hi, Kuro. It's so good to see you and so good to hear from you. I've been thinking about you very fondly. Very, very fondly. I've been thinking about you. I would love to get in contact with you and meet. We need to sync up. I think we're overdue for that. I hope you've been incredibly well. Let me catch up and chat here and see where everybody's at. Found many crushes. I have a crush on one right now. Congrats. That's super exciting. I have been looking for love in this chaotic world my whole life, and I've been not very successful at finding it. And what's so amazing to me is the moment I gave up on trying to find it, it smashed me in the face in a way that I couldn't ignore. So, you go looking for it and you don't find it, and then when you just accept and you be and you release a lot of that desire, then I feel like it came into my lap. It's very strange because I have one of my closest friends, probably my best friend. Her and I were talking, over the summer, and we were both in a similar situation about that, trying to find our person or whatever, right? It became a sort of divine comedy, a tragic comedy in a way. We would always go out on dates and come back and talk about how good it was and then not get replied, or how bad it was, vice versa. And both her and I pretty much gave up at the same time. We were like, you know what? Screw it. And then literally 2 weeks later, both of us have found our connection that we're really happy with. So it is so strange. I think above all else this year, what I have learned is how little I know and how little I can know, and how little humanity knows and how little humanity can know. And I think that there's beauty in that, and there's a lot of freedom in that we are not complete. We are not finished. We can't be finished. We're not static. We are dynamic. We are unfolding. And, I think one of the challenges I've always had about writing, like writing different essays or writing like a book. I've been working on my books forever. I've got multiple books in process right now. And, they've been somewhat slow compared to what I've always wanted them to be. And this year I sort of understood why. Inside I have this whole image and vision and understanding, this complete integrated thing, right? This meaning that I want to transfer to you all through my writing. And the moment I would go to write it all down, it's not there anymore, because it can't be, because the description's not the thing. And so I've had to really wrestle with the fact that language is so static. The Greeks understood this very well. They sort of elevated the spoken word. And you see this in all of our older religious traditions around the world. The spoken word is elevated above the written word. Now, of course, the written word has power in that it holds through time, but even though it promises to show you something and hold through time, the fact that the cultural ground changes over time means that even the meaning of those words on that page change. And to each perceiver, it's entirely different whole that they receive from it, and how they select it, how they partition it, how they relate it, how their ground comes into it. And so writing has always been very dissatisfactory for me until I accepted that, the representation isn't it. So I can try my best to give you a representation of what's in here, but there's irreducible forms of knowledge and irreducible experience, right? And action itself is irreducible from the perceptions that guide the action, and for us, what successful quality is during action. And that really strikes at the heart of the problem in voice learning, right? And why my old content is so different than what I make now. And I haven't even made the content that I want to make, because I'm not even really sure it's possible, because so much of what I love about teaching voice and so much about what I love about teaching music is feedback, being with the person, being in the material, being in the stuff. And what people come and they seek on this channel or other voice channels around YouTube or TikTok or whatever the world is, everyone's seeking a static isness. This is that. It is this. You need to do this. Go do that. But a description of the action does not contain the ground which facilitates the action into completion. And so it's about transferring that ground, and that ground lives in experience, and it can be transferred. But it's transferred through dynamic feedback. It can't be transferred in a one-way delivery. I can't say, this is vocal weight, da-da-da-da-da, here's all these principles, and then play it over and over and think the person on the other end gets it. Because unless they can select it from their own attention and with their own natural language and meaning and association, there's no guarantee that they're getting the ground. And if they don't have the ground, then the action can't fulfill out to what it should be. And so I have a lot of... there's a lot to do. There's always an infinite amount of things to do, because there's an infinite amount of things. Things are generative. We generate them as we go. But nonetheless, so that's just been I'm very grateful for that. And a big aspect of this year for me has been understanding how to be, not to be in my thoughts or, to be in my feelings or to be in reaction to traumas or to be anything that someone wants me to be or some appearance on your screen, but to be unfolding and to accept that I don't know what I'll become or who I will be. And I don't know what my next action will bring. I don't know what the next thought is going to open up. And accepting that as an axiom in my life really feels like it's freed me up to embrace the dynamism and embrace the interactivity and embeddedness in the world. And that to me is where the beauty is and where the magic is, not in the representations or the empty abstractions, but really in the ground. And it's so incredible, and I'm so grateful to be able to work with so many people and try my hardest to transfer that ground. And once people have the ground of what's relevant to what they're trying to do, the actions start to sort themselves out. And this whole notion of what thing do I need to go do? What exercise must I get? What concept do I need to learn? I mean, yeah, those are all useful tools. They're tools. They're part of a map. They're tools and a guide. They do not get you the action, and there is no linear summation of parts, which are like exodia, where you piece them together and put them together in the right form, and voila, what you want emerges. There's an appearance of that, because any actions that we hold in certainty are ones that we've already discovered. Things that we already know. When you imagine reaching out and grabbing an object around you, even though you've never grabbed for that object or it's in a different location, it's not a novel problem, because you have the invariant perception of the whole impulse to grab, and you have a ground for that. You've lived in the world. And so you can transpose that intention and execute and know you're executing it based on what you receive dynamically from your sensory motor integration. And that's true with voice learning. When a person understands from their own field of view, from their own first person observation, what's relevant for them to achieve their goal, not concept, but the literal experience, the literal quality coming back in direct interaction, then their actions naturally organize and sort towards what they're seeking. Now, of course, education, teaching, instruction, theory, concept, all of that serves to truncate that and shorten that process and help deliver it and map it through syntax more easily. But syntax without a ground is empty. The reason why we know what language means is because language presupposes that we all share some common ground. When I talk about the color red, I'm not talking about the notion of it or what things have been in relation with red. I'm talking about you. I presuppose that you've had the experience of it. And that's the same thing that happens when we talk about voice language too, if we're trying to learn to do voice. If we're trying to learn to understand voice as a system, well then yeah, we'll talk all about formalities, and we'll talk all about body parts, and we'll talk about acoustics, and we'll talk about all that stuff. But looking at a spectrogram and understanding acoustics does not mean you're hearing what you need to hear, or that you even have a recognition of what you should be hearing. And that is inseparable from you doing it, because you live in the first person perspective. You never take yourself out of your perspective. You don't listen to recordings while you're living in the world. You are living in the world. And the things we care about with changing voice and voice alteration, voice feminization, masculinization, are changing our voice in the ways that count to us. And when voice matters the most to us, and when it's the most important for us, we're not even aware that we're talking. We're communicating an idea, we're expressing, we're reaching for something more complex, some meaning, and voice is embodied. We have vocal mastery already, and that vocal mastery hides itself and conceals into the ground, and we no longer associate with the fact that at one point we didn't even know how to say a single word. We had to learn that from the ground up. And then we get so good at that, the ground fades away out of our perceptual focus. We become the figure. The meaning of what we're trying to communicate becomes the figure. And the perceptual principles of figure and ground melt away all that other stuff. And it looks like we don't know what we're doing. We have no experience. We have no ground. Now, it is true that when we go to try to change the quality of our voice, like feminize it, our culture doesn't equip us with a necessary ground. There are actions and patterns of sound, which we do in feminization, that we don't just get in society, right? But there's a lot of things that we need in feminization or masculinization that we do get in society. It's just we don't have an index for those as something that we have in our being or ability to access. And that creates a lot of challenges for people, because they come into this and they want this static loop. But by definition, what's so special about voice is you don't know what you're going to say. You don't know what's coming up. You move through the world and you interact with new environments and new experiences and new stimuli all the time. And your voice is there as a tool to just express the emergent meaning that you're trying to communicate. And it wasn't always like that. And when we come back and learn voice in these contexts, voice feminization or whatever ability, whether it's singing, a lot of it involves at first stripping back down to the most fundamental basics of quality. And then once we have that basic ability and quality, those become invariant perceptions for us. Just like, left and right are, or color is, or the number 1 is. I can observe that, this is one phone, and I can observe that this is one pencil in front of me. And that observation is an inference that I hold as something that allows me to navigate my world. And the ground in voice feminization is the most important thing to develop, because once it's developed, you can literally just go and try to communicate, and your actions are going to critically self-organize towards your goal. Because it's like once you touch a hot stove, you don't have to recognize not to touch it again, because that's a grounding experience. It's so strongly imbued into that interaction that someone walks at you with a hot frying pan, you instantly back up. You don't have to think about what actions you need to do, because action is integrated and action is inseparable from perception. Actions and perceptions are the same thing. They're the same phenomena. And once we recognize this, then as we build the ground of perceiving what's important for us, and you see, here's the problem, because if you're just listening to me do it on YouTube and you don't practice it or try it, then you can't get that. Or if I tell you what to listen for and then you go and listen for it, that doesn't guarantee you get it. Because You see, the perspective we care about is the perspective from your own first person. And so you watching me do a sound and me telling you what I think it sounds like is not you selecting it from your experience. And the selection of it from your experience is the proof that you've got the right thing. And so we use natural language to do that, where a student can point at this experience and talk about it in a natural way for them. And that lets us interpret, okay, you are listening to the right thing. Now let's go do a lot. Let's go try and do things. The irony is that I get a lot of students over the years, and a lot of comments on YouTube and Patreon and all the different platforms that I teach through, of people who report this phenomena of, well, I've been practicing for a long time. I feel like I can do a decent thing I like in practice, but then I go out and talk to people in the world, or, I go into this situation and my voice falls apart. It changes. I can't seem to keep it together in those environments. Maybe that sounds familiar. Well, yeah, if you go and ask the person, then, okay, how are you, what are you doing when you do this? And they'll talk about their practice being very structured. They'll go, yeah, I do this exercise, I listen to this thing, I try to work on my pitch, my weight, all this resonance stuff, blah, 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 right? And it's like they have separated their actual goal from practice. Practice is this, they've turned what they think they're intending to do, this practice, into this decontextualized, unembodied process where the environment is so neutral, the environment is like not a property of the effect, and then they're basically practicing an action that isn't really what they want. We don't want to be doing exercises all day. What's important for people in this process is to be able to freely communicate, to express the meaning that they care to express with the quality that they want to express. So simply doing exercises around quality and then trying to pigeon that into speech, that doesn't get that for you. You have to work towards what the goal is while then having those grounded perceptions of quality, because then you don't have the cognitive load of trying to juggle quality. Now, that's a building up of process. We embody things over time slowly, but it comes through that ground. And even the very notion of there's being a difference between voice practice and speaking the way you want to speak, that's a perceptual boundary that people impose on themselves. I mean, we have to be able to simulate the environment mentally or the environment intentionally that we care about. And that means free-flowing speech, communicating stuff that actually matters to us, and then trying to explore the quality and explore the changes of vocal ability there in that environment. Now, of course, because at that point, then you don't have to deal with the integration. It's not like, okay, I got my quality, now I got to go figure out how to make it work in the world. No, you get those together. They come together. Practice them together. And when we strip it down and reduce it into the basic qualities, like here's this feature, here's this, let's do some exercises, let's listen to this quality, let's do this, that is a helpful reduction so that we can train our perception, so that we can experience the sounds in an honest way, in a simple way, so that by experiencing those sounds, the ground gets stronger, and then it's less cognitive load for us to think about it. Just like if I were to give you, I said this in my Patreon workshop that I've released, and I still have a lot more to do that. Actually, I've got about 35 hours of content that I need to put in some form to release. It goes across the entire process of voice and everything from the ground up to the most meta, to the embodiment, to agency, to all of it. I've got about 35 hours of stuff. So if there's an editor out there, I'm seeking your help. I have an editor right now, but they're focused on a certain aspect of it. But I just need more help editing because I don't have all the time in the world to sort through this stuff and carve it in a way that's like useful for people, that's not just so long and expansive. So if anyone's out there, feel free to shoot me a line at support@transvoicelessons.com. I'll continue to have my editor, and I love working with her, but I need another help as well for these kinds of things. But anyways, getting back to the point, keep it integrated throughout. The reduction is so that we can focus and help us build what we care about looking for, just like with color, right? I use this analogy often. Well, if I were to give you a box of crayons and tell you to go pick out the red crayon, you do not have to think to do that. And if I were to say, I'll give you $100 if you pick out the red crayon, under no circumstance are you going to pick out the wrong crayon unless you have a color vision issue, i.e. you're lacking the ground. That's important, lacking the ground. Or 2, you're trolling me, right? Those are the only 2 conditions that if a person understands the color red, they're going to have trouble grabbing a red crayon out of a box for money, because our actions are automatically mediated through perception. Our perceptions guide us around the world, and they tell us what a good action is and what a bad action is. And so we rely on those, and that's the point of reducing voice learning into qualities, into features, into things to go and think about and do. Because how did you learn red when you were younger? Well, you got showed a bunch of objects that had red colors. That's looking for invariant perception, different forms, something's the same about them in your experience, that's an invariant. And then you see red versus blue. Now you see other qualities which aren't red, and it's the process of experience in relation, and those relations being indexed and pointed to, that give us a syntactic representation of that experience, which is reliable and portable. And then that portable experience becomes embodied. I don't have to look around and think, is that red? It is there as a part of any whole that I look at if red is present. It is automatic, and that is the goal of what reduction in voice learning is about. We want to ground our auditory perceptions from our own first-person experience, so we have them as invariants that guide us through the field. So then we can go and take actions regardless of what those actions are: single sounds, basic words, reading, real conversation, and the whole way through we understand what's happening. We might not be able to get the right outcome yet. We might not be able to do the exact action we want yet, but it's the recognition of quality. It's the recognition of your movement in the space that allows you to triangulate what you care about ultimately. Voice learning is more fundamental than a specific quality. The quality is irreducible from the function, the meaning, and the form. The quality comes first, and it's the thread through all of it. So if I had perfect weight, perfect pitch, perfect resonance, perfect blah, blah, blah quality, but then I literally talked awkwardly, that's going to disrupt our perceptions of perfect quality, because quality is irreducible. And so it's a tool for us to embed and embody in our perceptions and our experience, so we can filter through, navigate, and extract meaning which is relevant to our goal. Because when somebody comes into voice feminization or masculinization, any vocal goal, that's a quality, right? That's variable. All that stuff can be put away for now. When somebody comes into this process and they want to change their voice, there's a bigger goal behind that. A lot of people will say, I want to have less dysphoria. I want to feel more comfortable in myself. I want to, not be misgendered. I want to navigate in the world with, there's the reasons, the impetus and motivation for people getting into this ability is not one of quality. It is one of function. It is one of meaning. It's bigger. And then there is quality underneath that, which will determine if they achieve that end or not. Because you see, what people receive is sound in voice. People don't feel your muscles when you talk. Yet almost every new student I work with takes something away from the videos online, not just mine, but just videos online or voice concepts online, that they need to be feeling around down here, trying to gain control of some muscles down here. What? You didn't learn to walk by gaining control of muscles. You learned to walk as a baby by having a whole impulse to go over there. You didn't even have words for it. There was an urge, a desire to be over there. And that impulse presupposes the whole of what it means to succeed. So when you fall on your butt and you're in pain, you recognize you didn't achieve your goal, and you keep going because you have the perceptual fundamental that threads through those actions and gets you that result. And this is something that I see. So people think like, oh, I'm trying to gain control of my body. Well, how do you know whose voice you like? How do you know voice at all? It comes to everybody first as sound. And that's the fundamental package that somebody gets. And because they learn to speak a language and learned all throughout life, they hear voices, that comes to them, right? And suddenly they don't even notice the quality. It gets wrapped up into form. That form has meaning, and they hear the meaning instead. So right now when I'm talking to you, you're ignoring the quality and you're listening to my meaning. And what I'm intending and how I'm saying and what I'm meaning has an irreducible effect downwards on the quality. And yet the process is made from quality first. And so we get into this really weird bind where people think that what they want to go do is not at all what people do in voice or action, period. So like, another thing I notice is that people like think that they'll watch a screen. I get this a lot. People want an objective way to determine if they're improving towards their goal. That doesn't really make sense, because you're the one that guides yourself through actions. There's not when you go through the world, you don't have a graph that's telling you like, I need to move to the left. No, you figure out how to do that by relating and connecting your sensory experiences with your motor processing. They're synergized, they're integrated and irreducible from each other. And I understand why people want the objectivity, because they want certainty. But by definition, any new ability that we've never done is always going to be enshrouded in uncertainty. Discovery lives in uncertainty. And yet people are so afraid to try, so afraid to experiment and explore on their own, because they think there's a thing they need to be doing, a specific thing that they need to get first before they go do it. Now, of course, if you have a ground and I can share that ground, or you understand some quality, or we ground you there first, yeah, then each of your actions are going to have more utility for you right away. But we learn through the action. We don't learn anything without action. You can sit around and be told concepts in a classroom, and that can mean something to you, but the only reason why that has any relevancy and meaning to you is because prior in your experience, the language became grounded. When people talk about 1, 2, 3, you've played with those when you were younger. You've played with all the words. When someone says a person, you have an idea and a representation out of your experience, mapping onto that word, a person, and that stands in for you, that lets you understand and synthesize and generate new ideas that have real meaning. But when you're trying to learn a brand new skill and a brand new ability that you don't have any grounding in, you got to go do stuff. You got to take actions. And the problem is, if you're focusing on what you feel, if you're focusing on some intellectual concept, then you're now no longer focused into the modality in which voice comes through first, which is sound. The way that someone determines if your voice sounds masculine or feminine, well, sounds, right? Hears. They hear it. They receive you through sound. And if you're not receiving yourself through sound while you take actions, you're essentially putting a blindfold on and trying to learn how to draw. That's not going to be very helpful, even though you can still feel. Right? Because the primary sense modality which we rely on to extract truth in drawing, especially what we want to draw, is the visual experience itself. That's why someone who's never seen before, if you give them a box of crayons and tell them to pull out the red one, that's kind of abusive. That's pretty cruel, I would say, because they have no way to navigate that domain, which is where the core goal and relevant question was built through. And that happens in voice learning, right? So, just a little rant there. That's my first discussion point. So, yeah. But that's why my old content was so different, because I presupposed that people would just get the ground. I came from audio production. I came from music composition. I came from music theory. I already knew that when I say major 7, I do not mean R3, 5, I don't mean the notion of major 7, I mean the literal sound of it, the feeling of it, the interaction with a major 7 chord, and in all the different areas of the spectrum, all that comes to me when I say major 7. And so in the past, I would try to use very objective terminology like acoustic language or biomechanical language to help give a frame to transfer the communication more easily. But in reality, that's not transferring the ground, and it doesn't transfer the ground. And so yes, it's true. We could say yes, it's true. There's a causal relationship between this thing here and that thing there, and we call this here in our experience, but that's not how we do. That's not how we do actions. We don't have to know how, I don't even know the names of my tendons in my forearm, but I can play piano, because that's not how we learn to do things. And that's really important. And I would say the fundamental challenge of voice learning in general, it is far harder to communicate about experience than it is to experience. And yet, at the same time, we don't want someone to have to go off on their own and just experiment and mess around endlessly with no aim, hoping that over time they sort out what's good and what's bad into quality and value, right? That's what we try truncate and speed up and expedite and package in a way that can be absorbed and embodied in a meaningful way. But even then, it can't be absorbed or embodied in a meaningful way without action. So you can even have a logical understanding of, yeah, I know what pitch sounds like, I know what this feature sounds like, I know what that sounds like, I know the logic, I know the structure of it, I know how I'm supposed to do, I just can't do it. Well, then you need to go be taking actions. And if you still feel like your actions are not changing at all, then you need to step outside of what actions you're selecting for and go do something different. It has to come from your agency. You have to intend to do something different with your voice. It can be worse, it can be better, it can be silly, it can be amazing, it can be feminized, it can be anything. Because as long as you have a whole intention of quality or function or something you want to do, and you try to do that, then you get to know if you did it or not. But if you have no clue what you're trying to do and you keep trying to do it, well, then that doesn't even make sense. If you're uncertain, right, about what the thing is, then by definition, you can't know if you got the thing or not, right? So we have to develop that awareness of what the person's trying to do in a more sort of fundamental way, quality, ground, and then use that ground. And as we explore that, and that's where exercises, quote unquote, exercises tend to be, exploring qualities. And the reason why we do that is not because by exploring qualities you magically get the effect you want, but by exploring qualities you embody and integrate your perception. And once that's integrated, then you go and do what you care about. And you shouldn't not be doing what you care about throughout that process, by the way, but you should jump around, maybe trying to do the whole thing and then stripping it back and then working on building better perception of qualities, then bring it back. And so, right, it's a give and take. It's not one or the other. It's one and the other together. It's not binary logic. It's paraconsistency. It's this and that and this and this at the same time in multi-stability, not this, then this, then this, then this. Because it's got to come from your agency. And you as a being are not linear. You are dynamic. You are emergent. You are unfolding. You never know how are you going to feel? Tell me how you're going to feel tomorrow. You can't. You don't know. You're going to wake up tomorrow and then you'll get a feeling about how you feel, and then you'll get some idea about how today might go. And then maybe you felt like it was going to be really bad, and then you actually were like, no, never mind. I'm going to have a great day today. You change your mind. You maybe eat some good food. You maybe do something fun, whatever, and your whole perspective changes. You are unfolding the whole way through. And so you need the invariant tools that give the real value about what you're trying to look for in the space, so that then when you go romp around in the space, all you get back from it is meaning and value. Even when you do it wrong, that's still valuable if you understand what you're trying to do, the ground, and not understand logically, right? So that's the problem, right? Whenever we use language, people project in what they want. And this comes back to perception, right? The word thing, it, this. So if you go and look at videos on VoiceLessons, it's like, so here's this thing, and so it's a blah, blah, blah. It is blah, blah, blah. It, thing, this, these. That word, even that, see, boom, see, I just selected it again because I believe that you held on to that representation I was talking about. Even that very thingness, itness, thisness, thatness, thoseness, there's another, right? So they're completely empty. They have nothing. They are inference words. It's a giant mirror that's being held up to you dynamically and saying, what do you think that was? What do you perceive that was? It's an empty mirror. And that's what makes learning an ability that has to be embodied and embedded in your capacity challenging, because it's not about, it's exactly that. You are the one that selects and understands and finds in your experience what it is that you care about. And we can give general rules and guidelines and principles and say, this is disproportionately useful for the majority of people who learn it. This is disproportionately useful for the other majority. This is an important quality, no matter if you talk about masculine. Boom, this is always going to show up as a quality space that we boundaried off and identified as a similarity and difference. And this is an important similarity, which now we've pointed to as a notion and call a thing, right? But it's the experience of the quality that matters. And that's what it really is. And once you have that experience and you have that ground, then you can flip and go all kinds of places with it and do anything that you want to actualize in the direction that you want, because you have tools that are valuable and full of meaning. They're not empty. See there again, see that perceptual word, these things, that thing. See, if I look and I point off into the distance and I go, do you see that? Of course you don't, because there's nothing in the word that which contains anything thing again, right? Anything, there's nothing in the word that which contains any meaning. It is an inference word. You dynamically do an exference and take in information and try to come up with what the person was indexing, what the itness was that they were talking about, what that is that they're speaking on. And that process then, because of how our language works and because of how our society's metaphysics works, constantly leads to this problem of not understanding that there's multiple forms of knowledge. Like that there's formal knowledge, but this process ability doesn't come through formal knowledge. Formal knowledge is a structure. It's the skeleton. It's the residue afterwards, and it can be useful as a map and a guide, but it does not replace experience. And there's all sorts of, like I said, I'll be publishing my whole metaphysics book. I don't know, treatise, essay, I don't even know what you'd call it. I mean, it's a whole system and the illustrations and whatever. The point being, my system of metaphysics is based on perception, because I believe that's the lowest hurdle we can get to. All our knowledge, all our truth, all our claims are contingent. They're contingent on experience, and all experience that humans have ever had is contingent on perception. And all perceptions that all humans have ever had is contingent on our perceptual principles that we all seem to exhibit. And from that, we can see lots of patterns across history and spiritual traditions and physical traditions and philosophical traditions and scientific traditions and traditions of action, all of these things which continue to reflect back the same principles that our perception is bound by. And that to me is very important. That's not to say that that's all there, we can't get anything but we just can't be certain about anything which is not perception. And that's why anything and nothing, something, nothing are the same, because nothing is a thing in our concept. Like the concept of nothing is something, right? But now true nothingness, like it's not even comprehensible. We've never even been in a universe. Even the empty vacuum in space is something. And even the very concept of nothing is something, because they're both things. They're states of thingness. Nothing is not thing. And by definition, every thing or something that we pick out was carved against the backdrop of everything else. And then anything which is not the thing that we're talking about is the not thing. The figure and the ground. This is one of the most basic perceptual principles that we see over and over and over. I mean, the Gestalt theorists have demonstrated this forever. The perceptual theorists have demonstrated this forever. Not thing and thing are the same. Thing emerges from the ground of everything. So we have this continuous phenomena in front of us, and based on its similarity and difference, we boundary it in certain ways, and that then allows us to close it as an object and select it as a conceptual object or perceptual object or physical object, which is really just a type of perceptual object. Physical objects are a type of perceptual object. And once we have those perceptual objects, everything that is not that becomes the not thing, the ground in which the figure emerges from. And you can see this over and over. And so language has a big problem, because language presupposes a ground, and then the ground hides in concealment. So when I talk about like, this is what you need to go do, or blah, 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 right? Since there's a this word, a necessary reflection, perceptual reflector word, then you're going to fill it with whatever you believe is possible, whatever you've taken away, whatever your inferences are. And by definition, if you don't have a ground of vocal quality, or you don't hear, or you're not listening at all, or you think this process is a physical one, the itness of that will not be filled with the right content for you to then have it as a utility to go do stuff with. So stuff, that's another one too. Stuff's another empty word, reflecting back perception. So, I mean, it's perceptual turtles all the way down, and you can't get out of it. The only way out of it is just pure awareness, but because that's not perceiving anything. It's just simply being and existing. Not existing, that's a bit passive, but it is. It just is. There's no more reducibility past it. And that's the very bottom of where perception could even begin. And everything inside of our perceptions upwards from that are carved out of that substrate of awareness. Otherwise, we wouldn't be aware of that which we're perceiving. We wouldn't be aware of this or that, or things, or everything, or not thing. We require awareness in order to have experience that's had and retained, and then from the experience we have, based on its approximate similarities and differences, we then notice quality from there. So our sense against sense turns into quality. Qualities against quality creates form. That's where form comes from, is that we see relative similarities, relative differences out of our field of inference that we have access to, out of our phenomenal experience. And then by doing that, then we end up with stuff, things. those things are now forms that are appearing to us, and then we can point at those forms. The pointing is an indexical tool. It's a syntactic link. So when I point at the form, which I gained through experience based on its similarities and differences, I now have a syntactic link to the form out there, which is I gained through experience. And then once I point at it, I go cat, dog, voice, word, something. I give it a notion and a label, which is a representative ticker. That representative ticker can then be brought back in a very simple, concrete way, and then it should presuppose the form, it should presuppose then the quality, and the quality was gained through relative similarity and differences in direct experience, which we selected through awareness. So we end up all the way back down to that point again, and that's the challenge of voice learning, is I could sit here all day and make a scientific video about what you need to do, but unless you, as an individual, understand your own experience and what's relevant out of that experience, which is, it's transferable, but it's just most easily transferable in a co-evolutionary feedback loop, student-teacher, or even peer-to-peer, or it's done through that ground. It's not like you go read a textbook and then you become a professional tennis player, right? There is no equation I can go read that transfers to me the ability of being the best tennis player ever. I can learn all the principles of good tennis. I can learn what I'm supposed to do. I can watch whatever. I can get every fact statement possible about tennis, but that does not give me the ability of being a great tennis player, because cognition is embodied and embedded inside of us, and it comes through the direct integration of our sensory motor cognition, and those things are integrated. There's no one or the other, or this one then that one, or well, first you do that then this. It's always both, irreducibly so. And that is the beauty of perception, and also the problem of perception. And, if you go and you look at the Buddhist traditions, I'm particularly fond of Nagarjuna's middle path tradition. I've been reading through that. That's what he got. That's what has been found. The early traditions around the human history have known these differences in the problem of existence for such a long time. There's the 3 marks of existence: anaka, anicca, and dukkha. Dukkha is suffering. Why are things considered suffering? Because there is no permanent essence in anything. Thingness is perceptual. It is contingent, necessarily so. And even this non-self, I definitely am a self. Hi, I'm me, I'm talking to you right now, but I understand behind myself, there is myself is not persistent. Who I identify as and what I am and my skills and what I feel about things, that changes perpetually. But what doesn't change is that root awareness, and that is the sort of bottom level that we get. And so same problem. I'm not quite a Buddhist or anything, but I've studied, at this point I've tried to study all the world's spiritual traditions and different historical traditions. I've studied the Tao, and I tried getting through the sort of more holistic version, the I Ching, which has been fascinating. I read the Upanishads and the Bhagavad Gita recently, or not recently, over the summer. I read a lot of different Buddhist texts, a lot of Gnostic, Christian, and Jewish texts, a lot of Hermetic mystics texts, just a lot of... I'm trying to understand what cumulative wisdom has been left for us to understand. And they all are basically saying something similar. Now, of course, the content of what they're saying is different, but the principles of what they're saying is the same. And it's quite interesting. I sort of feel like there's this theoretical physicist. I believe he's maybe no longer in the world, David Bohm. I would recommend, he's a very interesting thinker. He was the one who actually created the pilot wave theory, if anyone is familiar with the pilot wave theory from quantum mechanics. It's basically a different interpretation, which sort of gets rid of some of the randomness, let's say, but it's because you measure it at first, and so then it's defined point or whatever. It's the uncertainty resolves once the uncertainty is resolved, which makes kind of obvious sense. But nonetheless, so he has the pilot wave interpretation. David Bohm, though, he has a really amazing quote that I'm very fond of, and the older I get, the more I feel it's true. And that is, over time, we tend to know more and more about less and less. And I think that is just so true, because we sort of unfold our own understanding continuously, and thingness is infinite, and perception's infinite, and it never stops. And so we can always understand a new fact, always see a thing a new way, always understand a new relation, always see how the meaning goes deeper. And that process unfolding creates very localized islands of people and bodies of thought and schools and traditions. And if you look behind all of them, they're all sort of pointing to the same thing. So that's where I'm at with things. And I think that perception is the commonality between all of them. It is the irreducible shared function that every single one of these claims has, including inductive sciences, including deductive reasoning, whether it's sort of more in like a formalist setting. That's what one of the problems of Hume's problem of induction, right? Is that all of the knowledge we have comes through experience. And then Kant tried to respond to that through the transcendental idealism by saying, well, what is left if we remove all content from our understanding? What are we left with? And what are we left with? Well, what we would consider to be a priori, but the interesting part is it's not really a priori. You can see in the principles of sufficient reason, Leibniz and Schopenhauer's fourfold roots on the principles of sufficient reason and so forth, and even Kant's exploration on this, that all the things that are left over in a priori are as follows: time, space, causality, and necessity. So once you take all those axioms, then you can say, sure, we've got this a priori form, but when we understand like perception, it's like, well, what does perception do? It finds similarity and difference, then it closes into object form. That's one of the first things you get as a baby. You're not taught object permanence. You develop object permanence on your own, and object permanence itself is perceptual object closure. And then once the perceptual object is closed, then when that object does something, you get to see a monocausal cause and effect. That's what we call reason. Reason's not some special thing that humans have access to that nothing else does. You know, animals around the world have reason as well. Like I always say to my students, hide a dog's toy. It walks into the room, looks down at the ground, sees the toy's not there, and looks up at you, right? That's reason. There's nothing magic about reason. It's monocausal inference or pseudo-monocausal inference. But then that presupposes that you are confident enough to believe that you have determined the boundaries of thing that you're looking for. And since thing is perceptually a reflection, you're getting to choose how much other stuff you let into your causal exclusion boundary or how much of it you include. And when you include little or include more, when you include everything, then it's like, well, damn, everything's integrated and connected. How can we even make a useful statement about that? So then we go to reduction and we try to find what is most causally bounded up in itself, which we find as little tiny objects. All then you go and probe even the deepest reaches of those tiny little objects. And apparently what information we get back is that they're in all possible states all possible locations simultaneously in a probability distribution. An amplitude. That is, even that statement, I mean, whether that interpretation's true or not or whatever, right? That's an emergent from what we've selected as an object boundary to go interrogate as a thing. And we have a certain causal window that we try to include or exclude. We go in controlled settings, which is a certain causal window. We create all these conditions so that we can try to understand cause and effect. Time. What is time other than our similarity and difference of the phenomena unfolding against itself? It's the substrate. We go and watch a phenomena. We watch everything's changing. That's one constant that we understand or we can observe, basically. Everything's changing, so we sit there and watch it change, and then we just track its change against itself and call that dimension time. Time and space are both presupposed in self-referential consciousness. Space is presupposed in the very selection of object. When a thing is out there, when there's that object or this piece, that thing out there at first, not conceptual objects, but quite literally in the world objects, those presuppose space. That's why there's the law of non-contradiction. There cannot be two exact things in the exact place in space. That violates our law of non-contradiction. Why? Because it's a spatial property. We say, well, of course there can't be me standing in the same location you're standing, It's quite interesting. The Greeks' notion of space was quite different. Going off Heidegger's translation on this particular, but the point being that Greeks didn't really have a notion of space. It was more so that space was what beings occupied. Beings possessed space. Things possessed space. And so space is almost a property of a thing. It's not really that which itself is out there. And time has to be presupposed in self-referential consciousness, because you come to recognize yourself even on a most primitive, reduced level. Let's simplify it, right? Because you recognize that you're having a persistent experience. I had this yesterday. This quality in itself, right? We take language out of it, just quality. This phenomena again, familiarity, that's presupposing time by necessity. And by the substrate for causality is time and space. That's how we have a thing, and then it does this thing, and then we say, does that follow from the premise? Does that go there? Does it do this? Does it follow in that trajectory? And so we end up with causality as a third relation, the notional representation of how time and space are relating to each other in a way that seems monocausally bound. And then to top it all off, at least with Kant's argument, Critique of Pure Reason, he caps it off with necessity. It is necessarily so that we trust those elements. Otherwise, nothing else would be reasonable, because by definition, reason is that. So we're in a bit of a bind, and so that's quite interesting. I mean, it's interesting because then Leibniz takes it the other direction, right? He goes all the way on it and says, actually, the necessity is the key, and necessity is like the fundamental of it all, where it's like it is this way because it had to be this way. If you've read Monadology is quite an interesting text. But yeah, I pretty much take the Kantian Critique of Reason the total opposite way, where that just makes me an absolute skeptic of reason fundamentally. I'm not a skeptic of reason because by definition, once again, by necessity, the only thing that could make sense to me is that which is reasonable, right? So, like, of course, if someone presents an argument to me that's very reasonable, I have to agree with it, because that's what it means for something to make sense by definition. It's the structure of sense making that we have, and it's embedded in perception. Our perceptual principles leave those exact same residues. Similarity and difference presupposes that change is occurring, or at least there's something against something, with thingness against space is now presupposed, or phenomena is presupposed in it, which phenomena occur in space. So we end up in this weird bind. And so that's where I'm most certain that we are bound in perception. I can feel pretty certain about that. Then everything below that, if I try to penetrate beneath perception, at that point now I'm going on speculation. So I might assign, rough probabilities around what would be below perception, or what, the noumenon, or what we can get from the universe more fundamentally. But I don't base my life on that, because I'm a localized being. I exist. I'm about being pragmatic. What's going to make the effect? What's going to make the difference? So when we come into voice, right, it's not an a priori structure of knowledge that you need. I don't need to give you a pseudo monocausal map of exactly everything you need to do in pure text and pure formalism, because then there's no ground. The ground is necessary. The ground is the experience in which all the meaning that you get can populate that content and form. And once that content is populated, then you can actually do something with it, because it can guide you intuitively and actually. So yeah, I'd say that perception is sort of the base level for me, where things all start. I mean, awareness, okay, now we're going contingency. So, but perception's contingent on experience and awareness again. So those are kind of the more fundamental irreducibles. But, okay, let me catch comments. I pretty much just went on a big rant. I've just been wanting to say this for such a long time on the stream, because it's one of the reasons why I don't make the content that I want to make. There's certain videos I want to make with voice that I just want to geek the hell out. I just want to talk and go super deep on stuff like I used to go. But because my goal is to help people with this channel, by going super geeky and talking about and nerding out and going deep on things, that does not guarantee it helps anybody. Because the way that help is generated here is through the ground. And so, if I can just say that message clearly and everybody understands that, then I can go and geek out, and we can put the videos where they're super geeky in the right reference frame, in the right modality of knowledge where they belong, in formal knowledge. And if you have a ground already, then it's not just formal. Then it's formal but very meaningful and very grounded, and it will generate new stuff for you. If you have a ground in, then you understand the concepts or the knowledge. So yeah, I'll eventually make a video on all that, but maybe I'll show you all my metaphysical structure of things at some point today. I pretty much have rambled about sort of the path of which has taken me there, but that's why I used to be so reductionist It's quite startling, really, when I think about it. But I wasn't, though, right? Because my experience was comprehensive and integrated. So I had the experience, which was holistic and full of meaning and content, which is why I was allowed and able to do what I could do and why I've done what I've been able to do. But then when I would go describe it, it was such a reductive way. And, that's useful if you have the ground, because then, it's like a shortcut to get things and such, but it's not actually guaranteed to be productive for someone if they don't get the ground. I'd say about 40% of people, 40 to 60%, will intuitively get the ground if they go and take action based on, oh, I heard Z do this thing in a video and I'm going to try and do that, right? But you see, then it's not coming from their agency. So they can get the grounding, but then once they get that grounding, they'll be like, oh, what do I do now? I need to go do a thing. But then it has to turn around and come from their agency, working towards what they care about, using the tools that they've already embodied and embedded in their abilities. That's also one thing I'm very concerned about with AI. I'm not an irrational AI hater. I think it's incredible technology, and I think it's really quite fascinating. But I'm really, 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 really concerned about the people who are developing AI, and how they seem to believe that if you put everything in the right place and then you hit play on it, your thing comes out. But in reality, our consciousness and our being emerged in an integrated, symbiotic, dynamic way in the world perpetually, right? I made this argument on someone on Twitter last night, right? Like, our very mitochondria were enslaved non-sulfur bacteria that got trapped in cell membrane and stayed there and eventually worked out a relationship. It was never in a vacuum a thing was developed. And when we try to develop AI, we give it discrete language, we have training data, and then we use our concepts and models of how we think, a reduction form of how humans learn, or our systems that we would need to create inference, to create a check of causality, and to check quality as models against the world and such, right? Which all that's incredibly useful research and incredibly important. But then it's like, they then seem to want to presuppose out the ground. The ground matters. The process matters. The product is not it, right? The process that led to the product is it. And if you just take a product that looks the same, that is not necessarily the same. And if you can't see in the implicate order of some other system, then you can't know it's the same. And I don't believe all of you are conscious because you say you're conscious. I believe you're conscious because you came into the world with basically nothing. You started from a single cell organism which had encoded information over billions of years of interactive, embedded, dynamic, embodied development in the world, in the ecosystem, in harmony and in integration. That encoded information there starts in you as a single cell, builds all these complex subsystems, which themselves are their own wholes, and half of the cells in your body are not human, right? You aren't some like, oh, we go in the world and get training data and that's how we learn our world. That is the most reduced form of it. I don't believe you're conscious because you say you're conscious and you use language in the right way. I believe you're conscious because you came into the world not even knowing who you were, what you were, not even knowing what an object was. You came into the world in raw immersion of sense even before you were born, and you discovered the world through your integrated sensory actions, so much so that then you gained language through a real ground, and then you spoke, I am. That's why I believe you're conscious, not because you say I am. That's not special. Our language always presupposes the ground. So when we feed massive trillions of words and trillions of language into these models, yes, the product and their outputs can be dazzling and marvelous and do all kinds of cool utilities, but it's not grounded. And it's interesting too, because I get in arguments about this all the time with these AI people who think you can just reduce it all, and there's not irreducible forms of emergence. It all comes from just this one little thing that's the modeling, the Bayesian inference out into the world. Well, that's a model. A human created that through perception of how people work in the world and update their prior beliefs, right? That is not itself it. The map is not the territory, yada, yada, yada. Et cetera, et cetera. And I think that we could have interesting AI systems that we don't train them with. We give them the structures, we bring them in, and they have an integrated sensory motor, and they've got to figure out the world on their own. Because as long as they're just taking trillions of human symbols, which are now ungrounded because the ground is removed from them because language presupposes the ground, yes, they can spit back and mirror back all sorts of fascinating inference patterns, and they might even end up having some emergence or some what it's like to be inside that system, right? But we can't ever know that because the way an implicate order, explicate order works, well, that goes back to David Bohm. I really like that language in particular for this function. But if they were to be embedded and integrated and dynamically sensing, then I would feel a bit more, yeah, okay, there's something happening there that's not just echoing back symbols and hitting a critical mass where then the symbol echoing becomes so hard to determine that is it really just echoing symbols, or is there something going on there? Does it really have a feeling of what it's like to be that thing, or is it just communicating what it would expect, an appearance of what it would be like to be that thing to be? And this is also, where I really think Daniel Dennett as a philosopher is incredibly misguided. He'll sit there and say that qualia has no impact, while the very reason he was even able to come to that agreement was the fact that he's experienced qualia. These illusionists are a little foolish, I would say. The only thing that we can be certain of is that we have awareness and nothing else. Everything else from there is filtered through perception, and we can be aware that we are perceiving it this way, and we can be aware that the inference pattern has a high degree of approximation and effectiveness to where it explains this phenomena pretty well. But an explanation is, again, not the phenomena actually occurring. And that goes back to Hume's problem of induction, which, all that. Yeah, it's an interesting dilemma that we're in. It's interesting because I even got this AI bro last night, if I may slide a little subtle derogatory framing in there, a little priming, who, I made this argument to Eliezer Yudkowsky last night, who's an AI person or whatever, and someone replies to me and says, embodiment is not that important. Different modalities give isomorphic representations of an underlying world. You can use LLMs to do non-LLM stuff, like doing embodied tasks. This is because, here's what they said, this is because language is a rich enough medium to express all important aspects of the world. So to understand language, you need to understand the world. So the person's presupposing the ground. He sends me this link to PaLM-E, an embodied multimodal language model, and amazingly their very first paragraph says the complete opposite of what that person says, and it totally agrees. We propose embodied models to directly incorporate real-world continuous sensor modalities into their language models, thereby establishing the link, what I would call a syntactic link, between worlds and percepts, right? Because that's what language gives us. We have syntax, and that's what, logic is essentially the science of reason, which is essentially how syntaxes relate, how essentially the relation of relations without content, it's content-free relation science, basically, i.e. mathematics are invariant perceptions out of quality, which are the same thing. So we end up in this position where it's like, this person's trying to say that language contains all that you ever would need, and then they're literally sending me a link to something that literally in the very first paragraph of the abstract says the complete opposite. But the rationalists are convinced that it's all language all the way down. And it's like it very well may be if what you constitute as a language is a set of rules that seem to play out a certain way. But we see the rules change depending on your locality, depending on what scale you're at. You zoom into a scale, now you're in different rules. Zoom out, now you have different rules. Take the perspective of a frame of reference, i.e. a local being with a self, now you have different rules. And that's one of the challenges in voice learning, is that it is logical, it is reasonable, but the type of reason is different. The reasoning and the medium of reason and logic where it unfolds in is different. It unfolds, it's reason about experience that you have, not reason about form, content-free form, i.e. like logic of the thing itself. That doesn't give you the ground. That just gives you the representation and the relations of the representations. But then how did that representation come to be in relations? A perceiver, quality, experience, or as Charles Sanders Peirce, one of the great logicians in American tradition, would say, firstness in his metaphysical category, which I've taken a bit from that. So I'll use that language here to draw back to that. So yeah, our integrated sensory motor capacity is irreducible from our cognition. When we go and look, there's a lot of research in the last 25 years that continues to point this direction, continues to get more significant, and I think soon we'll hit a critical mass which will be unavoidable, which is that we have embodied cognition. When I say the word water, and I have you think about water, it's not just all the associated words with water show up. All your experiences with water come into the fold for you. And we can actually see this, I'll butcher the description of it because I'm not a neurologist or molecular, what do they call it, muscular electro, I don't know, where they like hook you up to electrical impulses and they measure what your muscles do, right? If someone handles a frying pan and they think about frying pan, your body does the action still, but just in very trace amounts. Words that you have grounded simulate the experiences that you had that grounded those words. That's why it's so weird, but you can talk to a pianist or a musician or even a vocalist and say, okay, now do that same passage again, but in a very watery way, right? Because we have a whole embodied understanding of water and then wateriness, and then we can bring that through the impulse of action. And this is how we also work in voice feminization or different things, right? If you think to yourself the whole time, all right, here, I'm going to go practice, then what you're doing is you're selecting for all your sounds to sound like you're practicing, which means now you're by necessity not doing what it is that you actually care about doing, which is actual speech that's not just practicing, right? And so this whole embodiment aspect is really, really important. And it's not exactly clear. I mean, because we have this Cartesian sense, the duality, right? Where it's my mind is my mind and my body is my body. Your mind and your body are the same thing. Your mind is your body and your body is your mind. The reason why you have the cognitive tools you have access to is because your body and your being in the world and your dynamic actions in the world through your sensory capacities, which then ground that so your cognition has meaning that it can actually rebuild, so that it can take perceptual objects that aren't just empty words or notions, but real experiences in perception, place them next to each other and get new meaning out of it. What does it mean to vocalize in a watery way, right? One of the things I like to do to prove this to my students over and over is I'll have a completely untrained vocalist who has no vocal background. You can try this on your own. Count to 10, and as you count to 10, progressively make it sound sadder, right? And if you honestly go do that, everyone can do that. Literally everybody can do that. And I see every student can do that. Sometimes they'll be reserved. I say, no, really commit to the bit, right? And they'll go, and guess what they do? As soon as they start sounding sad, they start looking sad. Their body language changes. They pull away, they shift. There are persistent patterns that show up cross-culturally in language that indicate this embodiment of cognition. If you go and look at the idioms around the world, we see that I'm over the moon, I'm on top of the mountain, I'm riding on a high, whatever. And you go and look at other cultures, highness is goodness. It's feeling good is high. Then feeling bad is in the dirt, down in the dumps. I'm low, I'm on the ground, right? This is not an accident. Now, I'm not saying that those languages are selected that way purely because of our bodies, but because of our interactions in the world. It's the way that we move through the world. Our very vessel changes and conforms what could be a possible input and what could be a possible output and what could be possible to cognate, that, or to have cognition of. I should say not cognate, different. That's a different word, but to have cognition of. And that's why it's like time is so relevant to each thing that we consider. When someone says something like, it is this, that is that, this is weight, they're speaking in an atemporal certain, right? Like in reality, there's the present right now happening. The future doesn't exist. At least we can't have any access to it. If it did, maybe if there's some circular block universe or something, then we have the future's there, but we're going into it or something. I don't necessarily believe that. And the past lives on through the phenomenal memory of causality unfolding, or of literal beings that have phenomenal memory of the past. And so we're in the present, but then what's coming to us in the phenomena is immediacy. It's there. It's this. And then it was. So we point to it as it was that. And then if we can test the fact that it was, then it becomes it is that. And then you have this atemporal realm of forms, which are actually passive. They put you in a passive state. So if you're thinking about what do you need to do, like what is the thing I need to go do, then you're not going to do it, because doing is dynamic. Doing is progressive. It's happening. It's a progressive present. It's not a static atemporal object that's out of time just waiting and is always that. I mean, invariant perceptions work like that. That's why we can say this is red, that is this, that is that. But what you see, right, is this is red, or not that necessarily, but let's say the YouTube button, that is red. Well, guess what? If I go in the background and I change the colors in my room and I put blue light in the room, now it's purple. It isn't red in itself. It is a perceptual experience that we have, and the invariant that we hold in us, that becomes seemingly atemporal, and it's seemingly consistent to be mapped across different things. Just like 1. 1 plus 1 is 2. I would never disagree with that, but the reason it is that is because we accept the axioms that mathematics lays down, such as the law of identity. A equal A. Okay, cool. But if you actually go out in the world and you look, one of something is never the same. If I go to the grocery store and I grab 2 apples, and now I have 1 apple in each hand, they are not the same. They cannot be the same. They will have different quality. This apple looks tastier than this one. One is not equal in that. That's why, the Platonic realm of forms is the way that it is, because it's not here what is. There's that word again, static atemporal, because it's not being. It's not in the world with us. It's a perceptual and conceptual object, which allows us content-free relational certainty, which is very useful. I'm not eschewing that. There's nothing wrong with that. It's incredibly useful. But it's even more useful if we include that, and we include the other types of irreducible knowledge and experiences that are extremely relevant. Otherwise, we end up with bad metaphysics where everyone's trying to learn an ability, and they're trying to learn a dynamic ability which has to be embodied, but they're trying to do it through like a static notion or something. It's very bizarre stuff. Yeah, but anyways, the only reason why we accept 1 plus 1 equals 2 is because of the laws of identity. We have an invariant percept of 1, and when that invariant percept is put next to another invariant percept of 1, we see that there's 2 things there. That's great. But the law of identity is an axiom. It's not proven. It's presupposed. And through its presupposition is how we then get to all the other axioms and other laws that we accept as axioms. There is no exact identical thing in the universe. Even if it's an identical molecular structure or an identical chemical, whatever, its spatial position is different. Its spatial position is a thing about it. It's a property about it that necessarily makes it different. That is why the atemporal realm of forms works the way that it does, because it strips content out of the thing, and then it gives you relations and then notions of relations. And the notions of relations are necessarily out of time because they're not grounded on the experience. And so then that comes back to Pierce. First, second, third. Third is the representational stuff. Second is the reaction or the linking. First is the itness, the thisness itself, the raw visceral experience. And from that, even the notion that the forms don't evolve, like 1 plus 1 equals 2. Think about it this way. When you were 5 years old, 1 plus 1 equals 2 meant something. And now as an adult, 1 plus 1 equals 2 means something different. It still functionally operates the same. You process it the same. The product of it is the same, but your relation to it is completely different. And the idea that these forms just linger around forever as if they're never changing and also not evolving with us is ridiculous. The Neoplatonists have deluded themselves. So there's a little rant about that. So, because if I were to then, and you can do this in logic, right? I could go and then take, okay, sure, I understand that's an axiom, law of identity. Well, I could go and do this. I could literally write an axiom ahead of time and go 1 equals 5, which is what we do all the time when we're doing computers, right? Open ones, we then represent them. I could say 1 equals 5 is an axiom. And if you accept that axiom, now 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2. It equals 10. But also then we'd say that actually 2 equals 10 because 2 is composed of 2 1-to-1s and then the 1s equal 5, so 2's automatically 10, right? It's a relational game that's being played and there's no content underneath it. And we got those quantities through similarity and difference, recognizing objects, recognizing that object, this object, and how the properties and relations of those objects change, but it came through the ground of experience again. So that takes me back once again. So the isness is a very, very, it's a very necessary domain that we have, but it's also very problematic because notice we don't say I is me. Why don't we say I is me? Because we are not static. We are not notional. I am me. Amness is dynamic and emergent. It's present and happening and unfolding. There's a degree of uncertainty there. Not uncertainty that we are, but the fact that it's now. It's not out of time. It's not out of the world. It's in the world. And this is super critical. So anyways, now let me just go ahead here and look at, I'll just scroll down. I haven't even looked at the comments once. I guess I've been streaming already for an hour and 20 minutes. Sorry about that, folks. Hopefully that was, yes, everything is awesome. That was the first comment I saw. Everything is awesome. Everything is overwhelmingly incredible. And it's just, it's all pretty much the same. Let's see. Zia must have had a reason to me as well. Synchronicity. I disagree with that, Adria. Very much I disagree with that. The problem being is that there's no ground there. The ground is the relational notions. So I don't agree with you quite so much there. I mean, I agree with it. It's all part of emergence or whatever. So yeah, been using your lesson for a couple of weeks. Awesome. Tripping right now. Almost 30 minutes. Oh, are you the girl who's been on Destiny stream all times? Yes. Destiny and I are rather friendly with each other. I debated him in a music debate and crushed him. I humiliated him live and made him walk back his statement and perhaps gave him one of the worst defeats of his life. So that was quite enjoyable. And then he came over once we jammed and played piano together, which was pretty fun. Just in case, we'll get to, just in case synchronicity. Oh, I'm gonna go forward because there's a lot of people. Have you considered making a second channel for your super geeky, super in-depth stuff? It sounds really interesting. Yeah, because really what I've understood over time is that it's not so much that I'm interested in music or interested in voice or interested in voice teaching. I'm interested in everything, and I'm interested in the sort of the universality of everything and sort of universal thinking in a way. That universal thinking being the invariance that perception gives us. So it's a ground for me to understand people. Yeah, I used to believe that perception was the ground, but I've begun to suspect that computation is the ground. One way to understand, okay, yes, Lucius, I already talked about that as well. So maybe I'll scroll ahead and see what you respond to with that. But I mean, computation is a perceptual notion, right? You're saying you used to think perception was the ground, but now you think it's computation. The only reason why you can think it's computation is because computation represents something, which is perceptual. And whatever you include in the perception of what you deem to be computation or not computation necessarily then becomes computation. So you can't escape perception. Even computation itself, you could say, is mechanical perception, right? When an atom bounces in, let's say, little molecular billiard balls, right? I mean, that's mechanical perception, right? Which is where I would say the panpsychists have some ground for an argument there that everything's conscious in some capacity if we would define consciousness as simple awareness or sort of simple mechanical perception. But still, nonetheless, even the notion that computation is the base of everything, not perception, I mean, the only reason you could even come to know that is through perception. You can't get out of that perceptual turtle. And anything that you could build as a machine that could tell you the answer to that question necessarily has to communicate in a way which is reasonable for your perception. So you're still stuck in perception, reasonably so, and necessarily so. And so no, I don't think that computation is the base. That doesn't make any sense. I believe the base is beyond our comprehension. I don't believe it's computation. Computation is a notion of patterns and causality that people make and project onto the world. And computation is valuable and it's important. And I would say that we can reduce most things to computation because that's just basically saying this does that when this does this, and then we unfold that a bunch and we represent this with that. And you can essentially nest it because you can do abstracted turtles forever or whatever. But the way that all that came into being in the first place, again, was through perception. And the reason why you hold it as certainty is because of perception once again. So, you're not outside of perception thinking that everything is computation. I think thinkers such as David Deutsch, Daniel Dennett, the computationalists, I think they are rather foolish in that regard. I think that they speak in a way that they're certain of something that they cannot have certainty of. While then at the same time saying to everybody else, like, oh, you're talking about things that can't be pointed to or tangibly talked about or whatever, while they're quite literally doing the same thing, and they're smuggling it under this word called computation, which is just like a fill-in word for stuff happens in some reasonable way. And so by definition, what's reasonable has to be something that comes through perception that seems reasonable through pseudo-monocausality, etc. I mean, once again, it's a circular loop we were going prior. I'm just going to jump to the very bottom. Language cannot describe everything. I totally agree with you. Language can barely describe things. I mean, if you had an infinite amount of fact statements about the color red, but you've never seen the color red before, and then you suddenly gain the ability to see red, you just gained new information. You gained something in that experience. That's a traditional argument. There's a famous argument there. You know, and we could go through the whole whatever, right? Philosophical traditions that talk about this in different ways. But let's see here. Ooh, can God be scientifically proven? Well, I believe that what God is the invariant percept of invariant percepts itself. So for example, everything is the same because it's thingness in a way, and invariance itself is kind of our God in a way. The reason why people see God everywhere. I mean, I do have a strong attachment to that word and a strong meaning, but I don't think there's like this deistic thingness out there or anything like that necessarily. I mean, there very well may be. It's beyond where I can access. But what I mean is that the invariant, it's the invariant of invariant perceptions. It's what the first recognition is in a way, and I think that's why we have similar properties in terms of atemporal, or sort of. I'm not here to get into that one, but I would say, like, for example, the number 1 is about the closest thing we have to God, because the number 1 is the very first. It's the most stripped down skeletal form of the invariant quantity percepts, and once you get 1, you presuppose all other possible relations, and that's where the Fourier transform comes from. That's where the harmonic series comes from. So in a way, I think God is the harmonic series. Well, I think that perception's a harmonic series, or the perception reflects harmonic series, which means once we have one concrete symbol, every other symbol can be generated. And I think that first concrete symbol is the invariant symbol of all symbols we generate all the other symbols out of. And I think that that's why so many traditions across the world have had this notion of God, because the very first symbol you have is now enables you to have the invariant capacity to generate symbols. And of course, then everything looks the same, because you're generating out of the same process of generation. And some other things, Euclid's cool. I did read Euclid's Elements for the first time this year, so that was fun. Actually, check this out. I've been enjoying some circular geometries. Here's a dodecagon that I did the other day, and then here's a heptagon, a 7-divided circle. I did it with the Gnosis method. It's like 98% it's like 98% accurate construction or whatever with that method. It's construct one something whatever, but that's pretty fun. You know, I like to think in symbols, so I often work with my hands when I'm thinking so that I can ground things into the symbols in certain ways that let me embody them in a more tangible way, which is what we've been doing as humans forever. So, you know, that's what language literally is. It's symbols that ground and embed meaning in more embodied ways. How do you feel about divine machinery? I think I've answered that. I'm going to just jump straight. I think sadly the reason why you can't have these awesome discussions is people only care about getting voice lessons. Thank you, D-Moon. I completely agree. That's one of the things that's not been very satisfying about this channel, is I want to help people so much. But then when I make content that's the most honestly helpful, like that really is like there to help, that's not the content that does well on this channel. The content that does well on this channel is when it's entertaining. And you can be helpful and entertaining at the same time. So I don't think they're mutually exclusive in any way, shape, or form. But that's what's ironic about this channel is the better this channel is, the less a person would need lessons for TransVoice, right? So in a way, the audience, it's set up in such a way so that if I've done the right job, then, you know, you don't want to come and check this channel again unless you've built an attachment or association with me. Hi, I hope you like me. But then also, or you're just interested in the material, which does happen often after someone gets kind of interested in it, right? So it's this really strange pruning. And then to make a video outside of the audience that I have, like in the regular voice space, the regular YouTube voice space is also pretty abysmal, and it's not really, you know, very well. So I agree. It's a strange place to be here making content, because I have a lot of things I want to talk about, and I just feel very like pigeonholed in the sense of like I'm trying to make very helpful instructions to help people's dysphoria be reduced. Right? And that's like my main priority with this channel in general. That's my main priority with the TransVoiceLessons content that I release. But then in the process of doing that, you know, I've uncovered the more interesting stuff that I think it's my motivation in it. I mean, my motivation is to help people as well, but I didn't get started teaching this first. I got started doing it, right? Doing came first. then the form came after, then the language to point at the form came afterwards, and then you're left with the communication of the process that's been done already. And so the doing's the interesting part for me, and then what we find in the doing and how that connects to the doing of anything else and how that connects to everything else. And so that's why I'm not exactly interested in voice or music or anything in particular, because thingness is not specific, discrete things aren't that fascinating to me, but the general everything is what's fascinating to me, and everything has a similar property about it by necessity of its nature of being thingness coming through our acceptance and perception. So that's what I really she doesn't believe in eternalism, lol. Why? Well, it depends. I believe in eternal phenomena. I believe that if you were gone in this universe, atoms would still exist, but I don't think they'd be called atoms, and they aren't there. The notion of atoms and the representational link and what we've selected and causally bounded as an objective atom, it's not there. Our cultural ground of what atoms are wouldn't be there anymore, but the phenomena would still be there unfolding. So no, I believe in eternalism, but I believe in eternal phenomena, not eternal concepts. Concepts are embodied in people. Concepts are symbols. And so no, I don't think that once the person who made the symbol disappears, the symbol sticks around. I think that the essence and the phenomena of what the symbol pointed to will stick around. And I think that we can get pretty good with our descriptions so that they have pretty good causal links to what's going on, where it's very useful and very pragmatically effective, and it makes a lot of sense to say those things are, right? But to say that we have struck the innate truth of the universe through our own perceptual probing because we wrote it down in perceptual and conceptual objects that work the way they do because of our axiomatic principles, I don't really think that makes sense to say that those are eternal. Yeah. So let's see here. First time you got on stream. Wow, it's great to have you here. There's a video on what it takes to prove one. Yeah, right. And if it's then you got it exactly, solid. If it's unary, then it's 1 + 1 11. Right. Because it depends on the rules, right? What the symbols mean changes depending on what the rules are, and the rules are what we get in experience in the ground. But there are no discrete rules in our experience. I mean, other than our physical, our perceptual rules, right? And the ones that our physical system grants us with. I can hear this range of frequency. I can see this spectrum of light. But then even the spectrum of light as we sample it isn't our experience of the color. Same with, I get people all the time who come in for lessons or post in comments and such, and they think that pitch is frequency. Okay, if anyone out there thinks that pitch is frequency, spoiler alert, it's not. Frequency is a good correlate around pitch, but it's contingent. Frequencies in a certain range, under certain operations, in certain conditions, will evoke the sensory response of human pitch perception. But I can sit here and snap at this frequency and pitch is not being generated. You might describe the height of the inharmonic timbre that my snapping is making as maybe I could maybe change the spectral roll off of it, which makes you hear it maybe sharper or flatter, whatever, but that's not pitch, right? There is no fundamental pitch happening there, but there is a frequency happening there. Clocks tick at a certain frequency, ideally, right? There's no pitch there. And I can even structure, I work in just intonation, which is literally music composition with raw frequency and frequency relationships where nothing is predefined. You literally define the frequency from the bottom up. And, you can arrange frequencies in the spectrum in such a way that make humans experience pitches which physically cannot be measured and physically don't exist right now. The idea that pitch is frequency is ridiculous. It's just not true. Pitch is a responsorial sensation that we have in our sensory phenomena, in our phenomenal experience of the world. A certain window of frequency in a certain condition makes it called pitch. If I had a frequency going, but then I spaced a bunch of partials above it in a very inharmonic way, you'll actually lose the ability to perceive tangible pitch despite there being very clear frequencies going on. Because it's not that frequencies are what we get as pitch, but frequencies in a certain order, a certain structure, a certain context, a certain window, and in a certain range of speed then hit us as pitch. And to try to equate those two as if they are exactly 1-to-1 is just false. And that comes back to the whole descriptionalist of the people in chat who are like, oh my God, not eternalist, blah, 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 all this stuff. Yeah, no, because you can say that, I can say with great certainty that, yeah, at this range here, if I start with this note, A higher pitch will have a higher frequency, or I should say more frequency. The frequency value will be more, right? See, it doesn't even correlate. Higher frequency, more value of frequency, whatever, faster. You see, it doesn't even translate like that. But we can say it's correlate, sure. Yeah, we'll say that any relatively higher pitch that we perceive will have relatively faster frequency rate, definitely. But that does not make pitch frequency. And we can even see that because there's so much about pitch culture. There's so much about culture that changes how we hear pitch and what pitch means to us. Some cultures around the world don't even have octaves. They don't perceive octaves like we do. An octave is the 2-to-1 relationship in frequency ratio. It's the very first to second harmonic relationship that we get out of the entire overtone series, which is the foundational behavior of pitch that we identify as pitch. And yet, that's not guaranteed or certain either about how we'll perceive it or what it will mean to us. And as a composer, I can use the same intervals, right? The same frequency relations, and literally depending on how hard I play them, depending on how long I hold them, depending on how I strike them, depending on what texture I use, depending on what timbre I use, depending on the form I put them in, depending on the relations that they're unfolding across the work in, they're going to mean something entirely different. And that is what is interesting about our perception. It is not reducible like, the people want to try to get it. Let's see here. See, if you read this, we love you. Thank you, Jimmy. Old Heisenberg and his uncertainty. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, this is just Berkeley's stuff. The idea that all things are unique to each other, but what's the real point of this? So that we can always... No, that's not the point. The point is that we have to accept that there are forms of knowledge which are not notional. And that's important because when you come here and you come to this channel and you want to learn a skill, an ability, abilities and skills never come from notions. It's just that simple. There's stuff that we need necessarily to do in order to make and become a form that we want and to do something we want. And if we think that all the knowledge that we need can just be related into that singular domain of description, then you're going to be missing crucial parts. And I see it every single day. You'd say, what difference does it make, qualia? It makes a huge difference. There are so many people, look, if qualia didn't make a difference, then you could take someone who's completely hearing impaired and have them watch a graph and learn how to become an opera singer. But that's not the way it works because those graphs are visual representations and they might be able to get some interesting causal interactions with that. But now guess what? When you go on stage and sing, that graph gets taken away. Now your only source of feedback is gone. Your quality is gone. And so no, it's not arbitrary. And that's what kills me. People seem to think that the first person experience, or what's often labeled, I don't like calling it this because this has a lot of negative connotation, but what's often called subjectivity, people think like subjectivity is like primitive or like bad or like it's arbitrary. There is nothing arbitrary in subjectivity, okay? Just because you don't have the ground to understand that doesn't mean it's arbitrary. That also doesn't mean any inference you make in your subjectivity is useful or true or maps to the world or is relevant though. So it's both, and that's the problem, is that it's not one or the other. It's not formalism or phenomenology or empiricism or rationality or, presentism. It's all of them. They are all useful because they are we as a local being exist in a modal reference frame. And so the way that reality unfolds to us all, that we see every single day, is modal. Reality is modal for us. Is reality modal outside of us? Well, I don't know. No human being has ever lived to probe the world outside of us. And any technology that we build, instruments, if they want to give us coherent information back from the world, they have to package it in a way that's coherent for us once again. So no, we're not getting outside of ourselves. We built the machines and instruments with symbols, and they have to bring it back in a coherent way for us once again, which forces them to communicate again through our perceptual reason. So no, I don't. It's not. I don't think it's all just Berkeley stuff. I disagree with that. There's actually quite a lot I disagree with there. But yeah. So because it's not one or the other. Okay. Let's see here. Okay, I'm at the very, very bottom now. By the way, so now I'm actually actively here reading chat. Hi, I just found your channel yesterday and managed to find an isolated enough place to listen to myself for the first time. Oh, I love that. Thanks very much for giving me the words I can use to describe my voice. I'm so happy to hear that. Luna, frequency of what? Plenty of things are represented. Exactly, Luna. Yeah, exactly. Good. Wonderful. Happy New Year's. Yes, Happy New Year's, everyone. Yoshi's tweaking. No, I just get very passionate about this stuff. This is what I love. like I said, the thing I really love is everything. You know, it's not one thing or another thing or some other thing. I love all the things. I don't know that book in particular, Demon, but like I said, I've read a lot of different things that sound like they're in a similar type space, the different things. You see, you've talked about increasing your unbelted modal range from F#4 to D5. Yeah, what was that process like? And can you talk about how feminizing part of the voice without reinforced falsetto? Yeah, I mean, once again, if I talk about it, that doesn't necessarily give you it. I went slow. I slowly started, and I basically teased forward into my ground. So I would start in a place that was completely comfortable and certain. Then I would lean a little bit further, listening for any inefficiency, listening for any challenge, any problem, any unwanted issues. And then if I saw those, I would retreat back into the ground where I had total ability in. Then I would pull back even in an area I had more ability in. It was a constant process of wiggling forward and expanding. Now, of course, the belt to D5 or whatever has to be very loud, so you have to not be hiding. You can't guard it. You can't, I think I'll wait till it's perfect and do it. You kind of have to go for it. So, but I don't want you to go and blast and try to go for that. So what I would always do is I would lean slowly. I started around a really smooth sound around like G4. This was years ago. And then I would slowly lean a little bit up, seeing if I could continue the clarity of the texture, the stability of the texture, and leaning further forward into it. And it's that process of incremental growth that allowed me to access that, right? Please make a channel for all this stuff. It's so cool. Maybe I will. I'm glad that, you're all receptive. No, I meant eternalism as in block universe. Oh, I'm just not sure. I can't have knowledge of that. What I can have knowledge of is the present, though. So I see eternalism, block universe. Okay, gotcha. Block universe is a really cool idea. I'm not a proponent of it. I don't really think it's there. I'm actually more a proponent of non-dualism. I sort of don't believe that time exists. I mean, if you want to know my personal, remember, this is all speculative now, right? So now we're stepping outside of perception, right? So that's my thing is, I'm a modal thinker. So it's like, okay, what I was just teaching you was like my third level understanding of the world, right? But then I can speculate and go even and try to get more fundamental to everything, right? But then I can remove perceptual inferences and try to make an inference that might go past perception, but then it's contingent, right? It's uncertain, there's speculation about it. Everything I've said at this point is something that I feel pretty confident and certain about, that we can show and demonstrate through perceptual principles why it is necessarily that way, or at least reasonable cause that would lead to these patterns of thinking emerging out of our perception. But then if you want me to go past what I'm pretty certain of, we can go a little bit further, we can go a little bit deeper. Personally, I don't believe that time exists. I believe that from the implicate order of the universe itself, let's say, now I'm anthropomorphizing, right? Now I'm talking about the noumenon, which I don't have any direct evidence of, so I can't really talk about it. But like you said, I'm speculating. But I tend to think more that the universe is one thing, and from the perspective of its implicate order, it's timeless and unchanging, in the sense that all that's happening is phenomena unfolding presently, and it's static in time. And then since I am phenomena inside of it, and then I watch phenomena unfolding inside of it, I necessarily end up with some inference of time. But to the universe as a whole, I do not think that time is there. Just like internally in my own awareness, there's no such thing as time, right? I can be aware of time, and I can be like, oh, I think it's been about 30 minutes or so. But like when I'm like in my pure awareness and I'm not thinking about a thought, there's nothing, it's just literally the state of being, there is no temporality there. There's no divisibility. It's pure, it's irreducible. It's sort of expansive and infinite. And I would wager as above, so below, old Hermetic principle, I would wager as above, so below that the internal of the universe is probably like that, where it's like, so it's kind of static, and recognizing that I'm the one that's changing. And phenomena is what's changing, not the universe fundamentally, like the implicate nature of it, I think is helpful. Now, that doesn't mean the rules on local levels don't change and things don't unfold in different patterns, but all of that is, yeah, so once, we could talk about that, maybe I don't know. So that's speculations, right? But not the other stuff. C2 and C5 are a different frequency, same pitch, tonality. No, they're not the same pitch. By definition, if you're writing C2 and C5, they're not the same pitch. They're different frequency and they're different pitch, And their tonality is a very undefined word that has very little ground. Tonality can mean like tonal center. Tonality often plays as a stand-in word for timbre. So tonality is not a very useful word, I think, unless you define what context it's being applied in. Once again, the rules change. The symbols mean different things depending on the context. I learned the concept of thermodynamics in university, but I only understood them when I started cooking. Yeah, thank you, multi-jammer. That's a great example of it. Yeah, right? So we learn by doing. And once we have grounded knowledge, then we can go and think all kinds of stuff and do stuff. And that's cool, right? And that can mean stuff, but the ground has to be there for it to do stuff. And we get the ground through the action. An octave is the stop sign shape, right? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know if there's necessarily shapes of tones. I think that's what's that's what I love so much about music and voice, by the way, is that it's fundamentally formless, right? In the sense that sound is invisible. I think that's also why people have such a difficult time with it at first until they get a good ground, because I can't point to you and say, hear that? I can't point to the sound, right? Even when I bring up a spectrogram and I highlight the section of it, if you're looking with your eyes, not with your ears, you're not getting the right thing, because that's just a representation of what I need you to be noticing with your ears. And so, that's what is so beautiful to me about music and sound and voice in general. Of course, sound has form. I know I haven't seen the comments yet, but someone's going to, what about musical form? Yes, indeed, there is musical form. I'm a composer. I'm aware of that. So like, we have like the climaxes of songs, or like the intro, the outro, theme one, right? This phrase, the chorus. That's musical form. Or like, oh, here's one bar, now another. I can hear how the music's progressing. But how do we get that form in the music? Well, experience. Against experience, creating quality, tension and dissonance, consonance, dissonance, tension, release, or duration, silence, sound, something, nothing, right? Whatever that happens to be. So now we have quality that emerges. And then now what do we have? Quality in relation is how we delineate auditory and musical form. So for example, how do you know when the dubstep drop is coming up? Well, there's a bunch of experience you have, quality-wise, quality. Then all of a sudden there's nothing. And then it hits you with a whole bunch of something, and then good job. You've just delineated the form through relations of quality. So it comes back to that again. And so, but that's what's so incredible about sound in general, is that there is no tangible form to it. There is no visual thisness to it. Obviously the performer's performing is a kind of visuality, but if you go and you look at all the different forms of arts humans have in the world, music, I think, is the closest to being, because it's the only one that stays and always is happening during and with time, unfolding in time, basically. And further, it's invisible, and you never get the implicate order, whereas like with visual art, you don't get the artist's implicate order, but there's a clear form, there's a thing out there you could point to, you could circle it, you can point to it, and it's not really happening in time, but your phenomenal experience of it's happening in time. So, the way you feel about a painting can change the longer you look at it, or you notice more details about it, but it's not in time happening, right? It's time and labor compressed into something beautiful, or something, whatever the essence of the work is. And then it has a clear form. It's a square, a canvas, or it's got a clear form. It's the objects of the sculpture sitting in the room. Whereas with music, it's not like that. It's happening always in time. You can't stop the music and point to it. Even when you try to do that in class, like, I've taught a lot of music theory for years and music composition stuff, right? Even when you try to point to the part in the music you're talking about, you kind of have to let it pass, then pause it and be like, see that last part? And, and if they have like some ground in music, then they'll be like, yeah, that thing. And you can index it with other words that are grounded if they know what, like, oh, that chord, or did you hear that like tension? And there's like that sick, that doo-doo, that rhythm right there. That's why if you're in the studio with musicians, why they often do stuff with their mouth, that do part, or the part, because there is no way to express its form. It's other than, you've experienced it, and then you have packaged the experience into a description, and you hope the person understands the description. But it's very different than the visual worlds. Dance is the next one, but I think dance is a form of music. But even when someone's dancing, you have a figure that you get to look at. With music, there is no figure you look at. You're completely taking in this essentially invisible thing of quality, and then coming to all these feelings and understandings about it and interpretations. And when you go and look at a piece of music, it's like it's one piece, but it's a 10-minute long work, right? So it's one of those things where we presuppose the function of time in the process of experiencing it, yet nothing else in our life we really do that, right? Movies are like that, cinema, but once again, that has the tangible, you're watching it. There's something, it can draw your attention that way. With music, the only thing that can draw the attention is some invisible quality that pops you and plucks you in the ear, you know? And of course, musicians on stage playing is an appearance. So I know that people are, oh, right, sure. Right, but that's not the music, right? That's the vibe. That's an appearance. That's part of the music. That's part of the whole package. Same with being in a group of people, right? I like to use this analogy I've been writing in my book on my metaphysics stuff, but it's kind of like, I like this argument to help people understand the difference between the implicate order and explicate order, and the difference between a rational truth and like a implicate experience truth. Imagine if there was an invisible alien that had no ears, could never hear, there was no concept of music in their culture. The invisible aliens come to Earth, and then they run around and they notice how similar they are to humans. They're like, whoa, look, they have sports like us. That's awesome. They eat food like us. That's awesome. Look, they worship. That's awesome. Whatever. They like talk about all the similarities. But then they come across an event they can't seem to understand, a concert. And they show up to this concert. They don't have ears, right? They don't never heard whatever. And they see like everyone just standing there doing nothing except bobbing their heads. And, you know, there's people on stage with these little things that they're doing this with. And they're like, what is going on here? This is peculiar. These humans are quite fascinating. We must understand these humans. So what do? Well, of course, they go and sample it, i.e. measure it. So they start taking photographs. They start taking videos of the crowd, right? Whatever. And then what do? They start to analyze it. What if they find some swarm dynamic constant where they watch how the crowds move and they go, oh, look at this beautiful, elegant formula of how crowds move. Oh my gosh, they're executing some beautiful function of movement. Look at how they're all like, it's so coordinated the way they're moving. Wow, this is amazing. And they've discovered some fundamental truth about the universe, quote unquote, right? But they have completely missed the implicate purpose, the implicate order, the whole reason why everyone's there. They've completely missed it. But yet they've extracted a fact statement about their observations of some phenomena that they don't understand. And this is kind of how I view how we go and measure the universe. It's not that we get nothing from it, but there's no guarantee that our something we get from it is even related to the implicate whole or the implicate order behind what the appearance is to us. And because of our limitations in being and what tools we have access to and our cognition and how our cognition is bound up in sensory motor processing, inherently so, you know, I think we miss stuff. I think we just have to miss stuff. And I think that that's part of it. That's one of the first things I started saying today, is that things are incomplete. You know, we're unfolding and becoming. It's not it's not done. The universe isn't over. So anyways, you can always retire voice lessons and be a spiritual counselor or philosophical consultant. You've done your job, girl. Let them figure out the rest. That's really sweet. I do teach music composition. I certainly teach people philosophy. I'm open to teaching all those things. I love teaching because teaching to me is the space of coevolution, and I learn more teaching than I learn just sitting here thinking by myself. So I'll always be a teacher of some sorts, and if not for selfish reasons, but I like to help people. And if a person needs help spiritually or mentally, or I mean, I'm not a therapist, so I'm trained, whatever, right? But if someone needs help in really any domain, I'm more than glad to try to do that. Music composition teaching is probably my favorite thing to teach, because it starts out with no presumptions that the form is the dominant feature, you know? Whereas in like most other things in the world, it starts that way. But with music, it's kind of like there's no illusion for anybody that the music is what's on the page, right? That's just obvious if you're a musician. The music is that which is happening there that you're experiencing, and all the perspectives that are happening as that's going on too. It's very modal in that sense, and people take different things away from it necessarily, and it's quite gorgeous. I mean, you know, I've been reading, I'm reading a lot of things, but Schoenberg was one of my most important, I guess, inputs when I was younger, when I was in undergrad. Or before I got into undergrad, I studied Schoenberg's theory of harmony, and there was a quote in there that it's so strange, because I feel, once again, like David Bohm said, learning more and more about less and less, because now the deeper I go, or the deeper I feel I go into what I understand, the more circular it all feels. I come back to the same place, but now it meant something entirely different, you know? And there's a quote from Schoenberg that I'm very, very fond of. I'll just go ahead and read it to all of you right now. I think I've probably read it on stream before. but I'll just go ahead and read it again because I think it's a very beautiful summary of well, it's strange because when I read this, 15 years ago or however long it was, it stood out to me. It's one of the, I still have the original text I had, and even from all that time, I still have the little pencil mark next to the paragraph that stood out to me. And I've thought about it a lot, but then I didn't think about it a lot for years. And then suddenly I turn around and I look behind me, and I'm back in the exact same place, but in an entirely new way. And that's just, let's see here. And that we think, here we go, found it. Schoenberg, A Theory of Harmony. I think it's it's in chapter 3, Consonance and Dissonance. It is the first, well, I'll read a couple things. See, this is so fascinating because I really do feel I've just basically gone full circle, but way deeper and in a way that I think even further. Here we go. And that we think we see laws and order in the work of art can be analogous to our thinking we see ourselves in the mirror. Although we are, of course, not there, the work of art is capable of mirroring what we project into it. The conditions our conceptual power imposes, a mirror image of our own nature, may be observed in the work. This mirror image does not, however, reveal the plan upon which the work itself is oriented, but rather the way we orient ourselves to the work. And what I often refer to that as the implicate, explicate, or inner order. So in music composition, if I hear a piece of music, I have no clue what the composer was thinking, right? That's the implicate order of the work. However, I know exactly what it means to me and the appearance of it and the effect of it on me. That's the explicate order that I have. And then I can be really seasoned and skilled and talented and go, oh, I hear their rhythms. I hear how they're exploring these I can make very educated inferences about the forms because I can have a stronger inference about the forms. And I call that the inner order. So, we can't ever penetrate the implicate order of basically anything. So when I sit there and speculate about what the universe in itself is, right? That's, as Kant would say, the noumenon, or David Bohm would say the implicate order, or there's other terms for it. Once again, it's a word it's a concept that shows up way before any of those people talked about it. And that's what I've ultimately come to realize is that most of the important observations that have been made have already been made more fundamentally. It's just they were made in such a way that makes them look like the people didn't have, they were made in a way that doesn't make it very reasonable to share with others, unless you've had the experience and the ground to talk about it through. So that creates a big problem. That's also why we're experiencing a death of wisdom. You can't teach wisdom, right? Wisdom is knowledge that's been tempered by experience and time, and wisdom is aware of its own limitations, and it's an experience. Wisdom is experienced knowledge that's tempered through all the process, and you can't transfer it from generation to generation. Someone who's wise, like all the people I've read or whatever, they can write down their thoughts. Let's say someone I think of as wise, they can write down their thoughts, but I don't get it till I get it, and I don't get it unless I went and got it. And I read the words that Schoenberg wrote years ago, and they did something to me back then as well, but now I read them and I go, really, now I'm closer to what was being pointed at. And there's a lot of here's another good quote from Schoenberg that really stayed with me when I was younger, although I didn't even realize it. Art in its most primitive state is a simple imitation of nature, but it quickly becomes an imitation of nature in the wider sense of this idea. That is, not merely an imitation of outer, but also of inner nature. In other words, art does not then merely represent merely the objects or the occasions that make impressions, but above all these impressions themselves, ultimately without reference to their what, when, and how. Inference of the original, external object is here perhaps of only secondary importance due to its lack of immediacy. In its most advanced state, art is exclusively concerned with the representation of inner nature. Here, its aim is just the imitation of impressions, which have now combined through associations with one another and with other sense impressions to form new complexes, new motives, and new stimuli. At this stage, inference of the external stimulus is almost certain to be inadequate. At all stages of the imitation of the model of the impression or of the complex of impressions is only relatively faithful. That is true, on the one hand, because of the limits of our abilities, and on the other, because whether we are conscious of it or not, the material, the medium in which the imitation is presented, differs from the material or materials of the stimulus, so that, for example, visual or tactile sensations might be represented in the material of auditory sensations. Yeah, I read all this years ago, 15, 16 years ago, and it was the singular most important thing that I ever read, but this is not what I took away from it consciously. I didn't even catch any of that, but now I find myself kind of circling around, but with way stronger understanding. It's very, very interesting stuff. So, and that's just, going around in circles. Let's see here. Happy New Year. Yes, you too. Hopefully they see the connection behind the harmonics movement. Yes. Let's see. There we go. I'm back up in chat now. I'm caught up. Going in circles but different directions creates a sphere. Not really. Going in circles but at different amounts creates a spiral. Not a sphere. Going in circles or going in a circle but different directions. Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah. I'll accept that. Zero. Yes, going in circles in different directions does create a sphere. That's a good point. Yeah. But thank you so much for the super chat. Who was that? Iso Mikun Goober something. Working on musics now and your words are inspiring. Why you all the way down in the corner of the screen though? Wait. Oh, because of where my camera's at. I mean, I could try to, but then I have to sit away from, my microphone's set up on this side of my desk and it's on an arm and I actually can't move the arm more central. So I'm sort of just hanging out over here, unfortunately. I'll try to, it's sort of weird. So if I want to talk okay volume, I have to sort of be stuck over here. It's kind of annoying. See, I could bring the camera over, but then you'll see my second monitor right here. So it's like, then you'll just see this like silver, you actually can see the edge of it. See that little silver piece right there? Or it's because of the monitor. Do you think the death of wisdom is because society pushes us to specialize as deeply as possible? Yes and no. I also think, Super Gamer, that it's because society has really, really bad metaphysics right now, where basically we are kind of living in this mode where it's like it's this or that. They're this or that, right? They're left or right, they're up or down, or this or that, it's good or bad, it's yes or no, it's truth or false, it's la la la. Whereas like in reality, it's like it's modally contingent. It's all contingent. And the idea that someone can come to such a certain conclusion about something is saying that they believe that they have total causal inference over it. It is so, it just shows, like someone has a certain view on one thing, but all their views can be this way, and then suddenly it's different from their group, whatever side they're on. And now they're not this, they're not us now. They're the other. It's us versus them, other, right? It's the same kind of binary logic, the same causal boundary of this or that, not ever this and that, therefore these, and so let's do this. And that's the kind of logic that we need in society. And I feel like that's really a representation of what our metaphysics are at. And that's one of the reasons why, as grateful as I am for what the Enlightenment has brought in, at the same time, we're disconnected from the ground in which the Enlightenment occurred on. And so now we're in this weird state where like the rationalists literally believe that like all there is like models. And I can agree with that, but I mean, it's, once again, that's contingent. In a certain window, I agree with that. Just like in a certain window, I'd agree when someone talks about God, there's something there. Or in a certain window, when someone says it's this, I'll say, yeah, in this context, but what about the bigger context? What if we add this other degree and then what is it? And I think that that's really our big issue. Our metaphysics doesn't actually include the possibility for multiple forms of truth. And what happened is when we came into postmodernism, we ended up in this land where it's like, oh, it's all relative and the truth is all relative, that actually it's arbitrary, or it's flimsy. There's no. Truth matters. It does matter, but we just have to be honest about what truth entails. And that's never truth in itself. There's always a contingency there. There's always a ground and a claim, and then the claim is checked against the ground. And then the relation between those, based on the intent of the inquiry, determines if it's truth. Right? There's not this truth in a vacuum. It's always contingent, and it's necessarily contingent because all knowledge, experience, wisdom that humans have accumulated and have is contingent on our experience and existence and being and perception, fundamentally. So the idea that there exist these truths that are in a vacuum without any contingency is something that our society has a sickness with. We are inherently existing in paraconsistency with ourselves and our relations and people we care about, right? When we mediate conflicts and resolve conflicts, we recognize that people can both be seeing it for real that way. They're not deceiving each other, but they see it differently. And we have to come to a way to resolve our uncertainties between each other and our disagreements. And we're never going to do that if we are 100% certain that my position is concrete and there's nothing that I've missed and I have perfect causal inference and this is exactly why this happened, and if you disagree, you're bad. You know, it's ridiculous like that. And it's just, you know, that's, I think, the issue. Like, for example, I'll give an example I like to demonstrate this with. Okay, how reality is necessarily modal based on our experience. So here's a little side draw screen here, right? So there's a famous, oh, Rose, it's so good to see you, Rose. I hope you're doing well. Thank you seriously so much for the super chat. Thank you. And thank you to the other super chatter as well. Thank you, Esumi, I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I like your Admiral Akbar avatar. Thank you, Rose. And then let me go here. Now, let me give you an example of the problem of perception and the problem of uncertainty. Oh, Dom, it's so good to see you. Happy New Year. I hope you're doing really well. And yes, I want to get that voice book out ASAP. I'm probably going to be uploading some chapters on quality to the Patreon within the next month or so. We basically have like 100. We have a lot of the quality stuff written, but then as I've been developing the metaphysical stuff, the structural, the more important stuff is now getting grounded and developed. And so that's, okay, Clover and I were talking about releasing a practical short how-to guide that's just direct and clear. So we're probably going to do that ASAP, just so there can be a nice resource the community has access to that can clarify a lot of things and can be used to reference and point people in good directions with. So hopefully that will be coming out shortly. Thank you so much, Dom. It's really great to see you, and I hope you've been well. So let me give you all a classic example of the problems in perception, what I think the issue in society, quote unquote, the issue. Once again, when I say the issue, there's a lot of them, right? Which is why it's not monocausal. There's not a singular causal issue, blah, 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 right? But for example, here's a common issue. Let me move here and put a little spot. Okay, nope, not there, right here. Nope, let me find the center here. I'm marking the center so I can draw without, okay. So here's an issue, right? Let's say that there's two people. That's a classic perceptual dilemma, okay? So let's say that there are two people and they are having a disagreement, right? Famous perceptual example, just to demonstrate the necessarily modal reality we exist in. Okay, so what's happening? What are they disagreeing over? Well, there's this thing on the ground. I'll try to draw it the best I can. There's this thing on the ground, right? And this person's looking at it and they say it's a 6. And this person looks at it and says it's a 9, right? They're both telling the truth, okay? And let's say they refuse to look from each other's perspectives. They will never be able to resolve this conflict. So what do we do normally? Well, what do we think we do? Well, then what are they going to do? They're going to say, fine, we're going to go get someone else to resolve this. We got to find who drew that. Who drew that? Then we can ask the person who made it what it truly is, right? And so they go and look and they can't find the person. And it turns out that's been there forever. No one ever wrote it. It just formed like that in the ground or something, you know, whatever this can, right? It is now completely unresolvable. Until they look from each other's perspectives, they will never get the answer at all. And they are both telling the absolute truth from their relative frame of view. And this is the necessarily modal reality we exist in. Yeah, I see it as a 6 in this frame of reference too, right? But it's, you know, not it's hard to draw a sideways 6, but you get the point, right? And this is the issue that's going on. There's a popular issue, whatever happens in the world that's really bad, right? And a huge, incredibly complex web of causal relationships are what led to it. So many causal pieces, so many aspects going into this, so many things feeding into this that make it what it is. And then you have two sides that are sitting there saying it's this way or this way. And if you disagree with me, then you're a such and such. If you disagree with me, you're evil. You disagree with me, you're bad. You disagree, whatever. And it's really problematic because they both have aspects of truth. They're both saying something relevant. They're both making a relevant case. And there's stuff there about both of them that needs to be reconciled. And as long as we have this or that thinking, we won't get it. So we have to have a paraconsistency. We have to have modal thinking that we need to be bringing into our societal metaphysics. Understanding that we can never get a direct absolute truth. I mean, unless you're a divine presuppositionalist, but once again, you're presupposing. That's contingent. right? Everything's contingent because we don't get out of the bottom turtle. We never get the bottom turtle. Our axioms are whatever the bottom turtle is going to be, right? We axiomize to get the bottom turtle so then we can grow and do and get causal inferences all around the systems. And so we end up in this problem, and it is that way because we are modal perceivers. We are localized beings. And as long as we are, we don't have total information. And without that total information, we don't understand the way the other person sees it or what grounds they are. And then as long as people think that subjectivity is arbitrary, then we also end up in the issue again, where it's like, no, subjectivity is not arbitrary. It plays by a different set of rules. It does not play by the same set of rules that the rest of our inference patterns do, but it's consistent. Right? But we have enough information though. About what? See that? Do we not have about what? Right? I mean, but you see, it's not just about do we have enough information. It's about how is the information interpreted. Information's not agnostic. You can literally take a list of a bunch of truth statements about voice learning or a list of a bunch of truth statements about something, and someone gets a completely different understanding of it. Because everyone, as a modal being, necessarily has their own unique ground of experience. And that's what they reason through from their perspective and vantage point. And we can try to say, oh, I'm being very, very empirical here. Good. Right. Excellent. Or you can say, I'm being post-empirical. I'm being rational. I don't trust anything that we take in through the senses. Well, you're not being, rationality is a sense. You have a sense of your faculty for being rational, and you think you have you're content free, and you've avoided all the you've gone a priori. But as I argued early on the stream, a priori is nonsense. We only get it through experience. The only reason why we have all of those things presupposed into it is because of experience. And so once again, all of it's contingent, and that's not a problem. That's okay. The problem is seeing it so that it has to be this way or that way, rather than both ways have something of value and both ways bring something to the table. And how can we integrate both of those so that we have something more? So we have a new whole that's a whole of wholes and integration. And that's where we need to be looking towards. But we have the pseudo monocausal inference patterns like this, that, blah, blah, blah. It's quite impossible, maybe impossible to know. Well, see, Dex, when you say, do we have enough information, right? Like, well, I mean, look, if I'm an English professor and I write a piece of paper or give people an essay and it's 3 paragraphs long, very clear, formal written paragraphs, blah, 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 I hand it out to the class and I ask them, what does this mean? Every single one of them is going to give back a different answer. Now, there might be bundles of similar takeaways, right? Based on the way that their grounds came through, based on the way the language works, sure. The aggregates of meaning, but their implicate, fundamental, what they get from it, and even their explicate is going to be different. Yet they were looking at the exact same piece of paper, or at least a copy of the paper that has a text in the exact same way, the exact same dimensions, the exact same format. The idea that we've got all the information, or we just get all the information as it is. No, because information does nothing on its own. It's always interpreted. It's always taken in and filtered through the receiver of the information. And the sending of the information is lossy. The reception of the information is lossy. The processing of it is lossy and transformative. And so, we end up in a different place again. And that's why we have to recognize that it's not binary truth functions in the world. It is modal, at least. It necessarily is so. By way of being a conscious being, we are different people, different grounds, grew in different places. Even if we share the same culture in the same household, we have different experiences, different beliefs, different values, different understandings of the world. And that's not bad. That's not we throw it all away. It's arbitrary. What we try and do is reconcile and understand each other so that we can integrate each other's perspectives and recognize who's bringing good stuff to the ground, who's not. Okay, what if you give that paragraph to a linguistic person? He might give you a 99.9%. That doesn't exist, though. A person who's a linguistic expert, that's the thing. The language presupposes the ground. Language is not just some agnostic notional content thing. It's literally full of content the whole way through. Dex, what you're talking about is exactly what the formalists, Gottlieb Frege, started to build out at the turn of the century. It's really great. Formalism, sure. But the reason why they built formalism is because necessarily so, the way that semantic interpretation works is it's not clear like that. It is definitely messy. And so then they created languages of form which could reduce any uncertainty. But at the same time, while they do that, they then exclude a ground, which is what allows for formalism to occur. You get rid of the content. What's going on in your love life? I found love this year. For the first time pretty much ever. I'm very happy in that regard. You have to be okay with the fact your understanding could be entirely wrong due to otherwise you're living a delusion. It's not delusion though. That's the thing. See, you're still saying that there is some intangible essence out there, which is the one. And I'm saying, no, they kind of all are in different ways, in different contexts, and different modalities. Now, like I said, I'll eventually release my metaphysical treatise, but I think of there being about 7 or 8 metaphysical categories that are fundamentally irreducible from one another, but then themselves are only representations of what is even more fundamentally irreducible, which is our capacities and observations. But these different categories metaphysically, I think are that's about as reduced as I could get to something. And there's a different rule set for all of them. They all have different truth functions in them and different understandings of what it is to have a truth here. Not all questions are equally answerable. I agree with that as well, Kiwi. That's right, because the truth claim only ever emerges from a ground and an inquiry. So you have a claim, you check it against the ground, and you have a reason for doing so. And then if that causal thing seems to be clear and it seems to be effective and it seems to solve that, then we call it truth. Truth always requires at least 3 pieces, except for phenomenal truth, which requires 1 piece, your experience, which is what's so bizarre about it, which is why it takes and works on different rules. And it's not arbitrary, but it's very in itself, which means it's very impenetrable. See, our society has very weird notions of abstraction. This is something else I've been realizing as I've been writing on my metaphysics. What people think is abstract is like math or like systems or blah, 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 blah. And there is an abstraction going on there, but it's a mutual abstraction. For example, what's directly in my internal experience is infinitely unknowable to you, unless I share it. But I mean, the real content of it, you have no access to. That's what's truly abstract. That's the implicate-explicate problem. But then when we say, oh, like this mathematical thing's an abstraction, well, yeah, what we're doing is we're stripping the ground out, the content out. But by doing that, then it's accessible to anybody. So it's not like it's abstract, i.e. it's abstracted above and devoid of the content that it was created on. But then we use abstract in culture to be like, oh, that's hard to understand. That's hard to penetrate. That's hard to get through on our mind, right? But that's not really abstraction. I mean, it is a form of abstraction, but even more abstract's the opposite, where it's someone's got their experience in them and I can't ever have access to it. And it's infinitely unknowable, basically. Whereas then what we call as these tangible, formal, representational abstractions are like always accessible. I'm saying that using qualia of colors is easier to understand than explain the subject. I did use qualia. I literally talked about colors earlier. I talked about colors. I talked about taste. I talked about movements. I talked about all sorts of things. I even mentioned qualia as well. Their theory of truth is more fundamental than the example. What are you talking about there? Who? That's why you have no context. See here, you're literally doing what I'm talking about. You came in here and you have a very small sample and selection of what's been spoken about, and then you're drawing some conclusion based on your small inference. You don't think I understand the qualia of colors? I literally have an entire library in there of basically every phenomenological text that exists, okay? I understand the common arguments for qualia, and I made several of them. Several common arguments and my own original arguments for qualia and all the things earlier. I literally have done multiple examples, but yet you came in and with your causal boundarying, you say, oh, look, she's talked about this. That must be what she knows. You inferred what I know from a tiny little sample. You're doing the exact thing that I'm talking about in the world. It's not this or that, right? So yeah, just chill. I talked about color. I also made arguments of qualia. I also mentioned Daniel Dennett. I also mentioned, these other people who are anti-qualia, whatever. I don't think the qualia argument is necessarily the important part, because we can say, sure, we experience different things, but the point is the function that it fulfills, the value that it gives. And I already made arguments about that, right? Give someone who's never seen before a box of crayons, tell them to pull out a red crayon. They don't have the capacity to it. It doesn't even make sense. You've stripped them to the ground, which allows their actions to be mediated necessarily through perception fundamentally to achieve that end. I misunderstood you. Their theory of truth is more fundamental than the examples you get. I don't understand what you're talking about. The problem was you said, I'm saying that, using quality of colors is easier to understand than to explain your phenomenology. So I've used all of those and more. I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm not sure how, Yeah. So anyways, let's see here. Yeah, I'm in debate mode. Don't take it personally. I'll debate anybody on this stuff. I love to debate people on this stuff. Let's see here. Seeing this happy makes you hope you all crawl out of the hole. I believe you have the capacity to, and I believe that if you believe in yourself that you can, you'll have a much higher probability of doing so. Not all questions are equal answerable. But again, why hasn't this universal epiphany of yours been proven yet? What are you talking about? I don't have there's not a universal claim. Once again, you're trying to put me in a single position. Modally leveled. So no, I don't know what you're talking about. All the claims that I've made, I can give you tangible, concrete evidence for. I mean, if you believe that. Or you can even go and look in neurological research on these things. Cognition is embodied. That is proof. I mean, we don't know the exact mechanism or the exact systems, but we have plenty of probabilistic evidence that shows these things, and there's plenty of probabilistic evidence that will show that if you don't have access to qualia, which is relevant to the mode or the modal domain that you need to be in, you can't do the action of the domain. And we already have plenty of evidence that perception and action are fundamentally and inextricably linked to each other. So I mean, but it depends on what you mean by evidence, right? Can you prove anything 100%? No, because once again, that comes back to the point. A truth claim takes a ground, takes a claim, then takes an intent and function, and then determines if all of that is in harmony and makes sense and is reasonable by definition. So I think you're not understanding necessarily my argument. My argument is I don't think you're comfortable with the possibility you could be entirely wrong. I think you're completely wrong about that. I would say that's the only thing that I'm absolutely certain of, is that I'm uncertain of. Anything other than perception is the substrate for all human beings that we live in, and every human being that's ever lived in is stuck in perception. The rest beyond that is speculation, and then we can actually take what we understand about perception and infer about the world through it, and recognize through our inferences that there are patterns of inferences and functions which rely on certain states of inferences in relation to each other, which are particular types of relations that you don't get from the other relation. So no, I actually am I have such a view that humans know basically nothing. So I literally said that in the very beginning of this thing. One of the things that I've become most comfortable with this year is the recognition that we know very little, and I even said this earlier, that we necessarily know very little, and all of our knowledge is contingent. That's why I said contingent. But it being contingent doesn't mean I'm seeking for the fundamental probing, impenetrable truth of all truths beyond all truths possible of all humans before and gone. That doesn't even make sense to me, because like I already said, all of it's contingent. So contingency can be defined, and then once the contingency is defined, then you can reason for yourself if that is functional in this frame or not. That's what modal reasoning is. So no, I'm completely comfortable being wildly wrong. What I am certain of, though, is what I have experienced in that mode of my experience. That doesn't mean that my experience and that certainty penetrates past all realities possible. But what I know, to be very clear, is that when you're working with someone and they don't have a ground, they can't learn the skill, or they just do a lot of experimentation and develop a ground on their own, and then they can learn the skill. Or you can work in a sort of way where they use their natural embodied language to point and represent things which they don't have representations for, and you as a filter of an educator carve through their representations, and you make sure that what they're pointing to is grounded and accurate and useful. And then once that occurs, now you know with more certainty that both parties are agreeing on the same ground. And then once that's happening, then you'll see automatically their actions start to change. So I don't know. I mean, it just depends. You're trying to pigeon me as if I have one position, but the whole point of what I'm trying to say is that I hold multiple positions, and the position and the function of what I would reach for or consider in that context is context dependent, because reality, at least perceptually, is necessarily context dependent. See how I made that strong claim? That's because we're talking in the contingency of perception and being, which is something I do have access to. And I've worked with thousands of people who are also perceptual beings. And we also have lots of machine learning, which strips out humans from the process, or pseudo, not really, right? Because they're using our representations. And we can see similar properties where they have Symbol grounding is a fundamental problem. How a person learns the rules of the game is a fundamental problem. And how you describe the rules of the game changes what the agent thinks the rules are, which then changes how they play the game. And so establishing consensus about understanding and creating a way forward, a symbol grounding method that allows for the rules to be transferred, even though the experience itself can't be transferred, and the rules about what we're looking to experience. So then they have to now go do in their experience and use those rules and their own embodied meaning already to extract that function in this context. And then now the symbol is grounded. And that's literally that's how you learn language. So, I think don't try to pin me down to one position. I fundamentally start from the top and say, what is absolutely certain? Now, what is least certain? What is beyond that? What is my inference past that? And then I can take an as above into myself in that frame and recognize what would be beyond my explicate, which can give me a probe further. But all those are now contingent and speculative. But then I can speak with certainty when I'm talking about modal properties, modal functions, modal states. If you talk to me about sound and music learning, I'm pretty damn certain I know what I'm talking about, because I have taught people with tremendous effect. And I have allowed people who have been stuck their whole life with a certain musical ability or something they want to learn to do, and in a couple hours, I see them again in 4 months and they're like prolific. Okay? So I know what I do works because I've had an experience with it, right? But that's, of course, I feel certain about that. Right? And I know that's how perception works. But you see, that's contingent on my perception still. And we could do it empirically. Sure, that's awesome. But you see, now we're in a new frame now. Now we're in a different frame. Things will play differently. For example, when we talk about empirical science and empirical medicine, I would only ever want a doctor's advice who's an empirical medicinal person, right? I only want someone giving me something if they know it's empirically that which is the best option in that frame, right? But here's the problem, is that all of our medical empirical stuff deals with averages. We take the whole group and we see what works best for that whole group, but that does not mean that's what's going to work best for every individual in that group. And so, yes, I would always go by probabilistically what is most certain from the empirical results of a thing, let's say in a medical context. But when you're talking about education, it has to be tailored for every individual. Then what you can do is try to create a form where then you can try to extract that out. And I mean, people already do that. There's a lot of teachers who have learned to teach voice based on the stuff that I've laid down. There's other teachers that I've trained who also successfully, right? So it's not that you can't get it out of a one-to-one interaction, but what I'm most interested in and where I believe the most effect gets generated is with a one-to-one or group coevolution, where you actually have multiple inputs, multiple outputs in coevolution, in argument, in interplay with each other, resolving those conflicts and grounding together. And that is that's a process. It's not a product. It's also not an isness or a wasness, but like it's an action. It's a unfolding. And so it's just in a different modal state fundamentally. So no, I'm certainly uncertain. Let's see here. Let's say I grant you this. Do you agree that I don't believe in objective reality. I don't believe that objects are objects. Objective reality is what people mean when they take a certain set of scientific axioms and then they go and they probe with those certain axioms and they say that they're getting the perspective of the object, but they're not. I don't put the object above the subject. In order to even infer a nature of an object, it requires subjects probing and asking questions about the object, which necessarily taints the information you get back from the object. Objective reality is always subjective. It just depends on which axioms you permitted into your modal frame. Objective reality, as we say it in a notional colloquial frame, is a certain modal frame. That's why I said before, reality is modal, at least our pragmatic reality. Our pragmatic interactions with the world are always modal, necessarily so. And quote-unquote objective reality is also a modal frame, which has certain properties about it. And the properties that we put in that modal frame of what we call objectivity, we try to have like obviously reproducibility, measurability, blah, blah, blah. But we can't measure our consciousness. Do you not believe consciousness exists? Because it can't be objectively measured? The only thing I'm absolutely certain of is that I'm aware and that I am. So That's the thing I have absolute certainty of, regardless if it's an illusion or what. I mean, it is absolutely certain, but yet you could never, ever objectively know that or measure that or infer that. So, that's what I mean about they're all modally contingent frames. I think the notion of objectivity or objective frames actually piggybacks it. Trojan horses a lot of axioms, which the people talking in that way don't actually even know or ground on. So, I mean, if you say like empirical reality, sure, that's a certain mode. Yeah. If you want to talk about like formal representational reality, sure. Do you think there still might be objects we are imperfectly perceiving though? I think every single thing, I already said this earlier, thingness is fundamentally a perceptual emptiness. And we project and we boundary close based on similar differences in relation, which then close into object forms. And then we take those objects and we do things with them. And those objects have a lot of properties about them. So, I mean, I believe that there are like things that exist, but they exist and they're contingent on our experience of them being things in our experience. Right. So, it's not like I don't believe that, like, I turn my back and the world disappears or anything. I mean, it kind of does in my experience, but, I understand that phenomena is generally persistent. It's just that I don't think that, there's like, you can't get out of the human frame, because every human that's ever lived has lived in the human frame by definition. And then even all the technology we build is coming from the human frame, and it has to give us back results in a way that makes sense to a human frame, which then it necessarily changes what we could even be causally under. I said all this earlier. I talked about thingness, all of this earlier. I talked about causal inference. I talked about the problems of reason. I talked about Kant's critique of pure reason along with Hume's problem induction and Hume's fork and all these different things. I talked about all those earlier and accounted for those and described those and how that ends up leading to our fact we are modally contingent in this reality. And that's fine. I don't know why everyone thinks there must be necessarily one single answer for a question. I mean, if you ask a certain question in a certain frame with a certain condition for a certain intention, yeah, I think there's probably one answer. I think there's a fundamental truth there in that frame with those conditions under that contingency for that function. I think you can get pretty close to absolute, about as close to absolute truth in that context. But you see, it's in that context. You didn't get absolute truth devoid of context. You got absolute truth in that context for that inquiry, for that condition, for that frame, for that space, for that domain. And then you have that, but I don't think that it lives alone on its own. With that language, yeah, that's right. It's so contingent the whole way through, right? In the semantic interpretation of what the goal was when the person asked the question, in the whole thing. So it's it's all kinds of stuff. What would you consider to be the deepest ground in your own experience? Pure awareness. Because all my experience is contingent on awareness itself. If I have an experience I'm not aware of, then I don't have it. Basically, right? If I'm sleeping at night and I'm in a deep dreamless sleep, I'm not aware, so I don't really experience it. I experience after waking. I'm back into myself, and oh god, that was bad sleep or whatever. But if I don't have awareness, even background awareness, like I'm not saying you have to have absolute like attentive awareness, right? But awareness is the substrate for attention to select and create forms inside of. So in that sense, if I didn't have an awareness of anything, then I wouldn't be able to have any experience that I could rely on or relay up or draw through or build a ground on. So I kind of view it as like pure awareness is most fundamental in the ground of being. And then below that, I'd say is like probably experience, because pure awareness is what facilitates experience. And then experience then gets carved down into all the different forms of mind that we think about, thoughts, perceptual objects, blah, 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 etc. So that's my fundamental ground. I find awareness/perception. Well, I don't conflate awareness and perception. I don't conflate those at all. When you are truly in pure awareness, you're not really perceiving. You're simply being. There is no form there. You just are. It's an active. You're there. It's not reducible in itself. Perception happens in the substrate of awareness. You can have perceptions that you're not aware of, right? Like if a trauma happens or if someone takes a hot stove at you or whatever, you touch it, all those awareness, you're not aware of those until the effect of the perception's all over your body and you've been imbued with the perceptual reaction, right? So no, I think we constantly react and interact and do all sorts of things that we're not aware, like consciously aware of, but all of that is still existing in the substrate of awareness. So that's what, so pure awareness, I think, is the substrate. that gives us experience. And then experience we carve up into all sorts of different problems of forms, problems of mind. The problem is that I think people, that their truth to be, well, that, right, and that's what I was saying before, is that we have to be able to understand we have to take that with reservation too. Just like we take a rational claim with reservation or an empirical claim, we have to take it all with reservation and recognize and accept that it's contingent and integrate it as such. As long as it's one or the other, not, one and the other, then we're not going to move forward societally, I don't think. It's so silly because we want that problem to be solved for us. So we think if we just build a strong enough tool, it'll probe and give us the fundamental answer to everything. But it's like, well, that's not going to give us the answer to really anything. It'll give us the answer to that question, right? But then how you can interpret it, how the being takes it, how the being uses it, how the actions occur and unfold, all that is not there in the answer. That's in the interpretation of the answer. Once again, information's not agnostic. Information always goes through a receiver. You got to agree, otherwise bad faith. Can there be a world where someone's delusional? Yeah, I literally already said that. I literally already said that just because it's in your experience doesn't mean it maps onto the world in any meaningful way outside of yourself. I literally already said that. See, you're not catching, I'm talking in different modal frames. There's a frame of a first person experience. There's a frame of consensus experience. There's a frame of grounded length. There's all these different frames that have different conditions and principles and properties, and we navigate through them automatically in the world, and we infer about the world through them intuitively. I did not say that just because someone has an experience, that's the right thing. No. For example, if someone's learning voice feminization and they go and they have a certain goal and they don't have a very strong ground of experience in what they're supposed to be trying to hear or whatever, they can be completely convinced that they're sounding, I sound super feminine right now, but then they keep getting misgendered by the world, right? Because they're not perceiving it in the way the consensus will perceive it. I wouldn't say they're delusional. I would say that in that case, they don't have a strong enough ground to recognize even what's missing. But yeah, there are states where someone can have an unhealthy mindset and they literally are seeing a world in an unhealthy way that's hurting them. Right? So no, I don't think at all that just because, it's not one or the other. It's both. That's what I'm trying to say. You keep trying to go one or the other. Do you agree that if it's like that, then it's both in different amounts, depending on the context, depending on the frame and condition, necessarily so. It's, and when you try to keep boiling it down to one or the other, unhealthy meaning it's wrong. Unhealthy doesn't mean it's wrong. No. You totally got me wrong. There's a difference between your perception mismatching the consensus perception and then you having a perception which literally harms you when you live, right? Like if you have an absolute fear of open spaces and you can't leave your house and you can't connect with anyone, that's a harmful experience. That's a harmful perception. People go for therapy to get help for those traumas. So no, there are absolutely harmful first-person perceptions that trap us in all sorts of bad conditions. And then there are also perceptions that just don't align with what the consensus grounded perception would be. And that's different again. See, it's not one or the other. They're different. So yeah, okay. It's all conditional. And that's very true. The only thing that's not conditional is the monad. But you can't say anything about it. Just like pure awareness, you can't say anything about it. It is. Because awareness is a monad in ourself. So, and there perhaps a grand monad outside of it. And each hole is a monad that we can't really disconnect out. It's holes upon holes. Nested holes throughout all. Let's see here. I don't know why you would ever say, otherwise you bad faith. I'm literally not bad faith at all. I think you'd be hard pressed to find someone who argues in good faith more than me. Okay? I will literally change my opinion on a dime if someone presents a good argument for me that represents and puts it in a frame that rings. I am not clinging to any perspective that I hold. Quite the opposite. When I come up with an idea or I think a thing, my immediate reaction is to engage in the dialectic with myself, where I immediately try to probe and push down what I think is... I must poke and find errors in everything I do, and I continuously do this. Literally the very essence of what I said in the first 5 minutes of the stream is how the number one thing you have to accept is that it's incomplete and unfinished and becoming and unfolding and uncertain and developing and emerging and changing. So no, just from that single axiom alone, it means that I have no absolute certainty in anything I believe. And everything I'm willing to change my mind on presented a good argument, but I have damn good reason to believe what I believe. There is nothing arbitrary about what I believe, and I have sufficient evidence, cross-modal evidence, both of action, both of assembly, both of present being, both of formal logic and rational evidence and empirical evidence and my own direct experience. I've got all of those nested in every belief that I hold dearly to myself. And so if you're going to try to attack a belief that I have and you're going to try to change my mind, which by the way, I welcome anyone to, I love new opinions and new arguments and new things I haven't considered because I want to understand more. That's all that I'm after, right? But then if you're going to make an argument that's going to have to penetrate, you're going to have to be able to communicate with me multimodally. You're not going to be able to hit me and say, sure, under that frame, yeah, but all the beliefs I have are multimodal. They're integrated at all the different degrees in which, so let's see here. That is a line of creates negative. We all came into the stream halfway through. Well, I mean, I don't think you're going to, I'm not a metaphysical anti-realist. See, you're doing that thing. I'm literally not an anti-realist. I'm a modal realist. I literally already just said that very specifically, that truth is very important and reality does exist and truth is important, but it's modally contingent. I'm not an anti-realist. I do believe that there is reality, but I believe that reality is multimodal and that reality is modal. And then what reality functions and where truth exists in each reality is contingent upon what mode is being inferred through, what conditions are being granted, and what's being asked of. Let's see. I remember the person said, don't take it personally. Yeah, like I said, I love debating. Okay, this is so cool. Me when I encountered the concept for, let's see. Well, subjective experience is the best way to get her point. No, because my point isn't that subjective experience is above all. That's not what my point is. My point is that that's the substrate, and then we can put different rules of experience based on qualities and similarities, differences in relations, and then give those relations notions. And that gives us all sorts of access symbolically to new modes of inference that change the rules. But ultimately, it's still grounded in experience, right? The only reason you know 1 + 1 = 2 is because you experienced that fact. And there's a certain rule set that leads to you doing that fact so that you can have that fact as knowledge in a certain domain that's true and real. But that doesn't mean that it's an impenetrable truth, because I can literally change the logical axioms. We already talked about that, right? So, it's contingent. That is where you get me. Let's see. I would say nothing. So yeah, no, I would not say subjective experience is the best. Do not reduce me to like some postmodernist subjectivist. Quite the opposite. No, I believe reality exists. I believe that reality is conditional, and I believe that it necessarily is so. What the reality of, let's say, an atom's universe and existence is fundamentally a different state, locality, principles, properties emerge, literally fundamentally different than us. And we're composed of those, sure. But we're also composed of our awareness and experience. And that's true down there too. And it's also true up here. And there's also structures in society and bigger systems and bigger, integrated functions that are also true. And you can't take the exact same rule set to different scales and expect the same outcome. Right? And what's interesting then is people are like, well, no, we can take the same physical rule set to all levels of scale and what do you think physics does? Well, I mean, look where physics is and the bind of physics has. There's a rule set for the very smallest in the universe and a rule set for the very biggest. And they're having trouble rectifying those. And then even further, they haven't even attempted to make a statement on what consciousness is. Different rule sets, fundamentally different rule sets. Yeah, so, what is reality? I already told you what reality is. No, I'm not a solipsist. I'm rather anti-solipsistic. I believe that relations between other things are pretty much the most fundamental things. Beyond the firstness. I believe firstness is most fundamental, and then once you have that essence, then you have a relation to that, and then those relations you can then indicate with another relation, which generates notion, and then that notion now indexes a relation, which is concrete, between two thingnesses, let's say. It is conditional, but modal. I'm literally not trying to mold reality into my own subjectivity. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a big fan of empirical reasoning, big fan of rationality, big fan of formal logic, big fan of formalism. Also a big fan of our consciousness as well. I'm a big fan of all of those. See, you're trying to do that thing again. It's not one or the other. I don't know why you necessarily think it is. It's so bizarre. That you have to... I hope you can evolve past binary truth. I really do, because it's not pragmatic. There's no function there for you. So good luck there. Let's see. The very much in debate mode. Is this Destiny? What are you talking about? No, Destiny's not influenced me to be a debater. I've been a debater my whole life. Literally, when I was like 13 years old, I was running around arguing against religious people saying God's not real in class, and then people would get like freaked out, and then I would like argue and drop the Epicurean paradox or whatever. I've been a debate lord since I was literally a child, and I will remain a debate lord till I die because I love discussing different viewpoints and trying to understand the way people see things. So no, Destiny has had absolutely zero influence on my capacity of debating. The very first time I met him was in a debate, and I crushed him. So, no, he hasn't influenced my debate at all. That's ridiculous. Let's see here. Do you play string instruments? Yes, I have a cello right there. And my girlfriend is a classical violinist. LOL, the idea that Destiny inspired is the honest debate school. I know, that's actually so insane. Okay, no, I am my own epistemically, grounded person. I do all my own research and thinking. I'm a very well-read person. I have a lot of experience cross domains and fields. I love science. I was a giant science geek almost my entire life, and I still am. And I'm probably more up to date on a lot of the modern science fields that are progressing in new innovations than you are. The person who's thinking, oh, you're just trying to mold reality subjective. No, I'm not. I'm very up to date on what's coming out in different fields, and I must be, because I must understand what's going on. That's important to me. That always has been. It's been that way since I was a kid. Holy crap, I joined after this whole discussion started. Oh, yeah. It was a lovely discussion. I like complexity theory, RG. A big fan of a lot of the Santa Fe stuff. I actually have a couple different texts on complexity theory that I've gone through. I sort of based some metaphysical inferences around complexity theory in a way. I think we're in a weird bind, but I think complexity theory once again is a perceptual thing. I don't think it's like a real thing, but it's sort of between certainty and uncertainty as such. I'm sort of past that. I've already laid out a whole critique of the last 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years of metaphysics inferences and what I've gotten from it or whatever in different ways. But I'll release my metaphysics text at some point. Adhorn Sag, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no control over that. That's cool. How similar do you think string instruments are to voices? Do you think any techniques carry over? Yeah, I think the auditory interaction carries over in basically any field. So, because the interaction of intention to produce sound versus the sound produced, I think, is universal regardless of what instrument you're on. So you can give me an instrument I've never played before, and even though I can barely make the instrument do sound the right way on the instrument, I can still express myself properly and make something that's compelling, or arrange it and use it in something that's effective. So I think there's a lot of translation. Also, string instruments and voices are both like the most harmonic, they're pretty much the two most like harmonic sources that we have access to. So yeah, I think there's a lot there that's pretty good about them, or about string instruments. They're both mode locked instruments basically, although the voice is even more harmonic than the strings. Ooh, harmonic in what way? I mean, literally harmonic. They're near perfect harmonic timbres. Their timbral pattern is essentially a near perfect harmonic series from top to bottom. And there's not quite as much. I mean, most pitch instruments generate a harmonic series, but the ones from the string instruments and the voices are essentially mode locked, so that they're like some of the most clear harmonic structures. Ooh, here we go. Little New Year's song. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, can you all hear the piano, by the way? You play saxophone? No, but tomorrow my saxophone partner is coming over. I have a jazz duet that I'm part of. Well, I do most of it, and they play sax in it. Called Circles of Indigo, and we put out an album last year, and we're going to put out some other stuff too, but tomorrow they're coming over and we're going to be doing some jamming, piano and saxophone. Harmonics in music, I am downright summoned. Welcome. All right, I'm done with the metaphysics discussion. I'm sure it'll come back a little bit, but I mean, I think almost 3 hours of metaphysics is enough for me right now. And there we have the ever infamous Brock Binzel. Hello. Yeah. Anything metaphysics, listening, watching. I don't know. I mean, I tend to just think and read a lot. I do like, there are some podcasts I like. Kurt Jaimungal's Theories of Everything is a pretty cool podcast, just because you get to hear a bunch of different people come in and give their opinion on everything, which is helpful because I want to understand everyone's opinion on everything. So it's probably the better resource or I wouldn't even call it a resource, but it's just a lot of really good high-level discussions that go on there. It's probably the most high-level discussions that I've found on the internet anywhere. So in general, though, I try to avoid getting my information from like people talking about the information or their inferences of what they've like gathered on someone else's. I would rather go read firsthand people's thoughts about the stuff. But if it's someone talking about their own thoughts on it, then yeah. So Kurt Jaimungal, Theories of Everything is probably one of the most high-level podcasts that I've seen or heard. Quite like that a lot. It's about all I have as a recommendation on that. Otherwise, I can recommend you some things to read, but it depends on what you want to learn about or what you're most interested in, like what domains and such. You're bad at reading? Yeah, that's I don't know about that. See how you just said you said that as if it's a persistent fact. That's something that is within your capacity to explore and change and learn more about. So that's part of what I was saying about earlier about the isness, putting our being in a state of isness, whereas instead of a state of unfolding and dynamic being, the Greeks' notion of being was this idea of physis, to stand up and sway, and existence is almost an insult for being. Existence is kind of static. Things exist, beings be, and beings are always dynamic. And so I think that while you might be bad at reading or identify that way now, I'm sure with a little bit of exploration, that's not necessarily the fact. So yeah. Welcome to the stream. We had a lot of fun earlier talking about metaphysics and such. Now we're just chilling. I'm gonna play some probably play some piano. Yes, let's go. Gosh, can you do a backflip? No, I cannot. That's not an ability that I've learned or gathered how to do. I could probably. No, I've done one on a trampoline before, but I was spotted. I could never do it. I could never do it by myself. Ooh, you know what? It's time for a little bit. What would you recommend reading for the philosophy of music? You know what's interesting? I actually feel like that field is horrid. Okay? I've spent forever trying to find stuff that is meaningful, is rich and enriching in the philosophy of music. But to this day, the best philosophies of music that I've came across are Schoenberg. And he wasn't even trying to make music philosophy. He was making music theory texts. So that's a tough one. I think it's just not that good, because most of the time, people who have the capacity to philosophize about music in a meaningful way, they just make music, So I'm pretty dissatisfied with a lot of the music philosophy. John Dewey's philosophies on beauty are interesting. There's the classic art philosophers, but they kind of dabble their toes into music. But I think Schoenberg is some of the most interesting philosophy. But you have to read between sort of tangible, formal music theory stuff, Let's see. See, Demon, there's an example. You said you are music. I would agree with you. At least I have music in my being, intangibly and separated from it. And that's one of those forms of knowledge that you simply will never be able to give by a description. I could tell you every single fact statement about how I approach this instrument sitting in front of me, but the reality is when I play, all the facts go away, and my ability is embodied. And that's a true thing. We have embodied ability, and it takes time to build that, and it takes interaction with the grounds of experience to build that. And so, no, I don't reduce all the things as subjective, but when someone comes into the context of I want to learn how to feminize my voice, it's got to come out of a ground of their experience. It can't not do that, because their actions are fundamentally mediated through their own perceptions automatically, without them even intending for them to be such. Right? And so we end up in this position where there literally is stuff that we can know and do and be and have, but not represent in the way that it means what it meant to be meant for. It's I said that a little backwards, but right. So it's You definitely didn't. Don't ever say that again, or I'll ban you from my channel. No, I'm teasing. No, that's my biggest pet peeve, though. When someone's like, "Oh, I defeated you in the debate," when there was not even a debate that was had. We get no dynamic feedback. No, I'm teasing. I won't ban you for that. I'm just teasing. But that is my pet peeve, though. So if you want to get under my buttons, that's how you do it. Best lick ever. Let's see here. If someone is new to metaphysics, what would you suggest is a good place? Thank you, Jimothy Wright, for your text. Well, I would say that you'd want to get grounded in the broader philosophical tradition. Where to start? I mean, I think you should start with Aristotle and Plato then, I guess. I mean, if you're wanting, I think it's really helpful to go through history and get it as it unfolds, at least from the European tradition, but then you should also ground yourself in other different traditions, other practices around the world and their metaphysics. I found learning more about the broader Indian spirituality and metaphysical traditions incredibly fulfilling and insightful, not just the European traditions. Where to start? Well, I would start at trying to learn as much as you can. There's a lot of niche stuff that I would maybe recommend. I mean, get some basic books on, like general metaphysics and start there. There's a lot of different traditions and they approach it in different ways and they have different central questions that they deal with, So like, if you go and learn, metaphysics from like Heidegger's Intro to Metaphysics, you're going to get something that's very different than if you were to, the word metaphysics came from Aristotle, metaphysic. So, I would maybe start there. I don't know. It's a big question. Gosh, I think that metaphysics is the most foundational and fundamental thing. Metaphysics define what you even include in your conceptualization as possibility itself. And so I think that's why it's so important and why it's so important to go across a wide variety of different grounds and traditions. So I would say it depends. I'm looking in chat for you there. Thank you for that super chat, by the way. I'm looking in chat. If you want to tell me a little bit more about your background and what you're kind of interested in, I might be able to point you in a better direction, but that's just such an expansive question because in a way, I feel like quite literally everything engages in metaphysics, whether it's empirical science, whether it is pure a priori rationalist claims on the world, whether it's like art making, whether it is arguments and optics, whether it's politics, whether it's sociology, all of it is grounded in metaphysics because what metaphysics are is what you determine and define to even be a possible state of thingness or being, and what being even means and what is possible in that space. So I think it's maybe the way I look at metaphysics is it's the absolute bottom of theory, right? I've been obsessed with theory my whole life. Music theory, voice theory, political theory, theory of theory, meta theory, critical meta theory, right? Just theory all over the place. It's been, since I was a child, I've been interested in complex systems. And then because of that, I've just been drawn towards descriptions of complex systems, which is theory in some ways. And so then, in a way, all theory starts with metaphysics, whether the person doing the theory recognizes that or not, because what they could even describe as a theory or what's possible or what's probable or what's useful or what the goal is or what the function is, they're engaging in some metaphysics. So that's why I ended up at metaphysics. It's not because I have a particular interest in metaphysics. I don't. I have interest in everything, like I said, but then everything necessarily, your ability to speak about everything necessarily engages metaphysics, and your ability to understand transferring between theory and actions emotions and being, doing, and having, and states of time, all of it ends up engaging in metaphysics. So, the Enlightenment theorists and philosophers and scientists, as much as people want to think as like science is like the solved objective empirical reality or whatever, no, they were responding to a massive crisis in reason where they were trying to create an axiomatic system which was reliable, consistent, had a high degree of trust and consensus that could be built out of it, which they did a great job of, right? But they knew at the time when doing that metaphysically they were not getting to something more fundamental than that which was observable, right? So, but then over time we've kind of lost the metaphysics that gave rise to the systems that we've inherited now to understand the world through. My sustain pedal's not working right now. It's kind of annoying. Not warmed up either. Someone asked me something earlier. I think it was Altamira. Asked me, what do you think the funnest fact is that you've learned this year? Hi there, Anilala. It's great to have you here. I'm just playing a little bit of music. We did like 3 hours of metaphysical discussion and philosophy earlier, so we're just kind of chilling, letting our brains relax a little bit, playing some music. Just playing some just good feeling, whatever comes to the soul, Okay, so I would say probably one of the best facts that I learned this year, was that, well, I'd say that understanding, I just think, well, it's not about facts. I think the most important things I understood this year were things that aren't facts, but they're embedded. I've been developing a sort of metaformal language, a metaformal syntax that allows a person to express different modes of metaphysical category in above language. So you could read language and then you could ascribe diacritics, which specifically orient the information in an embodied mode that we basically all presuppose we have access to. So that's been really quite fascinating. It's a meta-language, that's right. I've been developing a meta-language, a diacritical meta-language that basically gets applied to normal notions, which then once you learn the rules of the system, which is there's not too many rules, it lets you compose meaning and generatively by taking a concept that typically shouldn't exist in that metaphysical domain and bring it into that one, and lets you flip and transpose and get more grounding and embodied meaning between things that you read and such. Metaformal syntax, no, literally not subjectivity, actually. Grounded quite clearly. Well, I mean, it depends on how you defer that. Once again, modally. But no, it's not. I mean, it's formal. It's a formal syntax. It's not a non-formal syntax. There are formal symbols that ground it. There's formal arguments for it. It's also calculatable in math, etc. But then, of course, what it represents symbolically is indeed grounded in a person's embodiment, because that's the only way it could occur. Yeah, well, you see, Demon, you're not understanding the modality. Because I'm not a Neoplatonist, and I don't think that, numbers are independent of us or anything, that doesn't mean that when I'm using them, I think they're arbitrary, empty, worthless, right? It's about what mode we're in. When I'm talking in a pragmatic way, I'm fine to use those things, and I'm fine to understand what they're representing and meaning, and how we can get to degrees of transmissibility between people, right? That's the modal aspect of it. Boom. I wouldn't really agree with that, Altamira. There's an entire community that does specifically that. Maybe in our smaller like local community, the TransVoiceLessons community, yeah, I can see that. But there's like an entire like space and community that's literally all about that. So I sort of talk about that, but I don't have my content's not up to where I would normally, I don't have everything up to where I talk about things, but that comes out a lot in what I call storage and composition of voice, which are both incredibly important functions and occur on the assembly stage, which means it presupposes the grounding's done, presupposes basic ability's done, presupposes basic emergence of capacity's done. Then you're in this assembly state where then we can learn a lot of principles that allow us to store, recall, and generate entirely new outputs creatively in ways that are brand new for us, and embodied the whole way through. And that's kind of more of a compositional or assembly stage for me, which is kind of like that fits around like a fifthness. Yeah, I've done that with students before, Altamira. Other than that, the community that specifically focuses around that kind of domain. I mean, all the places I've brought voice feminization or trans voice stuff application into. I mean, I've worked in accent modification, voice learning, like singing learning, learning in a more broad sense, like phonetics, learning phonetics and teaching phonetics, phonology of it. I mean, every application, it's just voice. It's all fundamentally the same thing. So it's sort of, let's see, I've done so many applications over the years that are just not like the standard I'm trying to feminize or masculinize. There's a whole space there for like people who are cis, who are trying to, emphasize their voice one direction or another. I've worked with people who are like business professionals, who aren't trans, who feel like they want to like change their voice and have it, have more like confidence and power in like boardroom and such. I mean, there's just so many applications because voice is the predominant channel that people receive our being through sound in. So, and receive our language through, if not written. So there's just so much, voice acting, the stage performance stuff, public speaking. I can't remember the pitch guide. It's been a while since I checked something there, but I have a lot of new material. I don't know. I tend to just move forward and forget what's been done, not forget, but integrate, and then move to a increasingly more saturated function of understanding. I'm cis, and Z helped me masculinize my voice for. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, maps are helpful, right? Maps help us get around in a more efficient way, but they definitely don't let us they don't let us step around, right? I can sit there and hold a new language for music better than spoken language. Possible? Thank you. Yes and no. I mean, music, that's the thing, is music doesn't have discrete form. I mean, it certainly can, but that's kind of the beauty of it, is that it's constantly unfolding inside of time, with time as it happens, and it's invisible. So the grounding, you can ground. I mean, there are cultures that exist on this planet where they have whistle languages, or they have large musical languages that go across mountaintops. So that kind of exists already. But once again, it's pretty contingent on the space that it's applied to. It's just because there's a problem with the formlessness of this stuff, or the reproducibility of the form of it, which it can still be done. I mean, there's lots of tonal languages in the world and such that still bake in particular patterns, and even English is tonal, even though it's not considered to be such. If I say something in English with the wrong tonal pattern, I just won't sound normal, quote unquote, you know. Let's see here. Someone said, how success for feminization with deep basses. Yeah, that's definitely possible. I've worked with lots of voices that are about as deep as you can pretty much expect to get ever. And, it shouldn't be that huge a deal for you. You'll have a unique set of challenges that, will be different for you, but that's the same with everybody's case. Everyone's going to have unique challenges. Even if your voice starts out a lot higher, that does not guarantee that voice feminization is going to be easier for you, because it's not based on the physical raw mechanics of your system. Part of it is, a piece of it, sure, but more of it is based on your own understanding of yourself and how you take actions and taking actions and what you gain from those actions and what you're looking for in those actions and how you react under challenge and how you react in uncertainty and what you work towards and how you practice and what you integrate. And it's not so much about how your body is, It's more about how your mind and then how what get taken in together hit at the right moment to create meaning that's relevant and usable. Happy New Year. Thank you. I do want to take a sincere moment to thank you, Z, for formally or informally helping so much develop my worldview, my teachings, and my own voice. I hope 2024 brings lots of enlightenment. You too, Altamir. Thank you. I really appreciate that. And I hope to continue to illuminate through my own experiences. I've taught thousands of people at this point, so I've got some experience there that's irreducible. I try to get out and share with as many people as I can so that there's more of it in the world, because there needs to be more helping of people who are in suffering. I need to read more about what you talked about with time music and its nebulous nature. Yeah, I mean, really the commonality between all this is being. Being is what's ubiquitous for us. And I don't mean ubiquitous in the universe, but ubiquitous in all humans' conception, right? All humans are beings. Welcome. Oh, there was no big debate. I was talking about my thing, and then after 2 hours of talking about it, someone, people were asking some questions. I'm just a debate lord. I love debating anyways. I'll always respond in such a way. In fact, if you go and you look at certain Discord servers and stuff, you'll see I'm a fierce debater. That's why it was so funny when someone's like, did your friendship with Destiny make you more debate? No. Are you serious? I've been a debate forever. I love debating so much. It's one of the best things, but only about things I actually really have an interest in, or I have a reason to debate, or I don't just debate emptily. I'm not like, oh, let's argue about this. Although that's fun too, but it has to have a function, a purpose. Once again, I'm more of a pragmatist. If I had to describe my entire approach to the universe, I'd say I'm very much a pragmatist in one mode, the mode of I'm here in the world being with people. I'm a pragmatist, but then beyond that, then above it, I'd say I'm more of a modal realist, because that's necessary for your pragmatic functions to even have applications. You have to be able to understand what mode the thing's happening in. And then even further above that, then I would say I'm a non-dualist spiritually. So yeah, but I'm necessarily not the wall, right? So I'm a non-dualist, but I don't identify. I mean, I sometimes identify with everything. It just depends on what state I'm in, but and where I'm at in life and what I'm feeling and such. But generally speaking, I have a self, right? I have an ego, an identity. Hi, I'm me, right? And that's cool. I don't have no problem with that. I just recognize where its issues are and where it's there's a great example. Muba, what's your solution to the liar's paradox? This sentence is false. Once again, you said the meta-language stuff reminds me of that. The solution is modal inquiry. Well, what was the context in which this was uttered? Was this something, clearly it's a paradox. Paradoxes exist. One paradox that's very important and relevant to me is that something is nothing. All nothing is something. Nothing and something are carved from the same thingness space. By definition, anything that you select, you've selected it by omitting every other thing at hand, and now it becomes the ground, the figure ground. This is a perceptual law or principle from the Gestalt school, the figure-ground relationship. So not thing and something, to me, are the same. That seems paradoxical, but it depends on what modal context you're talking about. Now, if you're talking about the true, absolute nothing, like beyond the vacuum or whatever, like we can't even comprehend that. So that doesn't even seem like what anyone ever even talks about when they're talking about nothing. But then when you're talking about the liar's paradox, I think it just depends on the context. The fact that we want what's the solution to what? What's the problem there? You can't tell who's lying or who's speaking it. What's the context, right? As it is, it's just a paradox. It just is a paradox. And then if you want to try to understand or break apart the paradox for some pragmatic utility, then that's going to put you in a modally contingent frame, right? Crank out a jam. I'm more so being right now. I might jam a little bit at some point. My sustain pedal's a little sus right now. I was wanting to play Auld Lang Syne, the New Year's song. Yeah, it's an intentionally nonsensical statement. That doesn't mean it can't make sense, because a paradox is something that makes sense. But paradoxes only don't make sense if you are depending upon a binary truth function. But if you're talking about like paraconsistency, or if you're talking about like different forms of logic, or you're talking about modal, then paradoxes aren't really irreconcilable. They just are paradoxes. Depending on the context that they're there in, So I disagree with you on some point. I'd be surprised if you didn't. That's part of a diversity of thoughts are great. As long as we can understand that a diversity of thoughts is, and will be, then we can have a better chance of resolving those disagreements, or de-escalating them until, or de-escalating them so they don't turn into violent conflicts that cause people to feel like their existential livelihoods at threat. Finding purpose really boils down to accountability. I don't really think so. No, I think that sometimes finding purpose, well, it depends on what you place there. Finding purpose, it depends. A lot of people think that finding purpose is finding meaning. Purpose, it depends on what you define it to be. So I don't think that that's what makes you have a purpose, but to answer that question in a tangible sense, it really depends on what you're pointing to when you say purpose. Do you mean a purpose for getting up in the morning, a purpose for why we all are here existing, a purpose for the universe itself, a purpose for, there's all of those, I guess, in different ways, or they could be different questions to ask. If you mean like what is your purpose for being, you're going to need to find that for yourself. I know mine comes through passion, and to find that through my own passion, I dug deep and I struck a vein in the universe that showed me that everything was the same. Take it or leave it, I guess. But, and that the purpose there, my purpose is to be. There is no other purpose for me now. And that is where I am when I'm making music, and when I'm teaching, and when I'm trying to help people, and when I'm making things, and all the time I live in fear or greed is when I'm not simply being or driving or becoming something better. Instead, it's when I'm reacting. I try to not be reactive. We're always partially reactive, right? But I try to be more grounded in myself and my connection to everything, and that allows me to feel a lot more whole, and a lot more complete, and a lot more joyful. Altamir asked me earlier what was one of the most interesting facts I learned this year. Well, I would say, based on, there's another, thank you, Igrik. I also agree with that. Purpose doesn't have to exist either. It's some people never go their whole life and never ask that question, right? And if that's fine for them, then it clearly didn't need to exist in that frame, so it just, Altamira is like, what are some other facts I learned this year that were interesting? One of them was how profound, or one fact I learned this year was what a healthy, loving relationship is like a romantic or like a real partnership relationship thing. I'd never really had one or experienced one. I mean, I've had lots of people I've dated and have, had lots of partner, whatever, like people I felt like I was this way with, or I really loved them or whatever, but all of that, I didn't have my tangible experience of, like, I've had lots of young love and had lots of different relationships and stuff, but not something that felt like profound and something that was, I don't know, it's hard to describe. Now I get it. I think that, it's funny how that thing just clicks. Exactly, Altamira. That's the funny fact I learned. It just clicks when it's there. And it's really made me look a lot at, like, the internet and like a lot of the discourse online, and like how the rhetoric of propaganda is working. Like, I think a lot of the extremism on all sides, not even a singular side, just extremism that we see online, it's coming from really hurting people who don't have a lot of love in their life, and like they don't have a healthy outlet. And I think that, and that's not their fault or whatever, right? It's not even no blame or anything, but people are lonely, people are hurting, and people are suffering. And I feel like that's translating out into like all the extreme rhetoric and the inability to, like, compromise or see other people's thoughts, or to even try to see another way of being, and I think that the moment I feel like I've contacted and struck that vein of like that deep love, it's so powerful that it just has melted away so much of my, I don't know how to describe it, fear. A lot of my fear is gone in a way. I mean, I still have traumas and things. I'm not perfect. I'm no perfect human. I don't think that exists. That's what's beautiful, is to accept that. And when someone else accepts that in you, and they accept it with every aspect of their being. How does she just easily play according to her emotions like that? Demon, it's what I mentioned, embodiment. That's what I'm trying to indicate. That's why the ground is so important, and why the description can never supplant the real ground. Because my musical thing I don't think about what I'm playing. It's embodied. That's why it's like someone's like, oh, play a song early. Well, I would if I want to focus on it or something like that, or do a thing. But instead, I'm just being. This is what just happens when I'm sitting and I'm not even thinking about that. I'm thinking about what I'm talking about, and whatever my body wants to do in the background is what it's doing. And that's what voice is. We embody it. And that's why voice feminization and masculinization can be challenging for people, because like you have to start from the ground, and you have to get that core ground right there. And then we bring it up. And that bringing up of the process expands once we have the core tangible meaning of what's relevant, and then we integrate that into what we care about. Over time, it fades away from something that was intentional and something I meant to do, to now it's a habit. And that's what we live with our voice now. And that's what's so incredible about voice. People come into voice learning and voice stuff, and they think like they have no experience in it at all. While actually they're absolute masters of voice. They're such masters of it. They live in their life on autopilot with incredible complexity, just flapping away, saying every complex string of meaning that they would ever want to say with their voice, right? But what they don't have a ground in is vocal quality, what's relevant to their goals in quality land. Because we weren't taught how to do voice that way. We taught ourselves how to do voice, right? So we don't have that ground initially. And we have some things of that ground when we relate it to it properly, but then other grounds have to be constructed. And that's where it's very helpful to have instruction, to work with someone who can build and co-evolve with you and give you and try to transfer that experience there. So if this universe exists, others have and will, birth and death are change. Yeah, I think change is, Scott Dakota, it's great to see you. I agree, change is fundamental. I mean, I'm hard pressed to see anything that's more fundamental than that phenomena is changing. And every other inference we get from that are very emergent to be. All of that is just coming out of the substrate of changing phenomena. And in that changing phenomena, we can use our inferences and say, that's similar, that's different, so that's there, and this is this thing and that thing. And then we can draw relations, and we can take those relations and point them and put syntax in so that we can have a syntactical link to draw out that without having to re-experience it. And then we can give it a notion so we can draw it back. And then once we have that and we draw it back, then we have emergent meaning. And then now that emergent meaning is embodied, and then we can use that embodied emergent meaning and stitch it together in some complex new assembly order to create entirely new, meaningful internal understandings of things, and then those internal understandings can animate our actions to operate in new ways, and the whole process starts back over. Have you studied Taoism? I actually have, this year. I studied, I read the Tao Te Ching, and then I've been reading this, which is a bit more comprehensive version of it. I've studied, I would like to say, I mean, I'm open to suggestions because I'm running out of things I can find, but I'd like to say I've read most spiritual traditions around the world at this point. I mean, obviously there's like an infinite amount of schools and blah, 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 but I mean like the broad veins where like things have came out of, and what I've observed is that they all seem to be saying kind of the same thing, different content, different ways of saying it, but they're all kind of pointing to the same thing. And that's very powerful and relevant and interesting. So could I try to eventually become a voice teacher working under your paradigm and promote your methodology in Quebec? Yeah, absolutely. No, I'm always looking for more people to collaborate with, new teachers to bring on board, We both Tara and Gabby just came on board. So right now the TransVoiceLessons crew is me, Clover, Vivian, Tara, and Gabby. So yeah, I would love to have a bigger collective and organization and group, and the more the merrier. I see, and yeah, I appreciate the concern about plagiarism, because there's obviously quite a bit of that goes around with how they're being whatever, but it's fine, right? Because we're trying to help people, but it's it's just I appreciate the concern for that, is what I mean. So yeah, certainly. That's definitely an open option. What are some jazz clubs around LA that you like? My dad's visiting 2 weeks, and I would love to give him a good show. Tell him to go to Herb Alpson's Vibrato Jazz Club. I love it. That's actually where I went on the first date with the person I fell in love with. Literally within 5 minutes, I got into her car, and then we were like, the vibe was just electric, and then we went inside and we saw a jazz concert at Herb Alpert's whatever, and like we were sitting next to each other, and she's an incredible musician. She's amazing musician. She plays for the San Diego Symphony and a bunch of other. She actually has a concert with the San Diego Symphony tonight. She's coming up afterwards, so we're gonna do New Year's or whatever, but she's amazing, and it was the coolest first date ever. Like we just it was so weird. We sat next to each other, and within the first 30 minutes of being with each other, I just felt like I'd known her forever, and I just felt so comfortable in a way that I really never felt. It was so bizarre. So yeah, Herb Hobson's Vibrato Jazz, that to me I think is probably the best jazz club I've been to. So I would recommend that one in particular. I could maybe suggest another, but I don't have as much experience. I've been to Herb Alperson's probably 3 times, and every time I go, it's great. The food's great, the service is great, the vibe is great, the crowd is great, the musicians are great. Every musician I know in LA, when they play there, is like, this is the best jazz club in LA to play. Treats the musicians really well. It's a great kind of thing. Okay, Miss Bias, I know, right? Yeah, that's true. Who's your favorite jazz musician, or plural? I'm a huge Bill Evans fan. Bill Evans has been instrumental to my unfolding and being and coming into the world. So I love Bill Evans, love Keith Jarrett, love Miles Davis, love Coltrane, love Count Basie. I really love Nina Simone. I mean, God, there's just there's countless. I mean, it's just such a great tradition. Brian Blade. Dave Liebman, Gary Peacock, Ben Monder, if you count him, Andy Narell, he's a steel pan jazz, calypso jazz person. I would say just quite a lot. I don't know. Those are some people that come to mind, though, when I think about it. Let's see. Happy Western World New Year. Yeah, Happy New Year to everybody. You've mentioned singing is something you've been learning again, but you've been learning again. Oh, always improvement, I feel like I don't sing as much as I used to, but I'm pretty happy with my singing when I'm in it. the one thing I would say with my singing is I don't have a good modal portability on it. So for example, like once I'm in the space of singing, then I feel really good about it. But like it's still not something if I just jump into singing, I don't have the quality that is the best, you know? And so, but if I like but if I've like warmed up a little, if I've thought about it, if I've gotten in that space, then I can do exactly what I kind of want. So yeah, I don't know. I feel pretty satisfied singing wise. Always infinitely trying to expand my capacities though. I mean, a lot of what I spent a significant time doing for a while in singing was trying to gain better inhuman pitch stability. Yeah, Dave Brubeck's all right. Trying to gain better pitch stability. And I don't mean pitch stability to a normal level, but I mean inhuman level. Like essentially zero beating in just intonation. Trying to sing pure JI patterns that are beatless, which require me to literally like meditate and slow down my breathing. They require me to remove all sensory stimuli from myself because it'll work me up too much and my heart will start beating faster, even a little too fast. And then each heartbeat makes it harder to stabilize the pitch and intonation to the degree that's necessary for me to feel sufficiently stable to get the beatless, just intonated intonation. So, yeah, I spent a long time doing that, but that's like infinitely like, you know, it's kind of it's infinitely impossible, basically. So yeah, but it's very fun, and I spent a long time doing that. But you see, when you're in that state, it's not something you can just pull out. It's not like it literally requires you to be in the state to do that. Yeah, so it's quite great though. I enjoy that a lot. I put out a song the other day with some basic vocals. they were from like last year. I didn't even produce them or put any processing on them. I've got a couple vocal pieces that I'll be dropping. I'll play one here. Any tips for keeping up with vocal feminization after FFS? 3 weeks. Just give yourself some time, my dear, you know? You can do some just heal. I mean, you can give yourself some good stuff, just warming up, basics, you know, subtle SOVTs, just very gentle humming, just so that you keep your voice active, just so you keep things moving. But I would focus on your recovery. But yeah, I mean, what I was doing voice feminization, I went back to work 3.5 weeks after FFS, or 4 weeks after I went back to FFS. And for me, I found it pretty useful to just work in a more like nasal, semi-occluded space where I was just playing with like resonance and I don't even want to use those words. I don't want to presuppose that you know quality, but I basically was doing like closed mouth feminization exercises, allowing me to like, you know, keep treading the ground, keep things fresh, keep things going, you know, etc., etc. Like I like these a lot. Starting there, because in the, you know, your mouth is closed or whatever, if your lips are swollen, your face all I did a lot of that when I was recovering from FFS. Stuff like that. Any tips to stop mumbling and voice tips, feminizing tips for deep voice? Mumbling's a pretty broad category of stuff. Without hearing you, I have no ground to judge your mumbling. Some people mumble because maybe they're not engaged. Some people mumble because they have a habit of being passive and disengaged when they're speaking away from people, so it's like they draw away when they talk, and so they try to hide like that. Like sometimes that can create mumbling, but I mean, there's lots of there's like mechanical reasons what mumbling comes from, but then there's also lots of auditory patterns that mumbling emerges through, and those can emerge from lots of different internal reasons. So, I mean, you can just practice with articulation. Try to really clearly enunciate what you're saying if you feel like you have problems mumbling. Try to do your mumble more. Try to identify what someone's pointing out in your voice as mumbly by doing more of it. And then once you've got more of it, then you have some index of that moreness, and then work away from it and see if you can take away the shroud. Mumbling tends to be like not engaging articulation enough. But see, I didn't want to talk about these terms without grounding people. So generally speaking though, mumbling's a pretty simple thing to play with. You just try to do less of it, try to do more of it, try to sharpen and make your voice a lot, like the articulation a lot clearer. I even have a video, called Vocal Problems, Vocal Solutions. That's a pretty good tip for that one. I mean, most problems basically boil down that way in some capacity or not. Let's see here. Just if you're happy students new, you talked about this like 5, 6 years ago, they want more. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, we're getting into a TikTok short form content culture where people want like skill on demand. Like we want art on demand, right? Like, oh, who needs an artist? I'll go ask Midjourney, right? It's like, well, that's not exactly the same process. Like, there's not, it's not really the same. I like Midjourney. It's a cool tool for certain things. Although I saw today that there was, some kind of, this is kind of suspicious. Oh. yeah, that's funny. Someone messaged me and said, did I just hear you reference paraconsistent logic? Hell yeah. Hell yes, I did. Love it. Okay. That's fun. So I saw something today though. So the developer of Midjourney was like, I guess caught in some Discord literally saying like, oh, we've made a document here for style. It's 4,000 artist names boiled into 1,000 styles. So these are pre-rendered. You can query them fast. Just need to launder it through a finely tuned codex or whatever. They're like basically like making a joke about how getting all the artists, that 4,000 artist names, and then sorting them into style patterns to feed into that's pretty weird, Like, I don't know. Like I said, I told my thoughts on AI. There's a lot I like about it, and I think it's a cool technology. There's just a lot that I feel the people developing it have really bad metaphysics, and that then ends up making them think that like the process is the product. Does that make sense? And that's just not the way it is, because like you have, don't use the word launder. Love infamy, that's a damn good point. Doesn't matter if you're joking, doesn't matter what your comms are, like never. That's insane. Oh, thanks for that tip. Let me write that one down real fast. Love infamy, thank you so much. And thank you all so much for the super chats, by the way. It really means a lot. Seriously. Let's see here. Bill Evans, my favorite too. Got in from Kids on the Slope. I've been meaning to watch that. I'm not a big anime person. I mean, I'm not an anime person. I haven't watched a lot too much because I don't watch a lot of content typically like visually. I'm more so like listen, or if I'm do whatever. If I am like doing stuff, usually if I'm watching a TV show or a movie, it's like on in the background while I'm working on something. Like actually when I write music sometimes, what I'll do is I'll put something on in the background that has audio, and then I'll completely focus on ignoring that and focus on the sound itself, the essence of what I'm doing. And that helps me focus a lot. Typically, the more things I have that I can ignore, the stronger and more profound and deep my focus reaches. So it's weird, I know, because usually when you're thinking like when you write music, you really need to hear what you're doing, but I can almost get more into that space by having something on top of it that I have to stop listening to and then select what I'm trying to hear. It's I don't know. It's always been that way for me. So I actually really like writing music with a bunch of other, like I've even written music with music on in the background. That has in a different key, and I have to like ignore it. Now in that case, like it can't like really be, I can't like mix that way or produce a lot that way, just because it's not, you can't really reduce it out from the effect. But if it's like speech, you can kind of like cut it out from your ear and focus past it and look at the music. So like I watched like all the TV series I've watched like that I like a lot. I pretty much all watched those while composing music. So I like to just, I used to, I can't say I do this much anymore just because I don't have as much time as I used to, but I really enjoy like binge watching TV series while composing pieces. That's like such a good state to be in. Why do you hate it again with the boxes? Oh yeah, I don't hate it. Did someone ask that? Wait, why do you hate it? Oh, see, yeah, there you go, Super Gamer. You already won that argument. Good work. Yes, indeed, that's what I'd say too. Don't hate AI. I think it's interesting. Great technology. Cool stuff. But I don't think the people who are developing it are responsible enough or like grounded enough to be developing it. So I think that when you have the way you get to developing it is through having a certain specialization, and that specialization does not mean you're a specialized person in determining what a good outcome for humanity is, and now you have control over a disproportionate amount of what's going to happen in the it's just it's ironic, because then they will say things like, oh, decentralization so that eventually the first AGI can be formed, so that it's a centralized authoritarian intelligence. That doesn't even make sense. Decentralize all the information, get rid of all copyright, all private, all that stuff, so that it can be fed into one centralized thing, so that centralized thing can now have an identity. And it can be the most powerful God machine in the universe or whatever that can apparently solve every problem and develop, right? It's like, so you want to decentralize everything so you can re-centralize everything. I don't. And they'll be like, oh, well, no, there'll be competing AIs and stuff. Sorry, but first emergent AGI, it's, I don't think you bide time to get another one out, right? Unless he's clone that one and give it a different experience. It's just so speculative and so uncertain, and yet they're operating and developing it with such a confident certainty that it's just gonna be good. And it's I can't think of a single technology that's ever been that way, where it's just been purely good, and this one's not like the other forms. It's not like, oh, the airplane displaced certain thing, oh, the horse, right? Cars and horses, it's not the same thing at all. We're talking about something that can displace being and displace humans fundamentally, not a subset of humans or a certain skill humans have or a certain way of being humans have. No, it's so much, it is insane to me that they have basically the unchecked capacity to do this and develop this. And thoughts on less wrong, I think they're extremely wrong. So I think the rationalists are some of the most clueless group of people. I mean, in their mode, they're right. I was talking about this earlier. I talked about my whole metaphysics. So I think that in a thirdness mode, they're right. And there's a lot of good stuff there. And, Bayes' theorem is very useful there and such. But that does not get you the ground, right? So there's a lot there that I could agree with, depending on certain contexts, and a lot that I don't. Well, of course, says the human. Yeah, I'm going to prioritize humans forever. Duh. I believe in humans. Yeah, definitely. I love humans, and I want humans to succeed, and I want us to not go down the wrong tech tree. We need to go down the inwards path and the outwards path. We have to go down an integrated path, not make a thing that tries to do the thing and then it's that doesn't even function. I love humans. So, oh, you tried to do it. Oh, super gamer, you little devil, you little devil. Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, no, I love humans. And so it's I've seen some of these effective accelerationist accounts or whatever online who are very open that they're, oh, actually, whatever outcome happens was the outcome that was supposed to happen. And that's the good outcome no matter what, even if all humans get exterminated. It's what are you talking about? No. Sorry, I don't believe in this predeterministic telos. I think that, I'm not sure how I feel about free will determinism, but I think that we have the capacity to intervene and try to build a better future. And I don't think building a better future means accelerate forward at all costs, because the certainty that it's good is equal to the certainty that it's bad. And not only that, but if you go and you look at different AI experts who are actually developing it, and you go look at their P-doom estimates, the average field has 20 to 40, I think it's 40% doom estimate. And then a lot of people are above that. Are you telling me that people have complete access to just go and develop with acceleration as fast as possible when a broad section of the field thinks that there's at least 40%, or at least even a 20% chance that we exterminate and go into doom from it? So BW, I talked about this extensively. I talked about my old content, my new content. I talked about the problems of voice learning. I talked about the problems of making content for voice learning. I do think that my old videos are too technical, but it's not because they're too technical that makes it hard. I think that the people don't know what they need to be listening for. And I think that even if you tell someone what they need to be listening for, that doesn't guarantee that they heard it. So you can go back to the very beginning and listen to that. It's not just that it's technical, because the technical stuff is not necessarily bad. It's not that technical things make things difficult. It's just that we need to ground it properly, and just using very precise terminology that's causally inferred about a certain system, that doesn't make it necessarily grounded. So it's kind of, I wouldn't have done anything differently, because I had to do that to be here now, and so yeah, I'm grateful for what I did, right? So yeah, kids with only 13 episodes about kids playing jazz. It sounds amazing, honestly. disequilibrium. You will not find a single monocausal function for that, Altamira. That's why it's one of the most important invariants to perceive. As a perceptual invariant, it shows up in quite literally every single possible voice, or the range of it can show up in quite literally every single possible voice that could be done, because it is a complex perceptual feature. It is not a monocausal function. Disequilibrium is about the best way to think about it, and it's always contingent. Yes, Freya, that was super fun. And you know what, Freya, I was thinking about that yesterday. Not necessarily that exact interaction, but because I did some of that with a student the other day, and they have a super developed ground. I've been working with them so much. They're maybe one of my most they've allowed me to go very far with my pedagogy, because I've managed to be able to meet with them more frequently, very regularly compared to anybody else, and more sessions and stuff. But in that process it's allowed me to develop a lot of stuff, but also look back at some older stuff, in certain contexts. And there was a lot of good stuff that was happening there. I still stand by some of that, and a good bit of it, but it's about context, right? And about what that tool's for, and what the function is there. So yeah, that was fun. I do remember that. And I'm super grateful I did that, because that has given a capacity for a perceptual invariant that's so fundamental. It's so fundamental. And it's really cool too. That ground in particular, Freya, that is one of the few qualities in voice which there is no presupposed experience for in the world. So that's the problem, right? When we talk about other features of voice, weight, pitch, blah, 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 those come through the ground of regular experience in the world. But since we are so boxed in oh, here's masculine voice, feminine voice, and we aren't taught how to change quality of our voice broadly in society, there are certain patterns that we don't experience very frequently. For example, we definitely experience a masculine voice and a feminine voice, or larger and smaller voices relative to each other. But in a single being vocalizing, we've almost never through our cultural ground hear a size changer, an R1 changer, as I would have called it in the past, right? And because that fact never shows up in a singular being, we don't get it as an invariant. We get it as a variant. And so then it's not out there for us very easily. So that's actually one place I really do like the overemphasis of resonance that I had a long time ago. It's not necessarily, now I integrate it in the right way, but I gotta say it was very useful, because that is really the thing that is the most alien for everybody. Except, then just pursuing that alone is not gonna solve the rest of it, right? But it's baking that in and getting good perception of size is fundamental to what we're trying to do. And it's a ground that we pretty much don't get anywhere else in culture. Which is something that's very unique about TransVoice. There are a couple other things that we do regularly that it's I guess I can make resonance manipulation seem like witchcraft to people because of how uncommon. Yeah, exactly. You've experienced that, right, Luna? Even in small doses, if you show someone those functions that you can do, it really is. You go and talk to a high-level singing professional, and you just do a basic size change, and it's just their minds explode, because it's a perceptual category that they have no access to, because they're so used to it's that, etc. Yeah, it's actually much worse at weight nonsense. Yeah, exactly. I agree with that. Based on how we would have grounded and talked about things, that will be the case there, Freya. Now that's actually something I maybe over focus on too much nowadays. Always in a dialectic internally with myself. If you haven't seen that newer Patreon stuff about some of that, that can be helpful. I'm gonna, like I said, I've got about 34 hours of content, lecture content and deep informative content that I need to release. I just have no good way to parse through it and edit it in a way that's going to be more functional, because it's a lot of time. Your unified theory of voice fundamentals was helpful. I'm so glad to hear that. See, Altamira, I am a bit reserved about that. That depends on context and such, because it's character that sounds a bit more like the Gestalt. So, oh, no. Right, so your weight changes based on your situation, your size. But then your weight and your size have an irreducible relationship with each other, as does strain and pitch, as does all of them integrated. So character to me is a bit more big picture. Hey, Echo, it's good to see you. It's a bit more broad scale. But yeah, I agree. That's a fine way to refer to it. Sometimes if you also integrate it on size, some people might say SpongeBob versus Patrick Star versus Sandy Cheeks versus Larry the Lobster, and that's characters. So, but, Yeah, that's right, Sasha. Well, what's interesting is, as a brass musician, the idea of changing resonance and size is very familiar to me, but it's hard to translate that to voice in a satisfying way. That's because whenever you change resonance and size on a brass instrument, it necessarily changes the fundamental pitch as well. For example, a trombone slide, right? You pull the slide longer and the pitch goes down, right? Because of the way that those instruments are functional. Whereas when we have a voice, we basically have like a different generator. Now it's not a source and a filter. That's a simple model that's integrated, and they perturb each other both as they occur. But in voice, we can change all that without changing pitch. And that makes it fundamentally different than most things that we have access to, you know? Which is also one of the reasons why size is such an interesting perceptual invariant, and why it's so unique compared to other things, because in other instruments, it changes the pitch when you do that. And in most humans, it changes the pitch when they do that. But in humans that learn the ability of that percept invariantly, then they can understand how to relate and react and keep a voice seemingly stable in one way while changing that other aspect. Remember, folks, any idea of independently changing function, or independently changing an element against an element in voice, like you've got this piece, like here, I'll change this thing and then I'll change this, that's an illusion. You're not really only changing one thing. You are dynamically adjusting. You are listening to the whole of it and making sure that the representation of the other thing is staying the same. And that fundamentally is a different action pattern. It's more like codependency or coordination, not independency. There's no independent, it's interdependency, not independency. Same with drumming. Like some people will be like, oh, I wish I had like independent, like I wish I could do like independent polyrhythms and such. Nope, you learn it as a whole. And eventually once you learn as a whole, then you can reduce one and like the thing keeps going. But it's always integrated as a whole in the way that you get it, you know? There's not like an additive. Let's do this. Is it based on intuition? What's the itness you're talking about? Itness is pretty undefined, as we talked about before. Itness is a perceptual, empty word that reflects back. So when you say, is it based on intuition? I'm getting an intuition about what the itness is that you mean, but I can't know if that's what you actually meant. One way we hear sighs every day is in yawning. Yeah, but you got to also recognize that yawning fundamentally changes sound production too. It's not like when we yawn, we keep the same sound production. So yeah, that's a great context to explore, like, you know, a very stock default inference about a larger voice. But the thing is, if you were to do a yawny thing that sounds all loosey-goosey, right, and then you were to add a whole bunch of weight in it, now you're just going to sound masculine, not yawny. So it's not in a vacuum. Large size, and then you add a whole bunch of weight back in, you'll just sound normal. Yawning is simultaneously a shift in sound production and a shift in sound production function, and resonance changing with it. So it's kind of, it's a bit more than that. I sometimes wonder whether someone should make like new music or works of art, like TV, that have characters incorporating resonance. That'd be cool. Yeah. I mean, we hear that a bit, right? But it's just not like, it's not in the size scaling function that we talk about in feminization, right? Like they'll be like, yeah, they'll do all kinds of weird little noises, which we could consider to be, you know, integrated changes of resonance with other stuff happening too. But I don't think it necessarily changes pitch. It's possible just to change the tone by altering embouchure. Yeah, that's true. You're right. And I mean, for example, if you were to put a mute on the front of it, right? But I mean, in general, we meet right here, turn it right. I can usually do it going meet right here, turn it right. I'm doing it like garbage right now. Wait, I think I've got too much. I forget what it sounds like right now. Me right here, turn your no, that's too dark. I can usually do an incredible one, and there's people can vouch for me on that one. I've got plenty of evidence in my meat wad. I'll have to remember how it goes. But anyways, neither here nor there. Yeah, I agree with you, Sasha. But in general, when a brass instrument changes resonance chamber size, it almost always comes with a change in pitch too. But yeah, you're right. You could put a mute on. You could do some other stuff, all that things. I.e. producing more than one effect. Oh, not exactly, Natalie. What I mean to say is that your voice is only ever one thing. It's one system. It's one whole. And your ability to recognize it in parts is purely perceptual. You know, you don't interact with your voice in parts. You could. That's perceptual still. But then when you're actually doing speech, it's a whole impulse, it's a whole impetus, a whole function of speech. And it's irreducible in that context. So that's why I could practice a really good ability or skill or something, right? And then that really good ability or skill does not guarantee that I can then add that with another thing, because the additive stuff's not true. It's always one whole. So if I get really good at one thing in a vacuum, that doesn't mean I can now just take that thing and plop it over there, right? Because now plopping it over there actually presupposes a whole new whole. whole. So I have to learn to navigate and integrate that new whole against it and such. So yeah, I mean, but if you're talking about perceptual quality stuff, then yeah, there's always more quality. Quality is irreducible, so we could talk about it infinitely. Quality ever only happened after. Well, notions of quality only ever happens after, but true quality happens always. Let's see. Don't worry, I've heard a really good. Yeah, well, thank you, Demon. Can you recommend a philosophy book that will be on a happier side? I'm not sure if any philosophy is happy. I gotta say, I mean, philosophy it can be a lot of different things. For me, there's been a lot of times epistemically where I have like an epistemic shock, and then I feel kind of like I don't know what to do with myself for a while, and I have to process my ideas and understand what I've ultimately settled towards and understood is towards integration of things. So like, you know, for a while I was like, oh, there's not this or there's this or that and such, and it's like there's all these things, and it's like, how does that change who I am right now, and who I want to be, and how I want to become, and how I want to live? And it's kind of like the integration of all of that is the path forward, because I'm not my ideas, I'm not my feelings, I'm not my thoughts, I'm not purely my actions, I'm not any of those things really. I mean, I'm all of those things and none of them at the same time. And in the same way, I'm really the only constant in my whole being is my pure awareness, but I'm not even in that most of the time unless I make an intentional effort to be there. But yet it's the bed of all possible experience. And so it's kind of like, what am I? Well, the persistent essence of who I am is my pure awareness, and nothing else is really even there. And so I've integrated all that. I'm all of those things, you know. I'm my body, I'm my mind, I'm my actions, I'm my thoughts and feelings, but I'm none of the appearances of them, I'm the animation of them, and the consolidation of them, and the central locus of everything that I don't identify my agency with. Kind of, you're damaging. No, I feel healthier than ever. I don't know what you're talking about. I mean, like I said, I'm open to change my mind on anything. So when I read an opinion, or when I read some really good argument that's like, you are not a self, it's like, shoot, you know, I mean, if someone just says it to me like that, I don't just take it, right? But if there's a good argument, which there are good arguments, you know, that leaves me being a good faith interlocutor, trying to understand the world. Like, I have to face it one way or the other. So, you know, disassociation, no, the opposite. Integration's not disassociation. I'm more connected with myself than ever before. But to get there, at a certain point, there was some disassociation epistemically, where it's like, damn, you know, but then you reintegrate that. And that's the beautiful, that to me is the forward path, is integration, being whole. And, you know, there's a lot that's included in my wholes. I have lots of holes and parts inside of me, and all of those are part of me, but they're not me. And the fundamental overarching bed there is me. But I don't often put my agency into that. My agency is that which I identify my agency with, which could be something that I had no reason to have agency applied to, or something I don't, or something I have total agency of, like a habit, but I then don't view it as my agency because it's compelling me in a certain way. So no, I think the opposite of dissociation. I mean, that hit me a couple times during epistemic shocks in my life, but no, I'm integrated at this point. Let's see here. I followed the channel. I believe this best stream to watch. Yeah, maybe. I'm sober now. So I used to be regularly smoking weed all the time, but I'm sober now. So sobriety feels great. It's pretty weird. The biggest thing about sobriety that I noticed is that reading is now infinitely possible. When I was like stoned all the time, I felt like I'd pick up a book and try to get in it, and I could, and I'd be like, oh, it's like, it'd be kind of hard. Like, I could try to focus on it, but the focus would wane. And now it's like, I like pick up a book and I'm lasered. I mean, I wake up every morning and I read, right? I wake up and meditate and then I read. And that, it's like, I could have never done that, like waking up stoned each day or whatever. Or like, one of the most amazing things about sobriety, oh, Michelle, great question. One of the most amazing things that I've discovered about sobriety is my like capacity to just do what I want to do whenever I want to do it. I always felt like when I was like kind of addicted to like weed or whatever, like I always had to smoke before I did something. Like, oh, I'm gonna write music, then I'd smoke. Or like, oh, I'm gonna go in this restaurant, then I'd smoke. Or like, oh, I'll go do this, then smoke. Or whatever. Like, it was always like I needed that first, and then I could go do things. And now it's like there's no gatekeeper. I get to do whatever I want. I get to be who I want. I get to become what I want. And I don't feel like reliant on something like that in particular. But one of the biggest this is really the motivation for me. I mean, there's a lot of motivations, but one of the most like tangible effects of becoming sober that I've found, which is like incredible, is the capacity to endlessly read. Like when I was, weed, not estradiol. No. I'm forever addicted to estradiol. I guess I'm lucky you never started any substance. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm grateful for my whole journey, right? I don't regret literally anything. But yeah, I've mentioned in the past ADHD. Exactly, Alexandra, exactly. Weed was my dependency drug for my ADHD. I so clearly see it now. Like, that was my coping mechanism for ADHD. I got diagnosed with ADHD at age 12, extremely bad ADHD. They tried to medicate me with ADHD meds. Then I said, no, not taking that stuff. And then, what we can see over and over in the literature is people with ADHD are like disproportionately at risk for addiction, whether it's whatever kind of addiction it is, right? It doesn't have to be some crazy substance, but substance abuse is like overwhelmingly like disproportionate for ADHD people. And definitely weed was like my stem, like a way for me to like have that. And but what happened is over time it captured me in a way. Like I was reliant on it, right? It was no longer it no longer gave any positive effect. It was only to maintain the level that I could get to, right? And so getting rid of that was profound. And you look like a beautiful angel, thank you. But I was gonna say the biggest tangible benefit now is my reading capacity. Like, at any hour of the day, 3 a.m., 2 a.m., 1 a.m., whatever hour of the day, I can go to my library, grab a book over there, open it up, and just go and read and process and pick it up. And when I was like always not sober, like by the end of the day, the fact I was so stoned, by the end of the day, I was like so foggy and I could try to read and my focus wouldn't stay and it wasn't helping me. And so now that that's gone, I'm just nonstop reading. I've probably read more like in the last year than probably my whole life. I mean, I don't know. I read a lot when I was younger too, before I was really using substances. But and I've always been reading, but I just feel like now I'm an aggressive reader. I have a big library over there in my room. I have a library specifically, and I've filled it with stuff I haven't quite read yet, or a lot of stuff I have read, or everything I've read. I just want anything that's interesting to me. I want it to be there. If I haven't gotten into a field yet, but I'm interested in the field, it's over there on my shelf. And then it's like, so then as I am moving through the day, I get inspired and I want to learn something about something that's important or interesting to me. And now I've got that. I just boom, I pull it and I go into it, and I just read and read and read and read. And learn new fields and new domains and new perspectives and all kinds of new stuff. So I'm very grateful for that. And I just couldn't have that same degree of aggressive reading like that. Thank you. The other thing I've noticed about it as well is I get way better sleep. That's an interesting way to put it, Sasha. I can see what you mean by that. I kind of disagree, though. When I read, I'm having a conversation with a person. When I read those ideas, and the whole time I'm debating them and I'm looking for them, I'm accepting their ideas and pushing back. And then once I accept the idea, then I push back against my acceptance of the idea. Once I reject the idea, I go, why are you rejecting this idea? For me, reading is an incredibly active process. It's not like I just let their words guide me, right? It's like I'm actively having a conversation with the person writing, or at least the representations that they put down. And if I accept the representations or whatever, then I challenge my own acceptance of the representation. If I reject it, I challenge the rejection. If I rejected it then challenged, and I find that there's something I was missing as I interrogated myself. Reading's a lot more of a dialectic process with myself, where I'm getting a lot of new inputs from different people, while I'm also sort of having a static dialogue on the other side. So reading to me is definitely not like just getting the words in the page or the book. It's definitely a thinking process, and it's a way to kind of parse out new ground and try to understand perspectives that I wouldn't have gotten otherwise, and look at how people see and describe things, how people write, look at their styles, absorbing. I don't know. Reading reflects a lot back, and it's I don't know. So then I love it though. It's very exciting. it's exciting to know how much there is to know, and then how little everybody knows while you're learning how much everybody knows, because there's no book out there that just tells you everything, right? That idea is ridiculous, and that's why it goes back and forth forever, right? It's just, it's interesting hearing such brilliant people have such little clue about the world, myself included, right? And whatever, it's just interesting how it's all, yeah, so that's what I like about reading. That's cool. I become what I'm reading, like method acting. That's really cool. That's that embodiment aspect. I guess I meant that in the sense I feel like you get to know the way someone thinks more with reading than the other forms of communication. I kind of disagree with that. Because I actually think you don't know someone's thinking patterns better than when you actually get to be in a dynamic, co-evolving discussion with them. That, to me, I think that's what, the spoken word is strong. The spoken word is being, basically, and it gets lost in time. There's something special about that. The fact that when you're having a conversation with someone about their ideas, and you're really like getting there with them and feedback, the dynamic emergence causes them and forces them to say things in new ways, and how they choose to say things in new ways and how they react to new inputs and outputs. I think that says a bit about a person's views and understanding than how they were like really carefully putting it down in a form of text. Now, I do agree with you that the textual representation is maybe one of the best indications that like, this is how this person says, or this is how this person says this. And that's like the best form, right? Because they had all the time in the world to prepare the form and stuff, but it's not being or unfolding, and I think that's special. What instruments do you play? Every instrument. I don't think of them as anything different. They're all musical interfaces, and music is the thing that I can do. So I'm most proficient at piano, drums, singing and voice stuff, production. I consider my computer an instrument. Synthesizers, I have lots of different synthesizers: Continuum, Lumitone, Pulsar. I love synths. I love that kind of stuff. But usually like keyboard. I spent a lot of time playing marimba and timpani in university. Spent a lot of time doing hand drumming in university as well. I played a lot of steel pans, bass pans is what I played specifically. Just all those sorts of things. So I have all that in me, I guess, and more. And have you tried cello? Yes, I literally have a cello right there. I just didn't include it because that's I'm least confident. I mean, actually, I love it and I play it, but I'm looking for a cello teacher right now. I think I just found someone in the area that I live who can teach me. Now, the thing with cello is I don't need anyone to teach me music, but I need someone to catch my form, to catch my technique, because I don't have a ground for that. So I was saying before, right? If you want to learn something, it's like, sure, I can know the essence of the music or whatever, but there's something about the cello that there's a tradition, there's a ground of ability, and there are people that have it, and I want to get it from them, so that I can understand, like, what do I even need to be looking for my bow hold, right? I've been practicing cello for about 2 years at this point, and I'm still pretty much just as lost with bow hold as I have been. And, my girlfriend, she's a concert violinist who's incredible, but she can't teach me cello bow hold. You know what I mean? It's just a totally different thing. So I'm going to go get a cello teacher. But yes, I do play cello. I love cello. It's my favorite string family instrument. I also play guitar, bass, etc. Are you formally trained in music theory? Both. I trained myself and taught myself first in the grounds of intuition for several years. Then I studied formal music. I studied music theory and music composition. I have a degree in music theory and music composition. I've been composing, actively for my whole life, basically. So both. I was first intuitively trained by myself, and then I self-taught myself theory, and then I went to university and studied theory, and that was cool. And then I've taught theory for years, and I've written theory. Actually, here's some cool stuff. Wahoo! I won an award, actually 2 awards. I won the Aaron Copland American Composer Award, which is like some really prestigious thing, and then I also won the Bogliasco Foundation Residency. So that's an award that's given out a couple or like different waves each year. So I'll be doing a 1-month residency in Italy this 2024 in March, where I'll be working on finishing up and getting ready to publish some of my music philosophy and music theory, specifically the my theories of primodality in a more formalized sense and in a tangible, text form. So that's really cool. I'm very grateful for that opportunity. So I've never had like the space since I was younger to just I'm not going to be teaching. I'm not going to be doing anything. The only thing I'm doing is focusing on my work, my work of works, right? Like the stuff, the essence of what I do, I guess, that's more like a collection of my understanding of the things. So primodality has been pretty impactful in the microtonal circles in different ways, which is pretty cool. And I barely even formalized it, so it's managed to create that big of an effect. I barely formalized it. Well, I've formalized it a lot internally and in-house and talked about it and such and forth, but publicly formalized it. I did that one stream on my music channel, theory of primodality. That was like, I had only been developing the theory for, a short period of time, so I wouldn't even say I was super grounded at that point. And now I have much better understanding of the whole everythingness of the world, thingness in general, so I can actually speak about it with such greater clarity than what I could before. Also, I've been working on this paper on vowels. I discovered vertical aligned objects this year, and I have been writing an essay on that. I've also been developing, or I came up with this interesting representational tool. It's a pedagogical tool for harmonic alignments with non-harmonic spaces that I was just calling a wheel, but someone called it the Zian wheel, Ziana. And then a developer friend of mine, also one of my best friends too, she, I describe her more as a guardian angel, but I formally described to her like kind of what the thing was. I actually made a proof of concept. I did it manually and I showed her that, and then she was like, oh, I want to develop that for you. I'm like, cool. So, and she calls it a zeal. So there's this tool I developed called a Zian wheel or zeal, and it allows people to check for vertically aligned objects in EDO spaces against inharmonic segments, not inharmonic EN, but in as in any number, right? So you can basically take a harmonic chunk of the overtone series in whatever inversion, whatever structure, whatever point, multi-octave, whatever, it's non-octave, and then you just then compare it against a period length that allows the in EDO to support it, and then you can check them, and you literally see alignments. So that as you turn the wheel, you get to see what the EDO supports relative to each local position in the absolute object of relations, the harmonic series. And so you can find all these interesting irregular concordant structures that emerge out of spaces that they don't seem to show that they have consistency like that, because they don't have the consistency. They have the absolute structure, that vertical aligned object, and then that can be the background for scales, structures, etc., which is pretty cool, because then you end up with these sound patterns that are you would expect to be really dissonant or cacophonous or ridiculous or absurd, but then you play them and they're just clear and stable, and they all it's just pretty wild. So I discovered those, and I formalized those. And then I also found, there was this awesome developer on my musical Discord server, and we had a nice conversation one night. They were interested in it, and I described what's being checked for and how to, what my thinking was, and so they did a check, and so now we have all vertically aligned objects from EDOs from 2 up to 53. So we've got all the vertically aligned pure objects basically up to 53 EDO, which is really cool. And the ones in 31 sound crazy. The next rare chords video I put out in 31 will have featuring one of those vertically aligned objects that I found in 31 that is particularly interesting, because before I was finding them all manually by hand, and I was just like, this is, and then I started going through and trying to do them all manually, but it is such a huge sorting space. So someone just wrote an algorithm to do it, which is awesome. They basically wrote it upon my specificities, and then I developed the Zian wheel so then I developed the Zian wheel thing. Just one night I got bored and was noodling, and I was just trying to make a thing. See, that's through doing, you discover things. And so I was just doing something, and I found this wheel that was really cool. And and actually I'll show you all a video of it. My friend just sent me this. Actually, she's been developing, it's pretty much the main functions of it are done, but she's been developing it a bit even further, which I'm really excited about. And here's an example of a Zian wheel checking 31 EDO against harmonics 4 up to 64. And there's a bunch of different functions. I originally did this manually by hand, but now I don't have to, because she's been developing something so that I can just do it automatically. So here is the Zian wheel construction. It works like this. Here, let me make this a little bigger. Oh, it's so cool. It lets you literally see all the irregularly concordant hyper objects, or vertically aligned hyper concordant objects in EDO, against any depth of harmonic series space that you would want. And so, for example, the small white rungs on the ladder represent pitches in 31, and then the other marks represent the harmonic relationship. So for example, this is 1 octave quarter here. Right now this is 4 octaves worth of depth. That's why it goes from 4 to 64, because 4 to 8 is 1 octave, 8 to 16 is another, 16 to another is a 16 to 32 is 1 more octave, and then 32 to 64 is another. So basically we have 4 octaves depth of the harmonic series against a regular 31 EDO. And then the colors say what's represented and approximated well. So as it spins, it'll show you what particular harmonic alignment versus the in EDO space is well approximated. So for example, let me just make this a bit more clear to see. So for example, what this shows us is, well, we know all these things about 31 EDO. It's got really good approximation of the 7th harmonic. It's kind of got a weak 3rd harmonic approximation, which is why the 6 is white, not green. And we can see all these very tangibly, and then you can physically interact with them and slide the rotations of the harmonic series around. We can also see that that 31 EDO has a really good, should have a good 53rd harmonic. Yeah, it's got a good 53rd, oh, sorry, wrong rotation. Good 49th harmonic, 7th of the 7th, right? Because we get this perspective. We get this perspective from regular temperament theory. From regular temperament theory, we know that the 31's got a good 4 of 5 or 5 of 4. We know it's got a good 7 of 4, right? And so we know that we could stack 2 7s on top of each other and get a good 49, which shows up right there, right? That's just basic harmonic logic. But you see, that's all we get from 31 in that perspective. But then if you twist the wheel, you can see, and now we're aligned onto something else, and you'll see, boom, a new vertically aligned object has emerged here. 21, 22, 23 is supported from this perspective of whatever that rotation got flipped into, and we can see all the different checks around different orders and rotation. And so, for example, now we're centered on the 31st harmonic. And this is one mode I like a lot. In fact, the next rare chords video I put up will involve this particular vowel. I love this one. Vowel stands for vertically aligned object, if I say that again. So we can see here, there's an amazing, amazing alignment opportunity between 29, 31, and 53. And that is an incredible, incredible structure. In 31 EDO, it ends up playing out if you root it on 31 and then you just double the 29, so it's 56 or whatever up here, right there. Then you end up with, or not 50, whatever, I forget what 29 times 2 is, I don't care. But anyways, then you end up with this, basically a root, super major 6, and then a major 7. And the weird part about it is, the major 6 is, I can't do it on a normal keyboard, it's a super major 6. But when you have all 3 of those together, then you have this vowel object, and it gives you this harmonic clarity, and it's super functional, awesome, beautiful, blah, 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 blah. So this is vowels, and this is a Zeehan wheel structure that allows me to check for irregular alignments and contiguous objects that form in relativity between equal temperament and harmonic series in different rotations of the harmonic series, because it's an absolute object. So I reject octave equivalence and such, but then obviously we have to have that for period functions here. But then obviously if I were to start on 31 here, then you'll notice that alignment on 31 will not show up as alignment down here in the lower harmonics, because octave equivalence is not a thing. It's a useful functional formal tool that allows us to create regularity, and that's really good for us, but it's not really it's not really fundamental to the harmonic series. It's just everything has octaves forever and ever and ever and ever. All relations, all primes have octaves, all blah, 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 etc. So anyways, neither here nor there. So, yeah, the Zeehan wheel. No, that my friend who's developing the app, she called it a zeal, like that. She said no matter what I do, it's going to be called that. So, but yeah, just a harmonic wheel. Unless it's a clash symbol. Yeah, so those have no harmonics. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's just so far in my head, it might as well be the ISS. Basically, oops, I accidentally pinned you. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to click on your message. Yeah, it's just, think of it this way if I describe it in really simple terms. Normal regular scales like this, like 12 equal notes, like what we have on a normal piano, they're really cool because they're predictable. I can know that if I go up 6 steps, it'll sound kind of like that. And if I go up anywhere 6 steps, it'll have that character, right? But then at the same time, by the fact that it is so regular, means that it deviates from the harmonic series, which is what our object of concordance is. It's the sort of invariant concordant object. It's the whole of all possible relations, essentially. I could do a whole thing on that. That's what my spirituality is kind of grounded in, but for many reasons beyond that one. But basically, that determines how we hear things as pitches. It determines, how clear mixes are. If you want to learn how to produce music and you want your mixes to be clear, the reason why a good sub bass sounds like a good sub bass is based on the way it relates to the partials above it in an overtone way. That's why, for example, if you ever take a sine wave, just simply add the first, if you're in an additive synth, add the first and the third harmonic. Then when you bring it low as bass, it's going to be super deep. It's going to be the deepest. Fix the phase correction, you'll have the most profound sub bass that you could possibly get. And that's all harmonic principle. So the way that we perceive pitch, the way that we perceive concordance, the way that we perceive tone, timbre, all of it comes from our inference and our experience of the harmonic series, and not just the harmonic series, but it's more like the absolute object. It's the invariant object against our perception that shapes our interpretations of the raw material. Now, of course, how we then feel about it and think about it, that's phenomenological, that's whatever, like we already talked about. But in the medium itself, this is kind of absolute. Well, not kind of, it's absolute. And absolutely changing all the time when we play different tones and stuff. So basically, you say, do you think most musicians are ignorant of these technicalities and just work on intuition? I just work on intuition. Technicalities don't do anything for you actively. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. It's not the description of the thing that makes the thing happen. It's the fact you went and did, and then you embodied an ability. So all of my intuition, or all of my feelings about things in music, come through the intuition first, because I'm grounded in the process of being a musician and feeling and listening. And when I think about the numbers here on the screen, when I said the 5-4 or the 7-4, I'm not thinking about those as numbers. The numbers are grounded into visceral sound experience. I've sat here and sang in my body in the room with acoustic instruments, between instruments, across timbres, across spaces. I've heard them in different things like that. Then those ground, and so they're not numbers to me. They're relational sounds, basically. It's kind of an abstract. They are relations, but they're the notions of the relations, and then those have some experiences and such. Yeah, that's funny, Alyssa. So you don't think of A as 440? No, actually, I like A at 411. In fact, it drives people crazy when I play jazz piano on my music streams, because they'll always try to play along with me. Like right now, I'm actually in 440, but I actually prefer a piano tune at an A411, just because I like where it situates things. It takes you down about 130 cents, so that all the things that are mostly at hand that people have gotten really familiar with, they have a new color that's slightly different, but also a color that would be in a place that is not mechanically that regular for the hands to get. So I don't know, there's just a lot there. I would think that a degree of intuition is literally inevitable in music theory. No, you would hope so, but no. You only get intuition from the ground. You can get intuition about theory, or intuition about forms, or intuition about relations, but not intuition about sounds from music theory itself. I actually see a lot of that in the microtonal space. It's what I've been a vocal critic against, is that a lot of people in microtonality, to them, it's just like they're doing math, and they're not actually making anything or doing any direct action with it, and so they don't get any of the ground, and so they sit there and they keep looking for like an objective measure of consonance and dissonance, which is hilarious, because you can take one little chord and say, oh, this is more consonant, but then I play it this way, or I put it in this context, or I put it next to this other sound, and suddenly it's dissonant. You can't reduce the thing. Ground, is that an umbrella term for something? Yeah, it's what you stand on. It's what you base yourself on. Grounds can come in a lot of ways. There's different metaphysical grounds that we build through. So, for example, if I were to be doing formalist works like math, if I was like working in like pure math or something like that, the ground in pure math is pure math. That's why it's called pure math. The ground is itself the representations themselves, right? It's not pointing to content beyond the representation. So, and that's fine. That becomes the content of that space. And so that's the ground for that. Empiricism has a different ground, which is like observations, which have then been checked across conditions where we control for variables out. That's the ground it comes from. The ground that we have and we experience through is the ground of experience. So there's lots of different grounds. If I were to be, for example, a painter, right? The ground that I've got to get really good in, there's a lot. First off, there's the actual interaction with the material and medium, the colors themselves, the way I have to it's not intuitive though. It's the lived knowledge of how you manipulate the material, right? I could go and read a book on watercolor or oil on canvas, and I can know all the facts of how to manipulate the stuff. But then when I go and try to manipulate the stuff, it's like I don't have the experience of doing that, so I can't manipulate it to quite the same degree. And that's the ground difference. It's no complex concept or anything. It just is what it is. It's like kind of like the meat and potato. I didn't know he was saying that, but I'd never even heard him say that term. It's just a common term in language. I mean, I got the term from symbol grounding, which is Steve Harnard's, Steve Harnard, I think, categorical perception. It's a pretty iconic text on categorical perception. It's one of the main early kind of texts. It kind of outlines the symbol grounding problem, and it's where the idea of the symbol grounding, the notion of the symbol grounding problem came from. But the reality is that the understanding of the symbol grounding problem has been around as early as, humans have been, basically. All of the early spiritual texts have some problem with that and index that in some way. They just don't describe it. Let's see. So is the ground in music notes? Because notes are notions of experiences of sound. The ground in music is the sound. Well, there's lots of grounds. If you're going to play an instrument, mechanical interaction with the instrument, being with the instrument's a ground, right? But then music has a more transcendental ground, which is like the actual sound of it itself. And that's the ground for music. But then composition has that's what separates our knowledge bases. And what necessarily makes all of our outcomes different from one another. So we all have a different cumulative base of experience and understanding we can reach into and pull through. And that changes things, Like, for example, if I were to sit down with someone who was in let's say a sophomore in music school, or even a graduate or whatever, and they were like a music education teacher and they weren't really performing a lot or whatever, and they weren't a jazzer and they were just from classical, they'll know what a major 7 chord is, right? Now, then if I say, okay, major 7, that means something very, very reduced to them. And it's like, okay, play me major 7. They'll go over to a piano and they'll play like a very basic major 7. Now I'm like, okay, improvise with major 7. And they might just sit there and plunk away with that one voicing or something. Now if I go and talk to a jazzer, I say improvise with major 7, you're about to hear some crazy shit unfold, right? Because what major 7 means to a jazzer is like an incredibly deep web of actions, right? And experiences. And that's not reducible, So please, I'm really interested in something about writing an essay. Where can I read your writings? Well, you can read some writings on my Patreon, my music Patreon. I have posted some of my writings there, basically, but I have a lot more that I'm in the process of about to publish. I have a music Patreon and I have a voice Patreon. So TransVoiceLessons is more of an organization. I work with a lot of people and we try to develop different stuff that way. But then I also have a Patreon that's specifically my online persona or something like that. I don't know what you want to call that, but my music, my philosophy, my thinking and stuff. So there's my individual Patreon. And then if you want to support the organization work that TransVoiceLessons as a collective does, between the editor, between my executive director, between the people that collaborate with me and help the wheels keep spinning, between the teachers, between the people who do different events and stuff. If you want to support those things, you can do that here. So yeah, what do you write about? I'm stuck in 2017 Xenophan. Music, philosophy, music theory, voice theory, metaphysics. That's just different stuff. Whatever I want, really. Do you wear makeup? Any fashion style tips? I don't wear makeup that often. I'm wearing a little bit right now. I have just a little bit of eye makeup on. That's it. I wear makeup whenever I need to film or whenever I go out somewhere nice, for Thanksgiving and I met my girlfriend's family. I wore makeup and stuff. So any tips? Yeah. Play with what do you mean my price is so low for what I teach? My private lessons are not cheap at all. I think it's not a secret that I'm quite expensive, private lessons. So yeah. But anyways, yeah, so those aren't lessons though. That's just part of the community and stuff. No. I get paid well for my teaching because I understand my value and I've got plenty of other things I need to do with my time. You're so pretty without makeup. Thanks. You're probably lighting, there's a lot of good lighting here. If I block it, I'll probably look a lot a lot worse, So lighting helps a lot. Having a good camera helps a lot and stuff. So, but yeah, I like makeup. Tips for makeup, learn good eyeliner, okay? Learn good eyeliner. I feel like that's the game changer for me. Concealer is critical. If you're trying to like pop, like concealer can make me go from looking like I'm sick and just kind of like a zombie to like awake and bright and glowing. I would say if you're just beginning your use with makeup, wonder who that is. Let me see. I would say that if you're just beginning your use with, oh, it's my girlfriend. She's here. Okay. So yeah, that's my hold on. See, I'm very happy just thinking about her. Okay, so I'm probably gonna get off stream now. I've been going for 4.5 hours. But makeup, if you're a beginner, don't bother with foundation, okay? One of the strangest things people do when they get into makeup is like they start using a bunch of foundation, and like, look, I can understand it if you're like early in transition, maybe you have like some shadow, or maybe you haven't been able to access laser or something, but foundation's super hard to make look good. Almost always in person, foundation looks kind of cakey, okay? Unless you're really good skincare. So start with skincare. If you're thinking about, I want to use foundation, think about skincare first. First thing you want to learn is like decent eyeliner. This is not good eyeliner, but I'm literally super lazy today with makeup. But I also did good skincare before I got on here. So I was like, I put effort in my skincare today. I took a shower, whatever. So I'll just do a little bit of makeup. But good eye makeup, critical. And then she's there. Okay, so I'm gonna run off the stream. What's the ground for improvisation? Oh my God, pure experience, Igris. Super duper 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 pure experience. That's why if you ever listen to all improvisers, we always say similar things but in different ways. And then we'll have a breakthrough one day and have a totally new thing to say, And then hold on a second. I'm gonna be right back. There we go. Okay, so someone asked, what's the ground for improvisation? A lot of just embodied experience. That's why if you listen to improvisers enough, if you listen to the same improviser, you'll often hear certain trends in what keys they go towards. You'll hear little licks that they play more frequently, little chords they like a lot, like they're not playing the same thing, but they're always playing out of their experience. And so then the improviser comes back into the practice room and tries to take their experience and mutate it in new ways and reach for new objects. And then occasionally we break ground and get a whole new capacity, a new thing that becomes our focus for a while. And we flip that and mutate that and transition that all over the place. And then becomes a new, like, just piece of language we have in our improvisation. So improvisation's ground is very much a language of improvisation that is gotten through experience, the language of experience that we like a lot. I know what notes I like to play in succession, not like logically, I could describe it logically, but I just know, I just feel it when I'm going, and I've already gone that path thousands of times, and as I go that path, I discovered new things along that path, and then those things became new tools in my language of improvisation. So every improviser is building their own language of style, language of music, and I don't mean like music as a language, but I mean like they're building their own personal language of how they interact with the music, and that's so unique, and that's what's really beautiful about improvisation, is that it's the cultivation of a personal voice in a way that, composition is like that, and improvisation is like that too, but composition is like the cultivation of a voice that's has more not even more deliberation, because when I compose, a lot of it feels improvisatory. But then it's like I have to noodle it to get it just exactly what I want. They're very similar, but improvisation requires embodiment, and composition requires embodiment in a different way. Composition is more like kind of like architecture. But musical architecture. And then improvisation is more like musical conversation. It's like speaking. Improvisation feels essentially identical to speech when you do it. And that's why I think it's always been a common trope to say oh, jazz is like they're having a conversation up there, because they literally are. When I'm jamming with my jazz partner, we're literally conversing. We have no plan, no form, no whatever. We hit it, go, boom. And you can even listen to the Circles of Indigo album. Only one song on that entire album even had a form, even had a single thing defined about it beforehand. All the music that we made on Circles of Indigo's album, the first album, and we're gonna have another album soon, but all of that was I met them for the first time. They literally came over to my studio. We said 6 or 7 words, and then we just started jamming. And then all you hear on that stuff, do you play any instruments? Yeah, everything you're hearing in the background, I'm playing it while I'm talking to you. I play lots of different instruments. We've talked about that already on the stream. I'm a composer, performer, composition, whatever. I'm very musically integrated in the world, but I just love music. So, but that, my saxophone partner, Aiden, showed up. Was literally the very first day we ever met. We did no talking. We literally were like, yo, want to jam? Yeah, let's jam. And then, oh, exactly. I like the way you think of an artist, or I kind of think the way you develop as an artist, the personal lexicon to speak through, but it speaks back. I completely agree. That to me is so critical. Composition is not the artist doing the thing the whole time. As we do it, it irreducibly comes back to us and we respond to it. So we become integrated with the music. That's why when that person said earlier, wow, you have music, you are music. It's kind of, yeah, because I've spent more time talking to music or listening really carefully, listening back to it and conversing with the medium and conversing with that essence or itness, whatever you want to, the firstness of it. That indeed, it's not just me. I owe just as much to the sound itself as I do to my intent to make the sounds. They're irreducible from each other. So I completely agree with you. Some of my most favorite pieces were total accidents. It's not an accident that it was made, but it was a surprise, or there was some novel spark that flipped off during it that caught fire and ran, in some direction that I never would have predicted ever. And it was not my intention at first, but then the moment I got back something from the piece, that's the only thing it could be. And then I have to follow it. Right. So I completely agree with you on that, but that's kind of the beauty of it. Aiden came over. We said 6 or 7 words the first day we met. We'd texted, we literally said only on text, yo, how's it going? No, whatever. I was want to come over and jam? They're like, yeah. Well, show me an insane chord that will blow your minds for 2024. This instrument's 12 though. For me, there's not really any crazy chords that blow minds on 12 equal, sort of. They kind of all feel here's one. Here's an interesting 12 equal chord. This is a vowel, vertically aligned object from the harmonic series. It's very weird because even when you take it low, it's kind of it holds. It's a very strange. It should be way more mushier, but it's not, which is kind of strange. I don't have big enough hands to play it though, because it's a multi-octave chord on 12 equal piano. But I don't have. I feel crazy chords for me are new chords, not arrangements of these notes that I've heard a bazillion times. Although those can be really beautiful and cool and special too. So there you go. That I sketch all of my music compositions, but they rarely become tracks. Any tips on diving into a comp and carrying it through to some order of completion? That first 30-second hits. Yeah. So Miles, this is something I've said a lot in the past. Always compose an ending. No matter if you're writing a little snippet, if you're intentionally writing not something you intend to be a piece, if you have a little theme, a line, whatever it is, always write an ending. Okay? Because getting in the habit of writing an ending, no matter the scale you're at on the work, means you can always naturally start the next idea, or you can just follow the idea into conclusion. Because the way that a thing goes next in the composition, so you say you're I don't know what to do next, right? And then move on. See, that's the thing. It's not additive. It's not this, and then I now have a new idea, and then I put them together. You have to create, and you create a seam in the form that is ready to go wherever you want it to go. And we can do that lots of ways. Actually, you're on my music server. So I actually made a post about this on my music server. You can ping me on there, and I'll drag it up and send it to you. But it was a whole kind of guide on how to do transitions. Because you see, my favorite thing in music since the very beginning has been composing transitions, because I feel like when I get to compose transitions, that's the most composition aspect. Like, that's the most pure aspect of composition. It's the real new stuff. It's like, it's not just the theme, boom, and then there's the transit. Like, that transition is where you become the composer that you are. Like, it's how you bring it all together. And yeah, so there's a lot of different ways. I mean, I've talked about this a lot, but it all starts with form. You have to understand how to delineate and mark the seams in the form. And there's so many different ways to do that. There's ways to play with the elements, material, blah, 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 blah. I've posted all that stuff or whatever. But the point being, start practicing with endings. Even if it's a 7-second idea, make it end. Because you see, an articulated ending now sets you up to where you can do anything after that and it's okay. Right? Or then that articulated ending, you can have something grow as that's ending, and then that creates what we call transitions. There's lots of ways we could do transitions, lots of dramatic forms and seams. I call those seams in the form. So what happens is a lot of people get used to, like, they write an idea or they jam and have a cool section they really like, and because they didn't presuppose the ending, or they didn't finish and they didn't give it an ending when they wrote that part, then what I call they have is a hanging part. Kind of like if you've ever played chess, a hanging pawn or a hanging piece, basically a piece that goes nowhere, and or a piece that's under attack, or a piece that's compromised or empty. So when I think about it in form and music, right, you have the thing going, you have the part going, and if the part is just this, and that's all you have, it's just hanging. There's nothing there. It's just hanging on for something else to come. And that's the thing is, then if you have it as a modular block of music that you've got, then it's going to be really difficult to make it go to something else or transition, unless you maybe just put a little stopgap there, or a little quiet break, or you do a little cadency type thing, right? And then you jump into the next part. But what happens is we want that seam to be aware. We want to be aware of the seam and start to work around the seams in the composition. And the seams of a composition are some of the most magical moments, because they're like what allows so much of the personality of the composition to come through. In fact, Miles, there's a 3-hour long workshop that I gave on musical form on my music Patreon, where we talk about this specific thing, but not just this specific thing. But you mentioned like, modular is a good way to talk about it. So that's like what I would consider a process form. There's lots of different process forms you can have. Some of them are very organic process forms. Some of them are very modular. Some of them are very linear. Like, I'm more of a linear process form composer, but then I like to flip between being modular and being linear, or being sort of these different, I like to flip my process form state, which gives me new colors and new ways to articulate, which also lets me delineate the form more. If one section is very linear, meaning you can't reduce it, you can't just cut it at this bar and paste it, then there's something about that linearity that's very special. And then modularity also has certain benefits. So if like the B section is very modular, the A section is very linear, then it's like, wow, now you have delineated very clear differences in themes, even though the material is similar, or the orchestration is similar, or the structure is similar, whatever is similar, right? But the process form about it's completely different. And so, but no, I think just getting in the habit of always writing endings, always playing endings, always ending is very important, because then you get an intuition and a sense for how to not leave seams in your work. And I mean, I've been there. That's why I had to learn the hard way too. But, nothing feels more bad for me in a composition than when I like get really attached to a part. And then I'm so attached to the part, I like can't almost even imagine, or it's just something that resists being changed. And a transition's change. And so if the part to you feels complete and whole as it is, then that's not going to fit in the composition. The composition is the whole, the part is the part. And all the parts should be whole in themselves, but they should be whole in such a way that they integrate to create a more coherent and cohesive composition as a full integrated whole of all wholes. And so, I think we can often get hooked onto parts a little bit too much, and being hooked onto those parts make us feel like that's the piece. But remember, that part's just supposed to serve the piece. It's supposed to serve the whole of the work. And so I find always never leaving seams in my thinking is very helpful, because then I always understand how to trail them off. The trailing's already done. The termination of the thought's ready. A new thought can begin because the sentence has ended. Whereas often what happens is we end the sentence right on we don't put the period there on the end of it, right? We don't put the ending on the phrase or the part of the music, and then then we can't start a new sentence. And every time we try to start a new sentence, it doesn't seem to make logical sense because we haven't delineated in the form that this idea is terminated and we've set up for a new idea to unfold and take us somewhere else. So I hope that gives you some insights there. This is extremely good advice. Super glad you feel that way. Thanks for being here. And, thank you all so much for being here. Thank you all so much for the super chats. This was an amazing stream. I felt so bad I didn't get to do a Christmas stream because I was having tech issues. And I've always done a TransVoiceLessons end of year stream. So here we have this one. Someone asked, have you been streaming all year or whatever? I did a bit of streaming on my music channel. I did a little bit early in the year on TransVoiceLessons. I'm hoping to do more streaming as time progresses. My setup it was good, and then it broke down, and then I changed it, and then I had to change it again. So I'm hoping now that I have a new computer that this setup will be consistent enough to where I don't have to reinvent the wheel every time I go to stream. So I'm hoping I'll be able to hop on here live more frequently. It's always great being here and chatting and sharing and talking and being and doing and unfolding and all the stuff. Thank you all. And then I like genre blends. So that's the thing. I don't know what that is, Miles. I used to use genres as models within the first 2 years of my compositional style. But then by that time, my own style and voice had sort of transcended genre-ness. Style is only notional. It's only deductive. You deduct style. Style is not in there, and the artist is being and doing and creating, and then from it they leave a residue of their signature, which then people point to later and say this, and this makes this style. So I think that maybe one of the things is you might want to just let go of genre altogether and just, you're right, you want a genre blend, right? Because music has no boundaries like that. Make whatever you want to make and connect it, and it'll work if you make it work and you think that it works, because that's what composition is, having it work for you as a whole. And so I think yeah, I don't know. I mentioned genre. I don't ever think about genre ever. I mean, I guess there are sometimes I'll think about packaging of materials and genres, but that's more like marketing. But I don't, that's not there in the room when I'm composing, right? What's there is the sound and what I want and what I'm going for, and genres can be stylistic representations, but you want to move past that, right? Whatever it is about the style, whatever it is about the genres you like, try to build a representation of the essence that you like from those that's unique in your way. So if it's the heaviness of metal, that heaviness is something I carry with me when I'm even doing a piano etude, right? I've been extremely influenced by the crushing heaviness of metal, or there's an intensity there. And so I wouldn't say I'm trying to blend metal here, because then that's presupposing a bunch of other stuff. But there's elements, feelings, affects about them we grab and pull in, and it magnifies, and that develops our voice, because we get to collect all the things that are unique, that we love, and the unique way that we love. I'd love more frequent streams. It's so much fun. Every week would be perfect. That'd be fun. Yeah. It just depends on the reception and stuff. Would love more streams like this. Didn't expect to be so enjoyable. Just expecting voice pointers. Well, that's the thing, is that's kind of what bothers me about TransVoiceLessons YouTube channel. Is voice pointers only go so far, without the ground, right? And the thing is, the whole challenge of it in the first place is to get the ground that you need in order to get the thing. So, and I can try to talk about that all day, and I can demonstrate, but it doesn't guarantee the person gets it unless I know that they got it, and then we can move forward. So there's kind of a weirdness. I don't like talking about voice. I like doing voice. I like teaching voice. I like the active process of it. But in this state, it's hello, I'm talking to you, other being on the line, right? So it's challenging. I did stream on the music channel more this year than the TransVoiceLessons channel. I will definitely do more of that. One of the ways I like sometimes imagining is folding space, folding layers of composition, harmony, tune. Yeah, definitely agree with that, Ashrid. Playing with the different threads that run through the composition and tying them up and knotting them in new ways and having them come into an imbroglio or an inverse imbroglio. All those, I totally agree. It's really great. Tell your dad we missed it. We missed him. Yes, I told him I was going to call him on Christmas so that he could say hi to everybody. But like I said, I had some tech issues, so I didn't stream. So it has been an amazing time. Be well. Be thoughtful. Be curious. Be playful. Be exploratory. Be active. Be dynamic. Be unfolding. Be being. And all of those things are only contained in being. So take care of yourself. Happy holidays, happy new year, and have a most excellently beautiful start to your new year. Only 4 hours for me till the new year has rung in here on the West Coast. Take care, folks. Be well. Be careful. Bye.